A demoness of pleasure didn't possess an innately proactive charm, but she could maximize her allure to irresistible levels. Even under normal circumstances, her magnetism could make most men unable to shift their gazes away, their breathing growing labored as their minds raced with desire. Morand Avigny had certainly never been an ascetic, and his lust was already inflamed by Beatrice's necklace. His focus was solely locked on Franca now, imagination running wild with tantalizing possibilities of what might happen next. Heart pounding, blood surging, his movements were affected, swift but erratic. A dawn-like glow emanated from Morand's body, marking Franca as the target of his righteous punishment. This enhanced his influence and offensive power against the tempting demoness. As he selected her for punishment, Morand seemed to grow taller in Franca's eyes, striking fear into her heart. She sensed he was a formidable figure who could end her existence with a mere thought. She broke invisibility and tried to quickly shift positions. Seizing the opportunity, Morand thrust out his right hand, breathing hot and heavy, and spoke an ancient Hermes incantation. "Imprison!" Viscous amber liquid surged forth, enveloping Franca and freezing the demoness in place within a colossal transparent prison. Crack! Franca's form shattered, transforming into a palm-sized makeup mirror. This allowed her to escape the disciplinary paladins in prison. Suddenly, powerful danger premonition gripped Morand. Straining his enhanced physique, he broke free of the intangible spider silk ensnaring him and dove to the side. Jenna's ice spike wreathed in unholy black flames narrowly missed its mark as she struck with all her might from the diagonal flank. Morand's eyes flicked to the witch in her dark dress and bonnet. He couldn't help but think she was quite appealing too. Why not have both? Dropping to one knee, Morand reached out towards Jenna and bellowed another Hermes invocation. Confinement! Wordlessly, an immaterial wall materialized around Jenna, impenetrable even to her spirit body. Rather than adhering directly to her, it generated a transparent cell with her at its center, thwarting any attempt at mirror substitution. Taking note of this, Jenna opted not to strike the unseen barrier. Instead, she enveloped herself in a layer of frost. Beyond the frost was another layer of frost. A delicate vacuum formed, transforming Jenna into a frozen statue. Confinement! Morand Avigny didn't immediately press his advantage against Jenna. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Franca as he confined the space surrounding the demoness of pleasure. Franca remained unresponsive as black flames surged forth from her form. Outside the black blaze, strata of frost coalesced, fashioning a translucent, sturdy sarcophagus. Transparent spider silk wound around her, cocooning the frost in spirals. Morand Avigny, though perplexed by the demoness of pleasure's peculiar behavior, took satisfaction in the success of his confinement, circumventing the effects of mirror substitution. His movements somewhat warped, he lunged at Franca. His mind raced with the powers he would unleash next and the consequences of bringing her under his control. He had almost forgotten the presence of the spectator, but Anthony had slipped into a blind spot. No matter, I'll subdue the two demonesses first. The instant this notion crossed Morand Avigny's mind, a faintly piercing melody abruptly resounded in his ears. Lumion stepped out from the corner shadows, the black symphony of hatred bone flute at his lips. Prohibition of invisibility hadn't compelled him to reveal himself, as he wasn't invisible to begin with. He had merely shape-shifted into a shadow being, blending with the shadows. Lumion studied Morand Avigny's face, twisted by desire. Approaching with a grin, he played the melody with intensified vigor. Given Morand Avigny's state, he was certain the symphony of hatred's exploitation of vulnerabilities would undeniably inflame the other's cravings. Employing his fate appropriator's abilities in tandem was unnecessary. Amid the lively, cutting music, Morand Avigny's body abruptly went rigid. With a cracking noise, he invoked mirror substitution to endure the nearly lethal assault on his behalf. Morand Avigny's silhouette manifested behind Lumion, but Lumion's performance persisted, and the nigh-explosive lust gripping Morand Avigny remained unabated. Crack, crack, crack. Moran Avigny's form repeatedly fractured like a mirror, rematerializing in the ever-quickening melody. He couldn't flee the vicinity, nor could he spare a moment to obstruct his hearing. The captivating strains of the symphony of hatred permeated every nook of the space behind the mirror. Anthony crouched in a corner, employing a prop he had readied beforehand to shield his ears. He was set to bank on the mirror to induce a trance and plunge into deep sleep, thus evading Lumien's lethal melody that spared neither friend nor foe. Despite his preparations, grayish-white dragon scales involuntarily surfaced on his skin. Crack, crack. Moran Avigny's mirror substitution had at last been exhausted. His mind reeled, and he experienced overwhelming pleasure, a surge of euphoria. His frame shuddered with pain and rapture. Blood seeped from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. His saliva, mucus, and tears streamed all at once, as though he teetered on the brink of collapse. Lumien appeared behind him, lowered the symphony of hatred, and snorted. Twin beams of white light struck Moran Avigny, plunging the disciplinary paladin into unconsciousness. Lumien afforded Moran Avigny no opportunity to harness his unique powers to rouse himself. He produced a ritualistic dog skin from his traveler's bag and draped it over the gradually crumpling foe's head. "Dog!" Lumien declared in Hermes. With a shadowy flash, Moran Avigny vanished, supplanted by an enormous dog with tawny fur. Amid the intangible thud of the dog collapsing to the ground, it lay insensible on its flank. Lumien smiled, stooped down, and scooped up the dog. Witnessing this, Anthony dislodged the gag that had wholly covered his ears, and Jenna shed the dual layers of frost encasing her. Franca lagged slightly. After a handful of seconds, the cocoon ruptured, and the ice coffin noiselessly dissipated, prompting the black flames to disperse. She regarded Lumien and Jenna with astonishment and delight, stating, "My pleasure potion underwent substantial digestion." No sooner had she concluded her statement than she pinched her nose and surveyed the spot where Moran Avigny had stood and the massive dog cradled in Lumien's arms. "I know what's going on. He must have just savored genuine pleasure. Utmost pleasure. Moreover, this pleasure stemmed from me." Lumien deliberated momentarily before replying. "He even staked his life to remain in pursuit of the pleasure you bestowed upon him, weathering the same excruciating agony. Ultimately, he attained the pleasure he coveted, albeit not in the manner he desired. He paid the steepest price for it." "He's also a beyonder on par with Sequence 5, Franca remarked with a wistful smile. "Regrettably, I wasn't the one wielding the symphony of hatred. Otherwise, my pleasure potion might have been fully digested. Pleasure begets pain, and pleasure lures people into depravity. Pleasure is akin to a candle flame to a moth." At this juncture, she lowered her voice and mumbled in an unfamiliar tongue. "Lust is a dangerous game." Franca harbored no excessive regrets. Among them, only Lumien could shoulder the adverse cost of the symphony of hatred. Anthony scanned the environs and serenely prompted Franca, "Since we've succeeded, let's leave quickly." Jenna had already drawn near to Lumien, who had likewise stowed away the symphony of hatred. "Okay." Franca nodded and took several paces to Lumien's side, grasping his upper arm. Concurrently, black flames ignited behind the mirror. Within seconds, the quartet emerged from the fixed portal to the mirror world in the quarry cave. Franca finalized the anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures. Subsequently, they teleported back to the secured residence in the administrative district. Franca sighed. Beatrice's necklace can no longer trigger lust. Beatrice's necklace could only trigger such desires twice. The inaugural target of lust was Gardner Martin. For Demoness Franca, this signified the loss of a potent auxiliary means. Jenna nodded slightly. "How unfortunate. It appears the demoness of pleasure and the sex addict of the mother tree of desire pathway can forge an ideal and efficacious partnership." "Indeed. Unfortunately, I cannot obtain the mother tree of desire's boon. Otherwise." Franca abruptly fell silent, and an identical phrase flitted through the minds of Lumien and the others. Sex addict demoness. Clearing her throat twice, Franca said, I can only hope that the bestowed of the mother tree of desire will bestow comparable props. She turned to the enfeebled dog, who had yet to stir, and contemplated briefly before proposing. Administer truth serum to him first, then have Anthony befriend him as a two-pronged approach? Yes. Employ the magic mirror spirit channeling spell as a precautionary step. Lumion nodded, recollecting the criticism the demoness of black had leveled at Franca. Quelling his avarice, he said, No need to rush. I'll question him after visiting Mr. K. Mr. K must have his motives for abruptly targeting Morana Vigny for assassination. Only by consulting him can we extract more pertinent intelligence later. Franca and the others nodded in concurrence. Agreed. 19 Rue Shear, Psychic Magazine headquarters. Lumion alighted from the carriage, attired in a light blue cotton shirt following a change of clothing, and entered the 6-story white luxurious residence. In the basement of 19 Rue Shear, Lumion encountered Mr. K. If he hadn't witnessed Mr. K transform into flesh and blood to envelop Morana Vigny and subsequently suffer holy light damage from the purifiers, Lumion wouldn't have believed that the energetic, black-hooded man before him had recently infiltrated the Intis Republic's Minister of Industry's residence and carried out an assassination. You're back from the southern continent? Mr. K's voice was as deep and raspy as ever. Instead of sitting in the red armchair, he stood directly in front of Lumion, in the shadows projected by the crystal chandelier. Lumion didn't hide anything and smiled. I'm back to do a favor for a friend. I'll be leaving again in the future. As you know, I can teleport. Mr. K's expansive hood swayed gently, as if nodding. He said with relief, The fact that you still remember to come here and praise the Lord's glory after returning to Trier proves I didn't misjudge you. Lumion, having just completed the prayer process with Mr. K, felt guilty and ashamed. He cut to the chase. I saw you assassinate Morana Vigny. Under his hood, Mr. K's gaze suddenly took on a tangible quality, and the shadows around him flickered. After a few seconds, the Aurora Order Oracle asked in a hoarse voice, You were there? Lumion maintained a relaxed demeanor as he replied, Yes. Your assassination method bore the hallmarks of a Rose Bishop and was suspected of using grazing to teleport. Even with just the Purifier's information, it wouldn't be hard for me to guess it was you. But I admit I was indeed present. Where were you hiding? Mr. K inquired. Lumion replied with a smile. In the mirror Morana Vigny fled into. At this, Mr. K's black robe fluttered despite the still air, as if countless flesh and blood were cheering beneath. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked, And now? Have you captured Morana Vigny? Yes. Lumion nodded solemnly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. K half raised his body, revealing his thin chin, and erupted into maniacal laughter. His laughter made Lumion's ears ring. Light and shadows danced in the basement, the stench of blood permeating the air. Finally, Mr. K stopped laughing and spoke with unnerving fanaticism. Just as the Lord arranged. Piousness is indeed the only way out. He began tracing a cross on his chest. Praise you for creating all. Praise you for bearing the world's sins. Lumion also praised the Aurora Order's true creator. Mr. K smiled and sighed. I had planned to assassinate Morana Vigny in the coming days, but hadn't set a date. However, when I saw him at the window this evening, gazing at the distant scenery, I sensed something off about his emotional state. Fearing something might go wrong, I hastily launched the operation and failed. I was about to repent to the Lord and shoulder my sins when you arrived and told me you had captured Morana Vigny. What does this signify? It means the Lord has prearranged everything. We need only pray, act, and do things with devotion. Nothing else matters. With piousness, failure is a stepping stone to success. Without it, even success leads to failure. In previous conversations with Mr. K, Lumion had always felt a language barrier. He understood the words but couldn't truly grasp the fanatical state. But this time, His heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. Could the under-the-table transaction I initiated through the authority holders under-the-table transaction be connected to the Aurora Order's Lord? Is that why Moran Avigny suddenly risked leaving through the study mirror? Why he came to the study to assess the environment, weighing the risks as he feigned reading? So, after I compelled Moran Avigny's fate, Mr. K hurried to the study to assassinate him, forcing him to flee to the nearest mirror, the full-body one we hid in. During the transaction, we paid with the blood gold ring, derived from the beyonder characteristic of a sequence 6 rose bishop of the secret suppliant pathway. Lumion chose to share his feelings with Mr. K but concealed his fear and the power of compelling fate. He attributed all the developments to the authority holders under the table transaction. Despite his frenzied laughter, Mr. K remained composed. Solemnly and fanatically, he said, "The Lord watches, the Lord listens, and the Lord knows." Lumion had heard Madame Magician say similar words before but hadn't felt their weight. He hadn't even been troubled, knowing it was futile. But now, every hair on his body stood on end, a chill running down his spine. He sensed eyes watching him from every shadow. The more he experienced and learned, the more acutely he felt the terror and oppression of those 3 short sentences. After a few seconds, Lumion praised the true creator again and asked, "Mr. K, why did you assassinate Moran Avigny?" "My friends and I dealt with him because the real Moran Avigny is dead. The active one is a mirror person." "What about you?" "Mirror person? No wonder he has mirror substitution. That's precisely what I didn't anticipate, causing the assassination to fail." Mr. K sighed with realization. Pacing back and forth, he told Lumion, "Recent cases in Intis have led to an organization called the School of Truth. They used degenerates from cults and official organizations to achieve certain goals. For example, a descendant of Polly vanished mysteriously, and closely monitored pages from Roselle's diary disappeared. Polly? One of Emperor Roselle's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? A descendant of his has vanished? Lumion's eyelids twitched at the thought. Jebus Lotta had mentioned the School of Truth's 3 goals: finding clues about the fallen heaven, Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum, and 0-05, the magic wishing lamp. The 4th Epic Trier's seal had just been breached. For now, Intis's official organizations were unlikely to overlook anything. As for 0-05, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter Bernadette held it. The School of Truth admitted they couldn't handle the Element Dawn leader yet. They wanted more boons before trying. In other words, 2 of the 3 targets required long-term planning from the School of Truth. That left clues about Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum. Jebus mentioned having no relevant clues himself. Whether the Overseer did was uncertain. Combined with Mr. K's account, Lumion had a bad feeling. Could the School of Truth already possess crucial clues about Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum? Mr. K continued, "We're investigating these matters, as is Element Dawn. We recently discovered Moran Avigny's involvement in some cases. He seemed to be a key figure in the School of Truth. Then why assassinate him instead of capturing him?" Lumion felt Mr. K's previous actions aimed to kill Moran Avigny. Mr. K chuckled raspily. "Killing him is simpler than capture. And after his death, an abnormality will undoubtedly occur. The official Beyonders will find a way to communicate with his spirit. Then, the authorities will investigate the School of Truth to thwart their plan. Isn't that our goal? Plus, we can shadow the authorities to track down School of Truth members. You and Aurora Order Oracle have also learned to report and exploit the authorities?" Lumion found it amusing. If not for needing more information about the Mirror People, he, Franca, and the others could have simply forced Moran Avigny to show signs of abnormality, avoiding so much trouble. Lumion delved into more details with Mr. K, increasingly sensing the School of Truth was close to locating Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum. Without delay, he expressed his urgency to return and interrogate Moran Avigny to prevent mishaps. "Do you need my help?" Mr. K inquired. Lumion responded with a smile. "Not for now. We have a hypnotist, the Bliss Society's truth serum, and a demoness skilled in spirit channeling." He didn't mention also having fate appropriator abilities. During fate appropriation, Lumion could see all of Moran Avigny's past and present fates, and most fate tributaries. But the duration was limited, only allowing extraction of the most pertinent information. "All right. Let me know if you need anything." Mr. K sized up Lumion with admiration. Finding a secluded spot to teleport back to the safe house, Lumion surveyed the area and said to Franca, "Use Mirror Cufflink's ability to take us back to the underground quarry cave. This would prevent accidents from affecting the neighborhood." Lumion had already teleported multiple times that day and even altered Moran Avigny's fate. Previously, he had played the Symphony of Hatred and triggered a series of weakness assaults. The immense expenditure left him with spirituality for only 7 to 8 more teleports and no further accumulation. In this situation, using Beyonder items when possible was only natural. Understanding Lumion's state, Franca didn't hold back on the Mirror Cufflink's charges. She only asked Lumion to carry the colossal dog and keep it from touching her. She then made the glass cufflink on her blouse glow, leading Lumion and the others into the room's mirror. Through the dark, empty tunnel, they appeared in the quarry cave with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Franca took out the truth serum and tossed it to Anthony Reed with a friendly smile. "Feed some to Moran Avigny and have a good chat with him." After some time had passed, Anthony Reed guided the shriveled brownish-yellow dog back to the quarry cave that housed a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Turning to Lumion, he said, "You can dispel the animal creation spell now." Lumion glanced at the enormous dog, which had lost its ferocious and ruthless demeanor. With a smile, he recited the dispelling incantation in Hermes' Monk. Lumion had personally crafted the ritualistic dog skin. While he had used Padre Guillaume Benet's activation incantation, he had modified the dispelling incantation. Initially, Lumion wanted to use the name of Gehrman Sparrow, one of his 2 idols, as the dispelling incantation. However, since Gehrman was Mr. Fool's angel of redemption, uttering his name in Hermes might have unusual consequences and seem blasphemous. Consequently, Lumion discarded that idea. Since the first ritualistic hide he made was dog skin, Lumion drew inspiration from the phrase, "monks chasing dogs," and chose the word monk for the dispelling incantation. As a dark light flared, it revealed a pitiful-looking Moran Avigny. Instinctively, Moran reached for a handkerchief in his chest pocket and wiped away the dried blood, tears, saliva, and mucus from his face. Rather than getting directly to the point, Lumion decided to begin with trivial questions to bolster his credibility and optimize the hypnotic effect. With a blend of derision and a sigh, he said, "I can't grasp why you mirror people loathe your real-world equivalents." Moran Avigny sneered in response. "If you were perpetually confined to the cold, gloomy, sealed mirror, you'd also despise your counterpart who basks in the sun, savors fine food and drink, and revels in leisure and pleasure. But your existence wasn't a natural occurrence. It was an accident," Jenna pointed out, narrowly avoiding mentioning that they were monstrosities inhabiting a unique mirror world. Chuckling, Moran Avigny retorted, "What bearing does that have on our envy and hatred? We didn't trigger the accident. As we were born and have been perpetuating our kind, we possess the right to seek a superior life." Momentarily at a loss for words, Franca and Jenna fell silent. Speaking in a friendly tone, Lumion said, "You indeed have that right. However, it cannot involve murder or injuring the original body. Why not collaborate with official organizations, such as the Church of the Fool? After fleeing forth Epic Trier, you could depart this city and commence a new life elsewhere." Moran Avigny scoffed. "You believe we can trust and cooperate with these sun-dwelling organizations? Are you not already collaborating with the School of Truth?" Lumion exposed Moran Avigny's deception. After a brief pause, Moran Avigny stated, "We have a mission. We desire the authentic restoration of this world." Authentic? Lumion intentionally provoked. How can authenticity exist in a mirror? You mirror people merely resemble the genuine ones. Upon death, you will revert to mirror shards. Following the provocation, Lumion's eyes turned silver-black as he examined Moran Avigny's fate tributary, aiming to deter him from providing a response that could endanger his life. After a quick observation confirming that his question wouldn't pose a significant risk, Lumion deactivated the Eye of Calamity to preserve his spirituality. With a meaningful smile, Moran Avigny said, "No, in a certain sense, what resides in the mirror is real. Upon completing our mission, we will fully return to reality." Intrigued by Moran Avigny's confidence, Franca asked, "Why do you say that?" Moran Avigny's gaze swept over the two demonesses. Now, in his refractory period, he chuckled and said, "Even I cannot comprehend the most basic reason. All I can disclose is that it relates to the chaos demoness we revere deep within the mirror world. She is the true primordial demoness. Moreover, I can offer an example. After transforming into a witch and interacting with mirror magic, every demoness' true self dwells within the mirror." Observing Franca and Jenna's skepticism, Moran Avigny, eager to express his thoughts, inquired with a smile, "Are you aware of the Demoness Pathways Sequence 3 name?" In unison, Franca and Jenna shook their heads. "No." With a slight nod, Moran Avigny explained, "It's known as the Demoness of Unaging, eternal youth, skilled in resurrection and rebirth. Why are they so challenging to kill, capable of resurrection and rebirth? It's because what they destroy is merely their external form. Their authentic selves have always been imprisoned and sealed within the mirror. If the false ones perish, they can swiftly be resurrected through the projection of their true selves in the mirror. Consider this. How can one's true self, imprisoned, sealed, and utilized as a source of resurrection, not despise the false one in reality? Why wouldn't they yearn to escape the mirror and reclaim what is rightfully theirs?" Franca abruptly recalled the moment she first entered the unique mirror world. At that time, she had encountered her body's original self, the one with thick brown eyebrows and short flaxen-colored hair before ingesting the witch potion. His face was drenched in blood, and his eyes brimmed with malice and hatred. Could it be that after drinking the witch potion and transforming into a woman, her male self didn't disappear but was exiled to the mirror, unable to escape? Franca was both alarmed and suspicious. Jenna also remembered something from her past. During the process of becoming a witch, she saw her other self in an illusion, her malevolent mirror-like self. Both of them plummeted into the black flames, and she struggled to crawl out, returning to the ice above the black flames to complete her advancement. The malevolent self was dragged into the bottomless abyss by the python-like black shadow. Could it symbolize self-division? Is a part of me truly suffering in the mirror? Noticing his two demoness companions' perplexed state, Lumion smiled at Moran Avigny and said, "It doesn't necessarily involve self-imprisonment. It's conceivable that during the witch transformation process, they formed a profound connection with their mirror selves, enabling them to master mirror magic. To a degree, this also allows for their resurrection. The mirror self is tainted with blood, malice, hatred, and malevolence because they are perpetually in this state. They constantly envy their real selves, just like you mirror people from a unique world." Unable to uncover the truth at the moment, Lumion preferred not to linger on the subject and attempted to shift the blame to others. Furthermore, as a mirror person, Moran Avigny had an innate inclination to take sides. His words needed to be cautiously accepted and analyzed from a different perspective. Upon hearing Lumion's explanation, Franca and Jenna's expressions softened. Moran Avigny mocked, "Self-deception cannot conceal the truth." Recognizing that the initial preparations were nearly complete, Lumion decided to redirect the conversation back to the main topic. Originally, their objective was related to mirror people, but now Lumion sensed that the matter involving the School of Truth was more relevant and pressing. He needed to inquire about it first. His eyes turned silver-black once more as he gazed at Moran Avigny and asked, "Did you enter into a contract with the School of Truth's overseer?" "Of course we did. How else could we collaborate? We all value contracts," Moran Avigny replied with pride. Lumion chuckled. "He didn't surreptitiously modify the terms the instant you signed the contract, did he?" "No, I am highly attentive to such matters. As you know, I am a judge in the mystical sense, Moran Avigny responded confidently. Lumion probed further. Have you met the overseer? Moran Avigny shook his head. He signed the contract first and then dispatched his subordinate to deliver it. We never actually met. What has the overseer been up to lately? Lumion inquired cautiously. Moran Avigny chuckled. I am merely a cog of his immense under-the-table black net. I assist in completing specific matters through transactions. I am unaware of what those matters allude to or the motivations behind them. Yes, he once mentioned that he intended to use individuals like me to weave an invisible and massive vortex. He could infuse his strongest desires into it and achieve results. A few days ago, he casually remarked that the vortex is on the verge of taking shape. The vortex is about to take shape. Lumion continued to monitor the changes in Moran Avigny's fate tributary, and, after some contemplation, asked, How do you and the overseer typically communicate? Is there a special contingency plan in case of an emergency? This was something he needed to ascertain as quickly as possible. The abrupt attack on Intis's Minister of Industry, Moran Avigny, and his enigmatic disappearance was breaking news. It wouldn't take long for the news to spread. When that happened, the overseer would undoubtedly learn about it and promptly sever his original communication channel. In Moran Avigny's villa, Angoulême de François, the captain of the Purifier mobile team directly under Trier's diocese, had been prepared and swiftly arrived at the scene. After listening to the on-scene Purifier's report and assessing the scene, Angoulême frowned. A member of the Aurora Order? Not Hidden Blade and the others? What are they up to? Following a moment of reflection, Angoulême issued an order. Let's first suppress the news of Moran Avigny's incident to avoid alerting the individuals and factions behind this abnormality. We may still have an opportunity to uncover clues and proceed with our investigation. This was his experience and a process the Purifiers were already familiar with. The Purifier team from St. Vive Cathedral soon arrived at Moran Avigny's study, carrying a nearly sealed wooden box. They each wore white robes adorned with waxed golden threads, thin rubber gloves, and leather hoods. Their masks curved downward, forming a bird's beak in front of their mouths and noses. Angoulême signaled the other Purifiers to withdraw from this floor and clear the adjacent ones. Donning a birdbeak mask and similar attire himself, he tightly bandaged his wrists and ankles. Peering through the red glass lenses of his mask, Angoulême watched his colleagues open the wooden box. Mirrors of the perfect size lined the inner layer of the box on all sides. Top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. In the center, surrounded by the mirrors, stood a milky white stone statue half the height of a person. It portrayed a beautiful half-naked woman, her dress torn away to the waist. Despite the female figurine's broken arm, her other hand alluringly covered her navel. Her captivating figure and exquisite facial features stirred an inexplicable heat within Angoulême. A sudden urge to kiss her flooded his mind, a desire for an intimate encounter with the stone statue. Not daring to breathe deeply, he forced himself to maintain control. He recognized this as a Grade 1 sealed artifact under the Trier Diocese, serial number 82, known as the Elamos statue. This Grade 1 sealed artifact could gradually entice nearby creatures to obsess over it, spreading various illnesses, some common and others mystical in nature. Left unchecked, the statue's influence would transform its surroundings into a nightmarish landscape of agony, living beings wailing, writhing, and perishing in horrifying ways. The relentless plague would expand, unleashing a widening catastrophe. Angoulême had requested 1-82 for its ability to guide other creatures into the mirror world. Strictly controlling exposure time was crucial to prevent the spread of illness and obsession. The two Purifiers gently lifted the Elamos statue and carried it to the full-body mirror in the study. Angoulême and his two other teammates approached, placing their palms on 1-82's shoulders. In perfect synchronicity, they magically phased through the glass mirror, vanishing from Moran Avigny's study. As soon as Angoulême laid eyes on the dark, hazy, almost illusory space behind the mirror, a tickle in his throat urged him to cough. Sigh! A soft exhalation escaped his lips. Their attire couldn't isolate the disease spread by the Alamo statue. Its sole purpose was to minimize the rate at which they succumbed to genuine infection. Weakened yet inexplicably excited, Angoulême and his teammates investigated the area behind the mirror. They quickly discovered numerous dim mirror fragments scattered about. A battle took place here. Morin Avigny had to use mirror substitution multiple times, but there's no sign of blood, bodily fluids, hair, or any other traces. One of the purifiers concluded. Angoulême's heart raced as he speculated. A battle? Someone ambushed Morin Avigny in the mirror? Impressive. Hidden blade. It seems Morin Avigny couldn't escape right away and multiple mirror substitutions were shattered. There's a high chance he was captured. Angoulême analyzed seriously before pivoting to misdirection. I see. The Aurora Order never expected the assassination to succeed. The assassin's only objective was to drive Morin Avigny into this mirror, where the rest of the Aurora Order awaited him. The other purifiers concurred with this theory, nodding in agreement. Definitely the Aurora Order. They even utilized a potent item capable of accessing the mirror world to confront Morin Avigny. The absence of gruesome scenes suggests the Aurora Order aimed to capture Morin Avigny alive and extract vital information. Over the past 5 to 6 years, the Aurora Order has grown more intelligent. Following a short discussion, one of the purifiers glanced back at the Alamo statue at the entrance and gulped. We need to leave now. Return 1-82 to the mirror box. I can't endure it any longer. Angoulême agreed. Back in the real world, they sealed 1-82 once more and removed their cumbersome attire. At last, he sighed with relief, feeling utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Inside the quarry cave with a stable mirror world entrance, illuminated by the carbide lamp under the eye of Calamity's gaze, Morin Avigny smiled as he answered Lumien's question. Also through a mirror. While speaking, he retrieved a makeup mirror from his pocket and elaborated. Every mirror in the mirror world is unique, each with its own corresponding coordinates. I provided him with my mirror's coordinates, and he reciprocated with the coordinates of a mirror on his side. With this arrangement, I can harness my abilities and the mirror world to transmit information to his mirror for a set duration. He contacts me in the same manner but relies on the Beyonder item I gave him. An IP address, I suppose? Franca muttered in a language unfamiliar to anyone present. Lumien smiled warmly and inquired, Would you be willing to share the Overseer's mirror coordinates with us? Morin Avigny shook his head. It's indescribable and impossible to write down. Only those like us from the mirror world can perceive it. Or demonesses with godhood, demonesses of despair. Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair? And Sequence 5 is Demoness of Affliction. These two sequences sound unpleasant, uncomfortable to act, but the subsequent Demoness of Unaging is quite impressive. Franca gleaned information about the Demoness pathway from Morin Avigny's words. How can the Overseer perceive it then? Jenna asked. Morin Avigny smiled. He can't perceive it either, but his Beyonder item can record and use it. Franca smiled and raised her sleeve, revealing the glass-like mirror cufflink. Taken aback, Morin Avigny's expression shifted to one of relief. You're the ones who killed Jeebus. The Overseer killed him, Lumien clarified sincerely. We had no intention of killing him. We even wanted to befriend him. But the Overseer used a mysterious power from afar to end his life. I fear you may suffer the same fate. Morin Avigny fell silent for a few moments before stating, It can record it. He referred to the mirror cufflink's ability to record the Overseer mirror's coordinates. Franca wasn't surprised at all. I knew it would work. When she had used the mirror cufflink earlier, she realized the mirrors in the mirror world gave her a crystal-clear sense of the mirror world's entrances in the vicinity. There was the full-body mirror in Morin Avigny's study and a few other unknown mirrors. Franca suspected the mirror cufflink would instinctively record the corresponding coordinates of each mirror. Morin Avigny continued, You won't be able to find the Overseer directly through that mirror. I've long suspected the mirror is actually with one of the Overseer's subordinates. Naturally, that subordinate must be very close to the Overseer. Otherwise, it would hinder the transmission of information. Just like many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the contact points reserved for Madame Hellas Messenger are isolated from their real lives. Lumion nodded slightly and said, "That's not an issue. We can visit them one by one, as long as they're truly close. Can you provide us with those coordinates?" Morana Vigny fell silent. The effects of hypnosis and truth serum battled fiercely against his resolve. This was a disciplinary paladin's principle and corresponding restrictions. Observing the shifts in his fate tributary, Lumion smiled and said, "You can think it over. Let's discuss something else first." Having witnessed Morana Vigny's potential loss of control, he intended to inquire about other information. If the other party refused to divulge it later, he would kill him before channeling his spirit. Very well. Morana Vigny let out a lengthy sigh. Lumion pondered briefly and asked, "What deals did the overseer make with you?" Morana Vigny responded nonchalantly, "Primarily providing assistance to certain individuals. In turn, I received help through the overseer. Consequently, we elevated our political status and acquired more resources. This is a common practice among politicians, but with the overseer, it's even more covert, less detectable and effective. Additionally, protecting specific individuals or indirectly granting benefits to non-high society members to fulfill the requirements on the other side of the overseer's under-the-table transaction." Lumion considered for a moment and asked, "Didn't that overseer communicate with the leader of your mirror people?" Unsure if the mirror people had a de facto leader, he said this to deceive Morana Vigny, implying they already possessed important information. If the mirror people truly lacked a de facto leader, Morana Vigny would see through the deception. With the truth serum and hypnosis, this wouldn't affect his subsequent answers. Morana Vigny's expression shifted slightly. "He did communicate with our leader." "How did they communicate?" Lumion asked calmly. "Through a provided ritual. I don't know what was exchanged as I wasn't present," Morana Vigny replied honestly. Franca asked curiously, "Is your leader in the real world or the mirror world of Fourth Epic Trier?" "In Fourth Epic Trier," Morana Vigny said with a sigh. "Mirror people with powerful godhood can't escape through certain catastrophes via the leakage point." Franca pondered for a moment and asked, "Does your leader have a corresponding self in reality?" "Yes." Morana Vigny smiled. "You'll never guess who it is." "We'll never guess who it is?" Lumion and Franca scoffed simultaneously, pretending to be eager to speculate. Of course, they didn't make any direct guesses immediately. They planned to gather some information indirectly first before making a targeted guess. Lumion noticed the change in Morana Vigny's fate tributary and realized that as a disciplinary paladin, the man had his own principles and mystical limitations. He wouldn't willingly reveal details about the mirror people's leader, yet he couldn't completely suppress a desire to share, unable to resist the hypnotic influence. So he taunted them in a boastful way. "You mention mirror people with powerful godhood can't escape through catastrophes via leakage points. Not just any mirror people with godhood," Lumion pointed out with a smile, interpreting Morana Vigny's words. "So in other words, a mirror person corresponding to Sequence 4 has escaped, and your leader is a mirror person of at least Sequence 3 demigod level?" Morana Vigny's face instantly showed annoyance as he regretted being too detailed, realizing he had inadvertently revealed critical information. Encouraged by Lumion's astute observation, Franca smiled and asked, "Where are the escaped Sequence 4 mirror people now? What are they doing?" Morana Vigny's lips trembled with clear effort, but he stayed quiet. Just as expected from a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. They're experts at resisting interrogation and prying. I wonder if destroying his frontal lobe would make him lose that last bit of self-control. Lumion wondered to himself and switched to a less sensitive subject. What are the requirements for mirror people to appear? Does everyone who has lived in the real Trier for a long time automatically have a corresponding mirror person? Or do they need exposure to certain underground corruption first? This question was based on inferences from the Dream Festival incident. Phew! Morana Vigny let out a relieved sigh, having almost lost control and spilled the most critical secrets moments earlier. The current question let him relax a little. He answered smoothly, if not for the seal specifically targeting fourth epic trier, the mirror world there would contain a complete reflection of the real trier, including every resident. But under this seal, only those who frequently go into the underground areas and come into contact with specific corruption will leave an imprint in our mirror realm. Other than that, our kind has other origins too. The first type are descendants of a false deity. The corresponding mirror people manifest from the moment of their birth, regardless of location or whether they've ever been to Trier. The second category comes from the bloodlines of certain noble families in fourth epic Trier, like descendants of the Tamara family. That's how I came to be. This isn't limited by location or environment. Lumion and the others understood that the false deity he was talking about was primordial demoness Cheek. As an evil deity overseeing the mirror world, it made sense that her descendants would have close ties to that unique realm. Why do descendants of the Tamara family have a special connection to your mirror world? Lumion asked curiously. Did your ancestors suffer the relevant corruption during the War of the Four Emperors, or even earlier? Moranavigny paused for a few moments before replying. Earlier. I'm not sure of the specifics of the corruption or how it occurred, as it was too long ago. Maybe those Tamaris who follow the judgment pathway without being mirror people themselves, or those of the door pathway, have records of it. The door pathway was another name for the apprentice pathway. Lumion nodded and asked on behalf of Franca and Jenna, does your kind exclude mirror people of other demonesses? They are mirror people, but not from our world, Moranavigny answered with a smile. Of course, if the conditions I mentioned earlier are met, a mirror person corresponding to a demoness could be born in our realm too. I see. Franca and Jenna nodded slightly as Lumion changed the topic. What are the mirror people who left the underground doing? His question was broad, not specifically referring to the godhood-level mirror people. Moranavigny struggled for a moment before responding. Most of them stay in Trier. They either use the original's identity to advance their status in various industries and organizations, or they hide in the shadows, secretly developing their factions. The goal is to eventually fully unseal fourth epic Trier and access the third, deepest level of the mirror world. As for the rest, Moranavigny paused and grinned at Franca and Jenna. Some infiltrated the demoness sect to locate the fake deity's real-world hiding place. Others went to Lenberg to search for an item, as instructed by the leader. Don't ask me about the progress of those in the demoness sect or what exactly the ones in Lenberg are looking for. That's not my area of responsibility. No one told me the details. I also want to find the primordial demoness real-world hiding spot. Why not tell me about the infiltrators in the demoness sect? Maybe we could work together, Franca suggested with a lovely smile. Moranavigny's expression said it all. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive. I won't fall for it. I don't know their identities either. Only the leader has all the information. All right then. Franca's eyes darted around as she continued. What did you mean by the third level of the mirror world? We've all gone into fourth epic Trier and entered your special mirror realm. But what we encountered there were mirror people of the deceased citizens from that ancient era. They were reflections of that bygone city. Where does your kind live? Moranavigny explained. Back then, you must have accessed the second level of our mirror world. It only appears under specific conditions and preserves the scene of fourth epic Trier's destruction. It's quite dangerous and holds many unknown secrets. As for our daily life, we live on the first level of the mirror world, a reflection of the present-day Trier. The first level mirrors the current Trier? Jenna keenly noticed a discrepancy. Didn't you say you mirror people live in a dark, cold, confined environment? Trier was now a metropolis. Moranavigny sneered and said, we may seem to live in a metropolis, but in reality, we are all restricted. We can only walk fixed paths, endlessly wandering between a handful of rooms and one or two streets. Without the help of godhood-level powerhouses, we can't even talk to each other. We can only observe what our counterparts are doing in the real world through mirrors. Plus, our realm has no reflection of the sun, moon, or stars. Imagine living in such an environment. It's similar to the living conditions of the painting world's individuals, except the mirror people have self-awareness and a clear understanding. No wonder they are in agony. Lumion thought of a question when he realized the mirror world's first level lacked the sun, moon, and stars. If a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway comes into contact with the specific underground corruption, will a corresponding mirror person be born? No, Morana Vigny stated firmly. Lumion used this chance to eliminate several more possibilities regarding the real identity of the mirror people's leader. Franca sighed deeply. The sun pathway is truly exceptional, befitting of the pathway that governs purification. She then remembered her earlier unanswered question and pressed, "What exists on the 3rd level of the mirror world?" Once again, Morana Vigny shook his head. "No one has entered it. We only know it exists. We know our origins, traits, and the source of our power all point to that level. As for the chaos demoness we revere and follow, who is also the primordial demoness, she is trapped there for some reason, guarding the truth." Trapped there? More like sealed there, protecting reality. A nice way to spin it. Lumion pondered briefly before asking, "What truth are you referring to?" "Truth is truth." Morana Vigny seemed confused, as if he had never seriously considered the matter. Seeing that he lacked an answer, Jenna brought the conversation back to the mirror people's connection to reality. Puzzled, she asked, "If the original person in reality dies, what happens to the mirror person? And the other way around?" Morana Vigny's lips twisted into a warped smile. "Normally, if the me in reality dies, I'll die along with him. But if I send my real self into the mirror world beforehand, the impact of his death on me will be minimal. The reverse holds true too. When I was still in the mirror world, if an invader killed me, the me in reality would merely get sick and be weakened for a time. Going forward, if he didn't come into contact with the specific underground corruption again, no corresponding mirror person would exist. If I escape to the real world and am killed there, the real me won't be affected at all." Franca hissed and said, "So instead of killing Morana Vigny directly, you found a way to drag him into the mirror world?" "Exactly. I waited for him to savor the darkness, coldness, isolation, and loneliness before ending him." Morana Vigny confirmed with a smile. "In short, the one in the mirror loses significance and won't impact the other's survival, regardless of whether they are a mirror person or a real individual. If both are in the real world, the mirror person is naturally at a disadvantage." Lumion nodded slightly as he started to deduce the identity of the mirror people's leader mentioned by Morana Vigny. Someone who ventures into Trier's underground often, exposed to specific corruptions. Formidable godhood, at least sequence 3. He must still be alive. With this in mind, Lumion couldn't narrow it down further. He had no choice but to use his conspire abilities to upload all relevant information onto his mental network. The overseer of the School of Truth had performed a ritual and interacted with the mirror people's leader. The School of Truth was searching for Emperor Rosel's final mausoleum. They had obtained something significant. The vortex was on the verge of taking shape. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit Lumion, and an incredible guess raced through his mind. He couldn't be certain, as one premise seemed questionable. He took 2 steps forward and whispered a name into Morana Vigny's ear. Morana Vigny's expression changed drastically, a mixture of shock and panic. Lumion withdrew and exhaled solemnly. "Have you figured out who the mirror people's leader is?" Franca asked. Lumion nodded gently and surveyed the surroundings. In a deep voice he declared, "Yes, I know who he is. He's Rosel Gustav in the mirror." Rosel Gustav in the mirror? When Franca, Jenna, and Anthony heard that the name of this dazzling figure, revered by every Intision, was connected to the mirror people, their minds went completely blank. They instinctively wanted to question him further, but Morana Vigny's reaction and change in expression appeared to validate Lumion's conjecture. "But the Emperor has been dead for over a century. How can there still be a corresponding mirror person?" Franca asked, finally composing herself. It made sense that Emperor Rosel would have encountered Trier's underground corruption. He had, after all, lived in Trier for an extended period after reaching adulthood, and he was not one to easily settle down. He had seized control of Intis, reformed Trier, expanded the city, and initiated the patriotic health campaign, but hadn't he already met his end? Lumien's serious expression softened a bit. Initially, I hesitated to make that guess, but then I recalled something. For someone of Emperor Rosel's stature, even if they perish, they might not be completely gone. There could even be a possibility of resurrection. It was just like Narration's abomination corpse resting in the ancient tomb of the Dream Festival. Franca made an odd remark. Old institutions are hard to get rid of. With their experience dealing with the Devil Monarch's abomination corpse, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony quickly accepted Lumien's explanation. Lumien looked at Morana Vigny, whose face had turned ashen, and smiled. I made a bold hypothesis and meticulously verified it. When I shared my guess with him, he willingly confirmed it. Morana Vigny's lips trembled, wanting to defend himself, but he held back. He believed that the more he tried to explain, the more he would end up helping these people. His urge to confide led him to add, "Now, do you understand that our mirror people are also incredibly powerful? If we can fully break the seal of Fourth Epic Trier, we will be as strong as any Orthodox church." Franca disregarded Morana Vigny's showy remark and muttered to herself, "No wonder the church's demigods refuse to personally go underground and resolve the various abnormalities here unless the seal of Fourth Epic Trier is badly damaged. This isn't about fixing abnormalities. It's about making more of them." Even though the demigods of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church didn't have to fear the birth of their corresponding mirror people, Trier's underground corruption extended beyond just the mirror world. Isn't the underground of Trier excessively vile and horrifying? This was assuming that Fourth Epic Trier was relatively well sealed. What had the four emperors, particularly Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, done during the War of the Four Emperors? The issues they left behind more than 1,000 years ago were still incredibly terrifying. We often venture into Trier's underground and have even entered Fourth Epic Trier and the unique mirror world. Could there be a corresponding special mirror person? No, it's not a matter of whether there is one, but rather that there definitely was one. They had encountered it before. Lumien ignored Morana Vigny's boasting and turned to Jenna. Our investigation into the mirror people has yielded significant progress. Combined with the Overseer, who evidently possesses godhood, what unfolds next is beyond our ability to intervene. As soon as we acquire the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror, promptly report the entire situation. Jenna curtly acknowledged his words and laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, I'm dying to report it now. From her viewpoint, although she was unsure why the School of Truth was searching for Emperor Rosel's final mausoleum or what their intentions were, given the strong probability that they had already obtained vital information and collaborated with the Mirror Rosel, the situation had obviously become very urgent, and it was certainly not a positive development. "You can begin writing now." Lumien gave a slight nod and shifted his gaze to Morana Vigny. He planned to appropriate the other party's fate. Fate appropriation was not his objective. By seizing the chance to interact with fate, his aim was to seek essential information from past fate fragments. This was the penultimate segment of the interrogation. The final segment involved spirit channeling to forcibly obtain the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror. Furthermore, Lumien wanted to take this opportunity to observe what would happen to the target if he seized one of their fate fragments without exchanging fates or directly causing their death. This was not mentioned in the mystical knowledge possessed by a fate appropriator. The only thing Lumien knew for certain was that the past would not change, and what had already transpired would remain unchanged. Initially, Lumien had wanted to inquire further about the mirror people who maintained contact with Morana Vigny and their positions. However, the urgency of the situation led him to postpone this matter to the spirit channeling part. In any case, it wasn't particularly crucial. From Lumien's perspective, it was more important to know the identities of the mirror people who had infiltrated the Demonist sect and who had gone to Lenberg in search of an item. However, Morana Vigny clearly had no knowledge of this. Lumien suspected that the mirror people who had gone to Lenberg were looking for clues about 0-01. After all, based on the information, this item likely had a close connection to Blood Emperor Tutor. The method of sealing it was quite similar to sealing Fourth Epic Trier. It might be of great significance to the mirror people from the special mirror world in Fourth Epic Trier. Lumion extended his right palm and pressed it against Moran Avigny from a distance. His blue eyes rapidly turned silver-black. Moran Avigny was perplexed by Lumion's strange behavior. Although he possessed the strength of a Sequence 5, he had been actively involved in politics for the past decade or so. He maintained a certain distance from the mysticism domain and the emerging cults. This was particularly true after becoming the Minister of Industry. He relied entirely on the connections within the mirror people and the brokers of the School of Truth to acquire the knowledge, information, and items he desired. Direct contact with wild beyonders was uncommon, so he naturally couldn't discern Lumion's intentions. He only instinctively believed that Lumion had ulterior motives and wasn't simply acting. Lumion's right palm touched the Mercury Illusory River corresponding to Moran Avigny. The life of the mirror person flashed before his eyes, and various fate fragments surged along the river. Lumion couldn't discern them in detail. Seizing the brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, he focused on observing 2 fate fragments. One fate fragment depicted how Moran Avigny remotely instructed the School of Truth's overseer to perform a ritual through the mirror, establishing a connection with the mirror Roselle Gustav. The other aspect was how this mirror person came into being. In the previous fate segment, Lumion witnessed Moran Avigny stuffing a classic silver mirror into his makeup mirror and lending it to the overseer. At the source of the Mercury River of Fate, the 17 or 18-year-old mirror Moran Avigny swiftly materialized in the dark and cold room, his expression naturally sinister. The classic silver mirror bears a striking resemblance to the one Franca found at the overflow of corruption in the mirror world. She had relied on the latter to enter Fourth Epic Trier during Operation Hostile. Could such a mirror be closely tied to the mirror people? Didn't Moran Avigny say that the descendants of the Tamara family naturally have a corresponding mirror person? Why wasn't he a baby when he was born as a mirror person? The descendants of the Tamara family must reach a certain age or have done something specific to produce the corresponding mirror people. He doesn't seem to understand what's going on either. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion didn't allow the fate appropriation attempt to end naturally and result in failure. He seized the moment and grasped a fate fragment in his right hand. Through the spew of his spirituality, he slowly extracted the abnormally heavy target from the Mercury-colored illusory river. The fate fragment corresponded to the scene of Moran Avigny's lust exploding under the symphony of hatred. As time passed, Franca and Jenna asked about the other mirror people to divert Moran Avigny's attention, and the fate fragment finally left the Mercury River. Consequently, the hole that had appeared was neither filled nor rewoven. Empty chaos occupied it, emitting a thin fog. After storing the obtained fate fragments into his spirit body, Lumion carefully observed Moran Avigny's transformation. As he waited, he muttered inwardly, "The fact that we caught Moran Avigny remains unchanged. Him drinking the truth serum and being hypnotized remain unchanged. We haven't forgotten what he just said." Yes, this fate appropriation took a total of 3 minutes. The fate fragment depicting his eruption of lust weighs heavily in Moran Avigny's entire life. After all, it caused his fate to take a sharp turn for the worse. Appropriation requires a distance of 15 meters. Obtaining the target's blood is unnecessary. While stirring fate and waiting for completion, I can't attack the target, but I can stay away. It's more convenient to kill him directly. The appropriation can be completed in a matter of seconds. As Lumion reviewed, Moran Avigny's weakened aura gradually filled up, and his face flushed. The bloodstains and tears on his face vanished. Yes, there was no eruption of lust, so no severe injuries. Lumion harumphed as Moran Avigny's face lit up with pleasant surprise. 2 beams of white light struck Moran Avigny, knocking him unconscious. Simultaneously, Jenna and Franca, who had been closely monitoring Lumion's movements, aimed their revolvers at the yet-to-collapse Moran Avigny's head. Amidst the gunshots, the disciplinary paladin's head exploded like blood-colored fireworks. Lumian didn't complain about Franca and Jenna not giving him a chance to cull. He didn't want to waste his spirituality on culling. When he appeared at the last moment and used the symphony of hatred to shatter Moranavigni's remaining mirror substitution and capture him, he felt as if the potion had digested somewhat due to the successful cull. Thud! Moranavigni's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Franca prepared to channel the spirit. As Franca prepared the ritual, she considered her options and said to Lumian, "The Overseer's mirror coordinates are indescribable and can only be procured through mystical means. The magic mirror spirit channeling spell isn't capable of that. I intend to use standard spirit channeling instead." While the magic mirror spirit channeling spell she had developed greatly extended the duration of the channeling and the number of questions the spirit would respond to, it was constrained by relying on the mirror as a medium, forfeiting the chance for other types of interaction. Regular spirit channeling drastically restricts the intel we can gather. Lumian thought briefly and said, "For the first question, we should have him provide the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror. Second, ask about the whereabouts of the classic silver mirror utilized for the ritual and leader communication. Third, inquire about the identities and locations of the mirror people in contact with him, ranked by importance." Once the third question was answered, the spirit channeling ritual would come to its natural conclusion. Lumian suspected Moranavigni might not have time to introduce every mirror person under his command. Hence, he asked for them to be prioritized based on the criticality of their role and responsibilities. "A classic silver mirror?" Franca asked, puzzled. "Yes, Moranavigni has a mirror akin to the classic silver one you used to own. It's vital for communicating with Mirror Roselle," Lumian explained succinctly. While speaking, he crouched and rummaged through Moranavigni's pockets. Unfortunately, the Minister of Industry carried only a handful of large bills and some loose change totaling 3,212 vril d'or. Besides the money, there was an elegant golden mechanical pocket watch, a meticulously embroidered handkerchief, and a wallet crafted by a private designer and artisan, but not a single item imbued with beyonder powers. Lumian couldn't resist mimicking Franca's inner thought, "Poor slob." He realized that as the sitting Minister of Industry, Moranavigni was under the watchful eye of official beyonders. He was unlikely to carry mystical items, beyonder weapons, or anything that might reveal his abnormality. As a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Judgment Pathway, disclosing this to the two churches would raise difficult questions about how he obtained the potion formula and beyonder characteristics at that level. When signing the contract, he would at most acknowledge being a beyonder of a related pathway without specifying the sequence. This cost him the chance to procure items openly, forcing him to rely on brokers, something official beyonders couldn't be privy to. Moranavigni didn't require the Overseer's assistance with the under-the-table deal to access mystical items, as mirror people could transfer objects through mirrors. If he genuinely needed an item for a specific purpose, he could reach out to his mirror world associates and have them send it over, returning it promptly after use. Lumian sighed, pocketed the cash, watch, and other belongings, and rose to his feet. With Franca's spirit channeling preparations complete, Lumian turned to Jenna, still composing her letter, and asked, "You shot without hesitation earlier. Did it weigh on you at all? This wasn't a battle. We'd been engaged in friendly conversation with Moranavigni for a while now. I even started to feel like we were becoming friends." Jenna glanced up at Lumian while writing on a protruding rock of the cave wall. She laughed softly. "Worried I'll bottle up my emotional turmoil and cause issues down the line? Planning to play psychiatrist and offer me counseling?" Anthony Reed, who had been observing silently, living up to his role as a spectator, scratched his nose self-consciously. That seemed to be his job. However, he could discern that Jenna and Franca were not in need of counseling. Lumian didn't tackle Jenna's question head-on. With a smile, he remarked, "You haven't taken many lives yourself. Had we not pulled the trigger, would you have taken action? Despite feeling you had befriended Moranavigni, I think you wouldn't have flinched at blowing his head off," Jenna retorted, a smile playing on her lips. Lumian let out a derisive snort. "I'm not like you. I've killed more people than I can count." Jenna met his gaze again. Moranavigni admitted to his crimes. He lured the real Moran Avigny into the mirror, holding him captive before ruthlessly ending his life. I felt no qualms about carrying out the execution of a guilty man. "You've changed." Lumion let out an exaggerated sigh and quipped, "Once upon a time, you depended on the police and authorities to punish the bad guys." Jenna didn't have a chance to respond, as Franca had finished her spirit channeling. In the wavering dark green candlelight, Moran Avigny's spirit took shape above his corpse, perceptible to those who had activated their spirit vision. Franca acted swiftly. Withdrawing the glass-like mirror cufflink from her sleeve, she addressed Moran Avigny's spirit. "Give me the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror." Moran Avigny's indistinct, menacing face twisted in anguish. But stripped of life, he no longer had the ironclad self-control to resist the commanding pull of the spirit channeling. He stretched out his right hand, motioning for Franca to hand over the mirror cufflink. Anticipating this, Franca passed him the mirror cufflink. As Moran Avigny's spirit clutched the cufflink, a shadowy light shimmered across its form, drawn into the glass-like accessory. Franca exhaled in relief upon the mirror cufflink's return. Having achieved the primary objective, it was time to reap further rewards. Her mood buoyed. Franca inquired of Moran Avigny with piqued interest. "Is there a functional classic silver mirror in your possession?" "Hold on." Abruptly realizing this constituted a question, she hastily rephrased. "Where is the classic silver mirror the Overseer used to facilitate communication with your leader?" Lumion had already ascertained Moran Avigny didn't have it on him. Moran Avigny's spirit responded with cold rigidity. "Griffith has it. When I require it, I have him deliver it to me through the mirror." Franca's initial elation quickly gave way to an exasperated curse. Damn it! It dawned on her that she couldn't extract Griffith's mirror coordinates from Moran Avigny. The spirit channeling had but one question remaining. She needed to ask Moran Avigny about the mirror people serving as their contacts and their true identities. Requesting mirror coordinates was out of the question. Lumion and Anthony immediately grasped the reason for Franca's self-directed frustration, but they were powerless to intervene. Certain questions hinged on preceding answers, and mirror coordinates couldn't be conveyed through the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Collecting herself, Franca fixed her gaze on Moran Avigny's spirit. Marshalling her thoughts, she articulated, "Name the mirror people in contact with you. What roles do they play in the real world? Begin with those of the highest rank and responsibility." Moran Avigny's ghostly, blurred visage contorted once more. Despite his resistance, he responded in a clipped tone. "First, there's Griffith, who serves as my second-in-command. Originally, he was a key figure in the Moses Ascetic Order. With our assistance, he's steadily elevating his position within the order. His aspiration is for the secret organization to eventually join the alliance to open forth Epic Trier's seal. The Moses Ascetic Order, the very group that clashed with Element Dawn, headed by the Emperor's firstborn, Bernadette? If memory serves, they primarily consist of Mystery Prior Pathway Beyonders. I can't help but wonder if the Research Society has members from either faction. There must be others like myself with multiple secret society affiliations." Franca listened intently, not daring to disrupt Moran Avigny's account. Moran Avigny proceeded to the second mirror person. "Karatanza Tamara, part of our branch's Tamara family. He enlisted in the military and now holds the rank of colonel. He legitimized his Beyonder powers by slaying a lone kingdom spy, seizing their potion formula and judgment pathway characteristics. Palia, a Or scholar originally. She infiltrated the Trier Cave Association to mask our attempts at uncovering a vulnerability in the seal. Sport, Trier's deputy commissioner of police and a member of the police commission. His original self was purposely corrupted during an operation. Subsequently, Griffith and Karatanza orchestrated an ambush, dragging him into the mirror and allowing the mirror world sport to emerge and assume his place. By this point, Moran Avigny's spirit had become increasingly insubstantial, on the brink of dissipation. At that instant, Jenna concluded her letter and pivoted to face Lumion. "I'll now summon Madame Judgment's messenger." The words had scarcely left her mouth when an ethereal voice, seemingly originating from a great distance, reverberated in the ears of Jenna, Lumion, and the others. Summoning won't be necessary. A shared premonition compelled Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to direct their attention to the side of the quarry cave. In the chamber's dim illumination, supplied only by carbide lamps and candles, dazzling starlight coalesced in the void, rapidly tracing the outline of an enchanting door. Noiselessly, the door swung open, revealing an enormous pumpkin carriage drawn by a multitude of gray rats. 3 women occupied the carriage's interior. One was Magician, resplendent in a beige gown with a high collar adorned with golden embroidery. Another was Judgment, her shoulder-length flaxen hair complementing her grayish-white knight's attire, accented by brown leather armor. The third woman was clad in a purple dress bearing a cryptic pattern. A celestial globe and sundry items dangled from her waist, and refined spectacles perched upon her nose. Clasped in her left hand was a peculiar lamp, its surface golden like a kettle and adorned with enigmatic designs. Lumion, Franca, and Jenna's eyes widened as they caught sight of the strange golden lamp, making a bold conjecture. Could it be 0-05, the magic wishing lamp? Yes, the pumpkin carriage is one of Major Arcana Mam Hermit's trademark symbols. She has close ties to Element Dawn's leader, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, and the current owner of 0-05, Bernadette. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that she might have borrowed the magic wishing lamp. As these thoughts raced through their minds, they heard Anthony's respectful greeting. "Good evening, Madam Magician, Madam Judgment." Snapping out of their momentary trance, Lumion and the others quickly followed suit with their own greetings. "And this is Mam Hermit," Magician added briefly. Once the introductions were complete, the woman in the beige dress with a gold-embroidered high collar retrieved a bottle of dark red wine from the void and said to Franca, "Hand over that cufflink. Once you do, you can all head home and get some rest." Confronting the School of Truth's overseer was clearly a battle at the demigod level. It wasn't something Lumion and company could get involved in. Franca had no intention of forcing the issue. She handed the glass-like cufflink to Madam Magician. In exchange, Madam Magician gave her the wine bottle containing a faint dark red liquid. This is a mystical item that restores stamina and spirituality after drinking it. But remember, you can only have it once a day. Don't go turning into a drunkard. Just one more sip and you'll become a drunkard? Franca and the others instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Madam Magician's final warning. Seeing only a single sip of dark red wine in the bottle, Franca turned to pass the old glass bottle to Lumion. He had expended the most spirituality, after all. Madam Magician rubbed the mirror cufflink between her fingers, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry. You won't be able to finish it. It's called bottomless wine." "I see." Franca still wanted to give it a shot. She unscrewed the thin metal cap and downed the light dark red wine. As the slightly astringent and sweet alcohol slid down her throat, she felt refreshed, as if she just had a good night's sleep and hadn't been in a fierce battle with Morana Vigny. At the same time, she noticed dark red liquid seeping from the bottom of the old glass bottle, forming a thin layer of wine. "It really is bottomless," Franca sighed, handing the old glass bottle to Lumion. But just as she reached out, a sudden sense of unease struck her. Acting on instinct, she changed course, intending to let Jenna drink first. Yet upon further reflection, she realized something was even more off, because she still had to pass it to Lumion afterward. Never mind, never mind. No point getting caught up in trivial matters, Franca muttered in her native tongue. Instead, she circled her finger around the bottle and managed to form a thin layer of frost. As the frost naturally fell away, Franca passed the bottomless wine to Jenna. Jenna drank the dark red wine, mimicked Franca's actions, and then handed it to Lumion. Franca breathed a sigh of relief. Lumion paid no mind to the demoness's odd behavior. He was more concerned about the strange actions of Mam Hermit and Madame Magician. Mam Hermit's eyes, obscured by lenses, grew dark but remained unfocused, as if staring into a vast expanse. Countless brilliant specks of light appeared around her, as if she had shrunk the universe and brought it down to the ground, performing divination or prophecy before tackling important matters. Lumion took the old glass bottle and drank the dark red wine. His spirituality rapidly recovered, as if he'd experienced 6 in the morning. Of course, the portion of accumulated spirituality he had used didn't return. Lumion's anxiety over his spirituality deficiency had been alleviated. After Anthony drank the bottomless wine and returned the mystical item to Madame Magician, the mirror cufflink's dark glow, mixed with starlight, flew out and landed on the major arcana card holder's eye. Madame Magician sent mirror cufflink flying toward Franca while extending her hands, grasping the void, and pulling it apart on either side. Without a sound, the void ripped open like a transparent membrane, revealing passageways formed by spiderwebs of emptiness and darkness. This was a standard mirror world. Magician had opened an illusory door to the mirror world without using a mirror. Is this the advanced power of the apprentice pathway? Lumion and company inwardly marveled. Madame Magician glanced at Ma'am Hermit beside her. The hermit, wearing a purple robe, held a vibrant, unreal ball of yarn in her right hand. She wound its thread around the peculiar golden lamp. Then, the major arcana card holder tossed the vivid and illusory ball of yarn through the illusory door Magician had opened, into the mirror world's dark and ethereal tunnels. The ball of yarn rolled into one of the passageways and quickly vanished into the depths, leaving only the thread connected to the golden lamp to mark its path. Magician immediately led the hermit and judgment into the mirror world, chasing the ball of yarn. After their figures disappeared from the mirror world, the forcibly torn void rapidly closed. Franca muttered again, "I think I've heard the story about a yarn ball before, but I can't recall its name." Lumion turned his attention back to Moran Avigny's corpse. "You want to bring him back for your godson to eat?" Franca said with contempt. "Let's not even discuss whether Ludwig should be eating humans in the first place. A mirror person's flesh will gradually turn back into mirror fragments. Do you really want Ludwig to be eating glass shards?" Lumion shook his head. "I'm considering whether I should take Moran Avigny's makeup mirror." After tracking the vibrant yarn for a while, the 3 major arcana card holders reached a country villa matching the mirror's coordinates and spotted the target mirror on a desk. It was also a makeup mirror. They didn't pause. They followed the ball of yarn and walked through the spirit world. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, they returned to reality and saw the vivid and illusory ball of yarn come to a halt in a dark cathedral lacking a deity statue. Beneath the cathedral's dome, humans hung in the air, gently swaying in the wind. Some were old, some were young, and some were gentlemen wearing half-top hats. Some were beautiful ladies in vintage dresses. Some were tall and muscular like giants, and some were covered in wet, sticky scales resembling fish. What they all had in common was their firmly closed eyes, suspended by invisible ropes, looking like hanged corpses. In the cathedral's depths, a man in his 30s with average facial features and dark hair sat in a wooden black armchair. His aura and soul felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Magician. It was familiar because she recognized Loki, the head of April Fools, who had been compelled to exhaust his resurrection times. It was unfamiliar because the other party had been stained with an odd sensation. At that instant, a blurry female figure stood next to Loki, resembling a sketch. Her eyes were pitch black, like a lake in the dim night. He looked at Magician, the hermit, and judgment, a smile playing on his lips. "It's all thanks to you that I found some hope of returning." Before Loki could finish his sentence, the suspended corpse's eyes snapped open simultaneously. Those eyes were pitch black. In the quarry cave with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. "Taking away Moran Avigny's makeup mirror?" Jenna echoed Lumion's words before a realization struck her. "Do you want to see if any other mirror people will try to contact Moran Avigny before news of his mysterious disappearance spreads?" "Patience is a virtue," Lumion replied with a smile. For a hunter, this was an essential quality. He stooped down and retrieved the makeup mirror from Moran Avigny's corpse's pocket. At that moment, the makeup mirror snapped open. It opened on its own. Dark light surged from the palm-sized glass mirror, instantly filling the dimly lit quarry cave. In the next instant, Lumion, Franca, and the others saw a figure quickly take shape beside the fixed entrance to the mirror world on the protruding rock. It was a stunning woman with black hair and brown eyes. She wore a bright red dress with layers of embroidery and lace, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest despite the cold winter. A friendly smile graced her face. Pearl, the renowned courtesan in Trier, Pearl, the theater actress from the Lone Kingdom? Lumion was shocked and at a loss. He hadn't expected to encounter this flamboyant courtesan in such a setting. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony also found the situation surreal and hard to believe. Almost simultaneously, Lumion recalled two key facts related to Pearl. The first time he had observed Morana Vigny, Pearl had been on a date with her new lover in the hotel's annex restaurant. All courtesans were standard, textbook brokers, political brokers. Combining these 2 points, a guess formed in Lumion's mind. Could Pearl also be a member of the School of Truth? Could she be the overseer that Jebus directly reported to, the bestowed of an evil god at the demigod level? If that's the case, where did Madame Magician and the others end up? Who were they tracking? Flee! We must flee immediately. At that moment, Pearl looked at Lumion and the others, a smile forming on her lips as she uttered the words of order. Your crimes remain unpunished. Franca had already concealed herself by the time she recognized Pearl. Her plan was to circle around and use the mirror to reflect Pearl's figure, hoping to curse her. If the curse failed, it would at least create an opening for Jenna to sneak up from the shadows and assassinate the target. Though not as cunning as Lumion the conspirer, both Jenna and Franca instinctively sensed that the sudden assaulting Pearl was incredibly dangerous, even more so than Morana Vigny. However, they didn't go so far as to suspect her of being an overseer or demigod. As Pearl uttered the words of order, Franca felt slender, snake-like entities emerge from the surrounding shadows, enveloping her despite her invisibility. Swoosh! 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 Razor-sharp icicles burst from the ground like soldiers thrusting their spears. Franca quickly leaped up, pressing one hand against an icicle to tumble out of the area. She narrowly avoided impalement, hanging precariously from the icicle's tip. Before Franca could regain her footing, black flames shot out from the shadows, hurtling directly towards her. The serpentine creatures around her constricted, binding her in layers. With no time to react, Franca could only watch helplessly as the black flames consumed her. At the same moment, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Clarice, wearing an elegant black court dress with her hair in a sophisticated bun. However, the demoness of Black's face was blurry and dark, unlike a living person. My crime is cheating, deceit, and exploiting others, mainly in reference to the demoness sect. Is this punishment from a manifestation of the demoness of Black? Franca's thoughts raced. Her body shattered like glass. Mirror substitution. Jenna, while stealthily hidden, also encountered a strange foe. It was a clergyman from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, dressed in a white robe adorned with golden threads. Not only were his facial features hazy and unrecognizable, but his physique was also constantly shifting in subtle ways. A blaze of sunlight descended, banishing the shadows in the area and exposing Jenna's body. Realization dawned on Jenna. My crime is believing in multiple deities and betraying the eternal blazing sun. So, an abstract embodiment of the church's clergyman is punishing me. Jenna quickly rolled to the other side of the quarry cave, dodging the clergyman's attack. Anthony was not forgotten. Just as he prepared to use psychological invisibility to approach Pearl and send her into a frenzy, a whip wreathed in silver lightning lashed out at him. A crackling sound echoed in Anthony's mind, both illusory and real, sending a sharp pain through his soul. Every hair on his body stood on end. If not for his incredible self-control, he would have screamed. Before him stood a middle-aged man in a black uniform and white shirt, dressed as a Trier police officer. My crime stems from my transgressions as an information broker. So I'm up against Trier's police? Most Trier police officers lack Beyonder powers, yet this Punisher directly wields abilities in the Arbiter domain. As Anthony conjured grayish-white dragon scales on his body, he deftly ran and rolled, seeking a chance to use psychological invisibility. The already dim surroundings around Lumion suddenly darkened further, as if something was about to take shape, filling him with a profound sense of dread. Just as the terrifying entity was about to emerge, it abruptly disintegrated. Even the surrounding gloom and fear dissipated like melting snow. Is my crime too severe for a Punisher to manifest directly? Lumion guessed, considering Franca and the other situations. Behind him, spears of blazing white flame materialized and shot towards the flamboyantly dressed Pearl like a volley of arrows. The flaming spears formed a majestic and fierce forest, providing cover for Lumion's true attack. He had already drawn his revolver, gently flicking the cylinder with his finger. 3 of the 6 bullets he had obtained from Jeebus were loaded. Lumion needed to use implosion bullets now. Only by employing these special bullets in combination with his cull ability did he have a sliver of hope of injuring Pearl, whom he suspected to be the Overseer. Bang! Lumion's eyes blazed with an iron-black intensity as the starlight-shimmering bullets wove between the blazing white flame spears, speeding towards Pearl's neck. Pearl stood beside the fixed entrance to the mirror world, her amiable smile unwavering. The corners of her mouth curled up. "How dare you attack an Overseer?" As the self-proclaimed Overseer uttered her first word, Lumion's starlight bullet abruptly changed course, hurtling towards his own neck. Likewise, the blazing white flame spears strangely returned to Lumion's side, engulfing him. Before Lumion could teleport, an implosion bullet struck him, causing his body to collapse bit by bit. Crack! He transformed into a mirror, shattering into countless fragments that vanished without a trace as they gathered uncontrollably. After the battle with Jeebus, Franca had provided Lumion with another mirror substitution. Pearl showed no surprise. She sighed and smiled. "Personally, I'd prefer you die now and release that angel. It would greatly benefit our common cause. Unfortunately, the one who made the under-the-table transaction with me insisted on capturing you alive." Lumion materialized in a corner of the quarry cave, catching Pearl's words. Instantly, numerous guesses flooded his mind. Under-the-table transaction? Pearl is the Overseer directly above Jeebus. She evaded pursuit from the major Arcana cardholders by completing another high-level under-the-table transaction. And for this, she must capture me and take me somewhere? When did she find out about Moran Avigny's situation? Was she monitoring his residence? Or did she receive information from other sources? Surely the purifiers are professional enough to keep the news under wraps, right? Why capture me alive? Who wants me alive? To use me as a sacrifice like Susanna Mattis? Or could the person engaging in Pearl's under-the-table transaction be a sufferer from the Sinners organization? Someone who doesn't want Termaboros to break free from the seal, but instead wants to control this angel and use him as an ingredient for advancement? No, that's not right. If he were just a sufferer, even if he could mislead Madame Magician and the others temporarily, he couldn't prevent them from returning to help. Yet, Pearl remains calm and collected. Could the other party in the under-the-table transaction be a faction of the Mother Tree of Desire or the Great Mother? Only they could organize a lineup in this world to deal with the major Arcana card holders. With his keen conspirer's intuition, Lumion connected 2 problems. First, the counterparty of Overseer Pearl's under-the-table transaction. Second, how she discovered Moran Avigny's mishap so quickly and promptly convened a high-level under-the-table transaction. As these questions intertwined, a thought struck Lumion. In the Purifier team, a key member of April Fools wasn't a transmigrator. Together with Loki, he single-handedly orchestrated the loss of the humanoid sealed artifact. To this day, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church hasn't discovered the perpetrator. Could a broker also be involved? Indeed, only if a key April Fool's member lurking within the church appears unrelated to the Purifier who lost the humanoid sealed artifact, and they don't even know each other, can the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, with its numerous sealed artifacts and demigods, investigate for so long without finding anything. From the eternal blazing sun church's perspective, the purifier who lost the humanoid sealed artifact truly committed a momentary mistake. He had no motive for the crime and no links to April Fools. Has the School of Truth expanded the broker business into the eternal blazing sun church? It's true, only unshadowed won't be embroiled in gray transactions, and most purifiers can't reach sequence 4. Similarly, not all cardinals are from the sun pathway. It seems the School of Truth has long been connected to April Fools and is collaborating. Damn it, it really is a broker organization. It can be associated with any faction. Could it be that the School of Truth's collaborator within the Eternal Blazing Sun Church urgently transmitted information about Moran Avigny's mishap to Overseer Pearl? Upon receiving the news, Pearl immediately convened a high-level under-the-table transaction. Was the transaction with April Fools? No, April Fools doesn't have that power. Could it be the Celestial Worthy backing them or other high-ranking subordinates of the Celestial Worthy? No wonder they want to capture me alive. Pearl might have intended to offer an item in exchange for severing her connection with Moran Avigny. However, the counterparty in the under-the-table transaction proposed a new plan, allowing her to switch from passive to active, seizing the opportunity to deceive and set a trap. How far it can go depends on her improvisation. If it is indeed April Fools and the Celestial Worthy's will is faintly discernible, it would explain why Madame Magician didn't sense anything amiss and walked right into the trap. Realizing this, Lumion was alarmed. Termaboros warned me twice about the School of Truth. Could it be that he foresaw the corresponding fate unfold and a chance for him to break free from the seal? Is that why he was so eager, hoping to compel it into fruition? Lumion's mind raced, unable to fully process the myriad details. But in the heat of battle, he couldn't afford to waste a single moment overthinking. Only a conspirer could deduce a possible scenario within 2 seconds of mirror substitution taking effect. Based on Pearl's words, Franca and the others would have concluded that she was the overseer directly above Jeebus. She had sidestepped danger through the under-the-table transaction but now had no choice but to confront them head-on. They couldn't let their focus waver, not even for a second. Lumion cursed inwardly, frustrated that the Blood Emperor's residual aura had been sealed by Underworld Taoist's death mark. If not for that, his best bet would have been to activate the mark on his right palm with everything he had, allowing Alista Tudor to descend upon Trier once again. It would have drawn the attention of angels from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and other powerhouses hiding in the city, pressuring Pearl to retreat. Without a second thought, Lumion triggered the black mark on his right shoulder. His plan was to teleport out of there and into St. Viavi Cathedral. Since Pearl's goal was to capture him alive, he obtained a conclusion through simple deduction. She would undoubtedly chase after him with all her might. There's no way she would stay put and risk failing the under-the-table transaction. If that happened, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony would still have to deal with the conjured Punisher, but at least they wouldn't be facing a demigod. Their odds of survival would be significantly better. For any mid-sequence Beyonder, even a single sequence for demigod bestowed or not was enough to make their hearts sink with despair. Moreover, the 2 demonesses and Anthony all possessed mirror substitution, as well as items like the 7-stone bracelet. As long as they didn't become a demigod's target, they had a real shot at using the substitutes to escape to the Church of the Fool's Cathedral at Lavini Docks. As Lumion's form swiftly dissipated, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, his mind crystal clear, and grasped Mr. K's finger. He couldn't be sure if Pearl was telling the truth about capturing him alive or if it was a lie. Was it just a demigod's nonchalance when dealing with a mid-sequence Beyonder, or a habit formed from a broker's constant deception? He had to be prepared for the possibility that Pearl might not follow him and instead stay behind to take on Franca and the others. His contingency plan was summon Mr. K. While Mr. K, as a shepherd, couldn't directly fight a demigod, he was the Aurora Order's oracle. He could hear the true Creator's guidance at any time. His presence meant that the deity he believed in would surely cast his gaze upon them. There was a good chance it would trigger some miraculous turn of events in their favor. And even without divine intervention, The Beyonder of the apprentice pathway under Mr. K's grazing appeared to have records of demigod abilities. It should be able to hold off Pearl for a few seconds, giving Franca and the others a window to escape. As Lumion activated his teleportation, Franca, who had been compelled to use mirror substitution, materialized in a corner of the quarry cave. Clutching a makeup mirror, she decisively activated the mirror cufflink. She already knew Pearl was the overseer and intended to escape via the mirror world. Once concealed within the mirror world, she could jump to the mirrors on Jenna, Lumion, and Anthony. She could extend her hand and pull her companions into the mirror world, and they could all flee together. The glass-like mirror cufflink emitted a dark light, but Franca didn't budge, unable to enter the makeup mirror in her grasp. Franca was stunned for a moment before a realization hit her. Failing to enter the mirror world without any interference could only mean one thing. This was a mirror world. Except for certain unique mirror worlds, one couldn't enter the mirror world from within the mirror world itself. The only option was to use the mirror to jump. Mirror worlds came in two varieties. The first was conventional and universal, not a true world. It was a concept of doors, amalgamated into a dark void passageway linking all mirrors. Wherever mirrors and their surfaces existed, such mirror worlds with no discernible boundaries could be found. The second type was special mirror worlds. They relied on the conventional mirror world and leveraged specific corruption or corresponding abilities to take shape. Some were permanent, others temporary. Their characteristics closely mirrored the real world, projections of one facet of reality, but each had its own unique limitations and rules. The mirror world in Fourth Epic Trier belonged to the latter category. It contained only a projection of Trier, a sprawling metropolis, and excluded other regions. Moreover, it was split into 3 distinct levels. This mirror world was also special, but on a smaller scale. It was merely a projection of the quarry cave, likely generated by some ability. As a veteran shadow merchant, Pearl had a long-established partnership with the Mirror People. It was perfectly normal for her to trade items capable of creating temporary special mirror worlds. Recalling the dark light emanating from Morana Vigny's mirror just before Pearl's arrival, Franca's suspicion was confirmed. Just as she was about to warn Lumion and the others, she saw the demoness of Black's punishment projection seize the moment to reflect herself in a mirror. Franca's pupils dilated as she activated mirror substitution. In an instant, she transformed into a mirror, engulfed by pitch-black flames from within. Smack! The mirror slammed into the ground, shattering into countless fragments. At the same time, Lumion's figure rematerialized in place. His teleportation had failed. This was indeed a special mirror world. Finding an exit was the only way out. Mr. K's finger had already expanded, morphing into a mass of flesh and blood that enveloped Lumion's body, forming a vibrant red cloak that covered him from head to toe. With a sickening sound, Lumion's body was pierced by grotesque wounds, as if struck by invisible arrows. It was only thanks to the protection of the flesh and blood cloak, transformed from Mr. K's finger, that he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have been forced to animate his shadow to absorb those fatal injuries on his behalf. Of course, he still had one more mirror substitution up his sleeve, courtesy of Jenna. Overseer Pearl stood firm beside the jutting rock deep within the quarry cave. She flashed Lumion a smile and said, "Those who defy supervision and try to flee shall face punishment." As Franca and Lumion's attempts failed in quick succession, Jenna tossed out a handful of fluorescent dust, whispered an incantation, and promptly vanished from the Punisher dressed as a clergyman of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. A golden light surged around the Punisher, clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads, spreading outward in layers. As the golden light reached an empty space, it abruptly encountered an obstacle, staining it a faint golden hue. Jenna felt a surge of warmth and courage, but her eyes reflected a pure and magnificent blazing pillar of light. Crack! The pillar of light struck her, transforming her into a mirror and shattering her into pieces. Anthony seized the chance to activate psychological invisibility once more. However, the Trier police incarnation didn't overlook him. as if it could detect the scent of sin on him. 2 bolts of lightning shot forth from the Punisher's eyes, piercing Anthony's soul. Anthony's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, but he couldn't even muster a scream. He stood paralyzed, rooted to the spot. Death! Trier's police incarnation uttered a single ancient Hermes word. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he lunged at Anthony, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Bang! Imbued with a peculiar force, the fist collided with Anthony's head in an inescapable blow. Crack! Anthony shattered into countless glimmering mirror fragments. Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, reappeared. Confronted by a demigod's overwhelming power, the ethereal, non-godhood-possessing demoness of black, and the sealed special mirror world, she decisively retrieved an item from her traveler's bag. It was a silver-white full-body armor, taller than Franca herself. Pride armor. Franca positioned the Pride armor in front of her, its back facing Overseer Pearl. She was convinced that the demigod was the crux of the problem, not the Punisher taking the form of the demoness of black. If Pearl remained unscathed, another Punisher would emerge to eliminate even after dispatching the first. She might even face a direct accusation. Franca noticed Pearl standing beside a protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. It led her to believe that Pearl could harness the 4th Epic Trier's abundant corruption to request a fixed entrance to the mirror world created by the primordial demoness. Not only would it allow them to enter and exit the conventional mirror world without relying on their inherent characteristics and abilities, but it would also serve as the gateway to this special mirror world. After all, it could be considered a gift from a true god. The instant the Pride armor's feet touched the ground, it suddenly spun around, fixing an invisible gaze upon Overseer Pearl. Franca swiftly leaped to the side and rolled, avoiding facing the Pride armor's back. Thud, thud, thud. The silver-white full-body armor charged towards Overseer Pearl, condensing a broadsword of light in its hand. In the dark cathedral bereft of a deity's sacred emblem, a pea rapidly grew, transforming into a multitude of thick turquoise vines that converted the area into a lush paradise of plants and an otherworldly forest. They separated the suspended corpses, preventing them from approaching the hermit. Judgment, who had remained silent, extended her right palm, her eyes glowing with a copper-gold luster. She spoke gravely in ancient Hermes. "Marionettes are prohibited here." The animated corpses abruptly ceased their movements, and Magician tore open the void before her, tainting it with resplendent starlight, forming an enchanting door. Beyond the door was the portrait of a woman, Loki, who had undergone a bizarre transformation. Loki reached into the air and pulled out a figure. The figure was a woman with a voluptuous build, dressed in a black gown. A golden crown encrusted with jewels adorned her head. She had curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and slightly thin lips. She exuded a demoness-like allure from the inside out. In the depths of the shadowy cathedral, Loki conjured a figure out of thin air. The scene unfolding beside him was vividly reflected in the eyes of the major arcana card holders: Magician, Judgment, and Hermit. On the wall of aqueous black stone bricks, a painting depicted a woman in a bright red dress adorned with intricate embroidery and lace. Her black hair was styled in an elegant high bun, and her face bore a mysterious, frozen smile. Her brown eyes seemed transfixed on the vivid, illusory ball of yarn before the hermit and the peculiar golden lamp connected to its other end. The woman remained within the mural, silently observing the scene. At the same time, the mature lady with a golden crown, exuding the allure of a demoness, was pulled from the air by Loki. She turned her piercing blue eyes towards the hermit, who had just entered the cathedral's depths through the starlight door. As her long chestnut hair billowed, each strand thickening, she too seemed fixated on the hermit. Prophesying a grim future, the hermit quickly shielded herself with the magic wishing lamp. Then, arching her back slightly, she sprouted pure white, illusory feathers reminiscent of a swan's. Fairy tale magic, ugly duckling. Even an ugly duckling could transform into a swan. This power allowed saints who had not yet reached the angel level to reveal their incomplete mythical creature forms. The pristine swan feathers abruptly turned a grayish-white and hardened into falling rocks. The hermit's exposed skin split open, revealing grotesque, sinister crevices. Within the crevices, flesh and blood writhed, giving rise to black and white eyeballs. The eyeballs petrified and fell away, only to be replaced by new ones. Yet, the magic wishing lamp before the hermit remained untouched. The black-clad empress's body suddenly became ethereal, her form dissipating into a torrent of knowledge that surged towards Magician, dressed in white with golden embroidery. Magician appeared beside Loki in an instant, but a deluge of information immediately emerged from the void behind her. Vanishing, the magician reappeared, simultaneously, in 9 different locations throughout the cathedral, her form flickering incessantly. Upon realizing that their target was the woman in the wall painting, she attempted to escape the shadowy cathedral by force, but each effort led her back to where she began. The black-clad empress's incarnation continued to pour forth information from behind the magician's 9 figures, seeking to infiltrate the target's mind and denying her the time to tear through the void. Smiling, Loki rose from the black wooden armchair and reached into the void with his right hand, as if grasping someone's arm once more. Seizing the moment, Judgment reached the cathedral's dome and pressed down with her right palm, like chaos descending from the heavens to the earth. In ancient Hermes, she solemnly declared, "Mystery weakens here, while reality grows stronger." As the silver pride armor raced towards Overseer Pearl, Franca activated the 7-stone bracelet on her left wrist. The crimson, blood-like gem on the bracelet, adorned with 3 diamonds and 4 uniquely colored gems, burned with a fierce light. In a flash, Franca appeared behind the demoness of black. She refrained from joining the pride armor in confronting Overseer Pearl, having learned from Lumien's encounter that their attacks would have no effect on the Overseer and only invite proportional punishment. Instead, she resolved to eliminate the demoness of black, a punisher lacking godhood and exhibiting rigidity. The demoness was merely equivalent to a stronger sequence 5 beyonder, making it possible for Franca to deal with her. As for Overseer Pearl, the outcome depended on the changes and effects brought about by the pride armor, a sealed artifact devoid of sin and pragmatic intelligence. Materializing, Franca raised her left hand, already adorned with the ring of punishment. In her lake blue eyes, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly ignited and shot forth. Crack! The demoness of black's figure shattered into countless fragments. Damn it! Mirror substitution is such a nuisance. Franca couldn't help but curse inwardly. At that instant, Lumien had just endured the punishment for attempting to escape. The flesh cloak transformed from Mr. K's finger shattering and splattering on the ground. He watched as the silver-white pride armor rushed to Overseer Pearl's side, raising a broadsword forged from pure light. Pearl maintained her friendly smile, undaunted by the imposing presence of the massive, heavy armor. An Overseer was impervious to attacks from those lacking godhood. This was the sacred significance of overseeing. As for daring to strike an Overseer lifeform, the consequences would be dire. Pearl could already envision the armor-like sealed artifact turning on the demoness who had summoned it in the next moment. As the Overseer contemplated this, the silver-white pride armor swung the Sword of Dawn in its grasp. It remained unaffected. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red dress transformed into a pitch-black shadow. The broadsword of light descended, cleaving the shadow in 2. The divided shadows took form, replicating multiple similar shadows that scattered in all directions. The pride armor genuflected and drove the Sword of Dawn into the ground. The broadsword shattered, unleashing countless sharp fragments of light that swept across the area. The entire quarry cave was bathed in illumination. To Franca's surprise, the demoness of black, whose outline had been visible nearby, rapidly faded and vanished. Likewise, Jenna and Anthony, who had been cornered by the clergyman of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Trier Police incarnations, found themselves no longer under attack or pursuit. Bewildered, they observed as the punishers, who had exerted immense pressure upon them, melted away like frost under the sun's rays. Lumion was astonished by the Pride Armor's performance. He had harbored little faith in the sealed artifact's ability to challenge Overseer Pearl. Yet, to his pleasant surprise, it had exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he had noticed several peculiar details since Pearl's arrival. The Overseer's feet had not shifted an inch. She stood beside a protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world, never pursuing or approaching. Instead, she exerted her influence upon them from a distance. Could this be an inherent trait of an Overseer? Might the Pride Armor's capacity to strike her stem from the abhorrence and hatred imbued within it by a deity before his demise? Were only attacks infused with godhood or a corresponding level of corruption capable of harming an Overseer? Lumion frowned, pondering these possibilities. Snapping out of her daze, Franca shouted to him, "Morana Vigny's makeup mirror!" She knew that the Pride Armor could not so easily vanquish Overseer Pearl. They had to seize this fleeting, uninterrupted window to escape the extraordinary mirror world. Before Overseer Pearl's appearance, the dark light emanating from Morana Vigny's makeup mirror had led Franca to suspect it might be the exit. Franca trusted that Lumion grasped the full import of her concise words and refrained from elaborating further. The blue gem on her 7-stone bracelet emitted a sea-like glow. In an instant, she materialized beside Jenna, grasping her arm. A diamond on the 7-stone bracelet illuminated. Teleport. Franca and Jenna teleported to Morana Vigny's corpse and the nearby makeup mirror. Meanwhile, Lumion readily understood Franca's message. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported to Anthony's side. Without hesitation, he grabbed his teammate's arm and teleported once more. Their destination: Morana Vigny's already open makeup mirror. However, upon appearing near Morana Vigny's corpse, Franca and Lumion were stunned to discover that the makeup mirror had become illusory and unreal, as if it were a mere projection of the original item. At that moment, they heard Overseer Pearl's voice once again. "You stand guilty. You have harmed an Overseer." As her voice echoed, the silver-white full-body armor ascended, and the void behind it ruptured into darkness. Propelled by an unseen force, the Pride Armor plummeted into a centipede-like crack resembling a void scar, falling into a pitch-black abyss that extended as far as the eye could see. It vanished entirely from Lumion and his companion's sight. Judgment. Exile. Fragmented shadows swiftly converged beside the protruding rock with the fixed entrance to the mirror world. Overseer Pearl, garbed in her red dress, reappeared. Holding a makeup mirror in her hand, she smiled and said, "Did you believe I would leave the exit intact? I replaced it with a counterfeit long ago." Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony's expressions shifted slightly. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion, already grasping Anthony's arm, swiftly activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He and Anthony vanished in an instant beside Morana Vigny's corpse. Franca made a similar effort, causing the emerald in her 7-stone bracelet to emit a transparent green light. However, just as she blinked with Jenna to a corner of the quarry cave, Pearl's words of order resounded in her ears. "You stand guilty. You attacked an Overseer." Franca was the one who had unleashed the Pride Armor. As Franca prepared to use the 7-stone bracelet to depart her current location, she suddenly witnessed the surrounding void freeze and transform into layers of amber, encasing her and Jenna within. This was a cage from which even teleportation could not provide escape. It encompassed the entire area, and even if Franca and Jenna attempted to employ mirror substitution, they would remain confined within its boundaries. Judgment. Confinement. Overseer Pearl averted her gaze, searching for Lumion and Anthony. She surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the two. Pearl swiftly focused and took her Overseer position, carefully observing the different sections of the quarry cave. The area was shrouded in darkness, with only a carbide lamp lying on its side providing a faint bluish-yellow light. As she looked around, Pearl spotted Lumion and Anthony. They were both located at the quarry cave's exit, which marked the isolated boundary of this unique mirror world. It wasn't a viable escape route, leaving them trapped. Lumion stood facing Pearl, wearing the flog boxing gloves with iron-black spikes. He gripped a brass revolver in his hand. Anthony took cover behind him, their backs almost touching. The hypnotist, however, wasn't standing. He was down on one knee, using a blank sketchbook propped on his right thigh as a surface to quickly draw something with a short pencil. Bottle of fiction. Lumion and Anthony found themselves inside a bottle of fiction, formed from the quarry cave's exit. But this was pointless against Pearl, who had a complete overview of the current mirror world. She could easily see where Lumion and Anthony were hiding. As she watched the scene unfold, Overseer Pearl felt a strange, unsettling aura, as if it involved a gray domain. Lumion, as the team's leader and most powerful member, appeared to be buying the spectator more time. Whether he was gambling on her unwillingness to kill him, hoping to capture him alive, so he could be used as a shield, it was evident that the spectator's actions were critical. Lumion believed it could either harm her, an overseer, or help them evade an overseer. Without hesitation, Pearl fixed her gaze on Lumion and Anthony within the bottle of fiction and declared in the words of order, "An overseer sees all secrets." The moment she uttered those words, the bottle of fiction at the quarry cave's exit quietly disintegrated. However, Pearl noticed that while Lumion was no longer shielded by the bottle of fiction, Anthony still remained inside one. The overseer's words had failed to dispel it. Confirming this detail, Lumion smiled. The bottle of fiction surrounding Anthony was created using him as a base. His spread legs and the ground created a symbolic doorway. Lumion's body arched slightly as he faced Overseer Pearl. His smile twisted as he muttered under his breath, "Yes, Anthony is carrying out a crucial task under my guidance. But to break the bottle of fiction made from a living person like me, you must defeat me first. Anyone trying to harm Anthony will have to go through me. I am now Anthony's shield. I am the wall that protects him." Pearl's smile diminished slightly as she regarded Lumion with a grave expression. "You stand guilty. You murdered someone." Murder. Lumion's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't surprised by the fact that he had killed someone, but he didn't expect Overseer Pearl to charge him with such a crime. No matter the form of the ensuing punishment, the ultimate outcome was set in stone. A murderer met his end. "Doesn't she want to take me alive?" Lumion had voluntarily become Anthony's shield, believing that Pearl wouldn't risk killing him. This would limit many of her abilities. He hoped to buy time until Anthony finished the sketch on the Beyonder painting album he had gotten from Bard. The album's purpose was to bring drawings to life or manifest special effects for a period. Unexpectedly, this plan fell apart from the start. Of course, Lumion didn't bet everything on the possibility of the Overseer only wishing to capture him alive. It was impossible for him to defeat a demigod, but he had some hope at buying time. A muffled thunderclap resounded in the low ceiling of the quarry cave. Silver-white lightning serpents sprang forth, intertwining into a tree of lightning as wide as a barrel, aimed at Lumion. Before the thunder echoed and the lightning struck, Lumion had already lifted his hand, pointing the brass revolver at the world's punishment. His blue eyes turned iron-black, but he couldn't perceive any weakness in the terrifying lightning. His only option was to channel blazing white flames into the revolver and the bullet about to be fired. Bang! As the threatening silver-white tree of lightning hurtled down, a bullet glowing with dark green flames shot from the muzzle, colliding with the immense lightning bolt. Weakening bullet. This was the weakening bullet he had obtained from Jeebus. Instantly, the barrel-thick lightning bolt shattered the dark green bullet and the blazing white flames encasing it. A blinding silver-white light engulfed Lumion. Boom! A horrifying roar assaulted Anthony's ears, causing his body to shudder involuntarily, nearly deafening him. He remembered the night the cultists attacked the army camp. Gunfire, cannon blasts, screams, and shouts came from every direction, overwhelming him with panic and fear. It had left a profound psychological scar that took years to heal. Now, he felt as if he had been transported back to that moment. Anthony gathered himself and looked at the blank sketchbook before resuming his sketch. The pencil in his hand rustled as it moved. He could still vividly recall Lumien's body language. "Unless I die and someone steps over my corpse, no one can harm you," compared to the helplessness and terror of that night at the military camp, where everyone was in peril. Anthony felt the current situation wasn't as dire. "At the very least, I have a dependable companion. At the very least, someone is willing to risk their life to protect me." Amidst the innumerable silver lightning serpents, Lumien's body first fractured into mirror shards, then charred and crumbled into dust. The mirror substitution Jenna had provided him. Lumien's figure reappeared, standing firm in his spot with his legs slightly parted. Rumble. The thunder in the sky didn't fade with the previous punishment. A new round of execution was brewing. Since the overseer had prosecuted, the punishment would persist until the target was well and truly dead. Lumien's scalp prickled, and his black hair stood on end from the lingering electricity in the air. Seconds later, an even more magnificent and terrifying colossal lightning bolt silently descended. Already clenching his teeth, Lumien tossed aside his revolver and raised his hands, allowing the flog boxing gloves with iron, black thorns to precisely meet the lightning's tip. Blazing white fireballs materialized above him. The flog boxing gloves could withstand an attack imbued with godhood at the cost of shattering or cracking. Boom! Amidst the abrupt, devastating explosion, the silver-white tree of death, composed of lightning, stopped at Lumien's fist and the flog boxing gloves. Rumble. Blazing white flames burst forth, driving the tiny lightning serpents back. The lightning punishment quickly subsided, but the muffled rumble in the air lingered. With multiple resounding cracks, Lumien's flog boxing gloves turned charred and cracked, shattering into countless pieces that rained down. Seeing a fresh round of lightning about to form, Lumien knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't resist urging Anthony inwardly. "Why isn't it done yet? I can only hold on a little longer." After a brief, suffocating silence, a silver-white giant lightning serpent abruptly struck from midair, illuminating the entire quarry cave and the smile on Overseer Pearl's face. Lumien only had time for one thing. He animated his shadow and switched places with it. Boom! Amid the sharp and urgent thunderstorm, the giant lightning serpent consumed the shadow, instantly vaporizing it without a trace. At last, this round of punishment concluded, and Lumien reappeared in front of Anthony. His legs were slightly apart, and his back was somewhat hunched, but no shadow remained under his feet. "Why isn't it finished yet?" Lumien thought anxiously. He considered dismantling the bottle of fiction and teleporting Anthony around. However, he could tell that the Overseer's prosecuted punishment wouldn't end simply because he changed positions. With the speed of lightning, he couldn't depend on teleportation to evade it. It wasn't a matter of teleportation being too slow, but rather the time he needed to activate the black mark on his right shoulder. Rumbling thunder resonated in Lumien's ears, heralding the impending punishment. Behind Lumien, sweat the size of soybeans formed on Anthony's forehead as he crouched on one knee, drawing on his right thigh, which served as a table. The sketch's first half was successful and completed quickly, but for some reason, the final stroke suddenly became challenging. The painting album influenced the pencil, causing it to greedily absorb Anthony's spirituality. However, even this substantial amount of spirituality could only inch the black lines forward slowly. At the same time, the edges of the blank drawing page gradually curled, igniting with transparent flames, as if struggling to contain what Anthony was about to draw. Anthony was well aware that this painting album was not meant to display such a thing, but he had complete faith in Lumien's judgment and persevered. Rumble. The muffled thunder intensified, and Anthony, within the bottle of fiction, could hear it clearly. Despite being a psychiatrist, he found himself unable to control his emotions. Nervousness, impatience, anxiety, and panic surged within him. He composed himself and continued the final stroke. Seeing the terrifying silver lightning on the brink of taking shape and Anthony still silent behind him, Lumien felt a wave of despair. "Am I about to die? Very well. I'd like to see what Termaboros looks like." Death. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Lumien's mind. He retrieved an item from his traveler's bag. It was a golden mask adorned with several dashes of oil paint. He had obtained this golden mask from Hisoka, and it originated from death. Lumien swiftly put on the golden mask, his body rapidly growing cold as his aura gradually dissipated. The terrifying lightning punishment brewing in midair abruptly came to a standstill. Lumien gazed up at the silver-white electric serpents that no longer converged, his lips curling beneath the golden mask. He had become an undead creature. One of the golden mask's purposes was to transform the wearer into an undead being while preserving their intelligence. Since Lumien was now dead, the punishment had fulfilled its purpose. It naturally came to an end. Witnessing this, the overseer was momentarily taken aback before grasping the situation. She chuckled, but her composure remained intact. While the punishments descended, she had not sat idle and had prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. She used a coin bag to execute an under-the-table transaction. Her right hand was about to withdraw. Behind Lumien, Anthony watched as the curled-up edge and invisible flames rapidly spread to the center of the painting page, intensifying his despair. Even if he managed to complete the final stroke, the drawing paper would be rendered useless. Nothing effective would come out of it. Anthony gritted his teeth, choosing to trust his companion and Lumien. He recalled Lumien's instructions: draw Monette first before drawing Madame Magician. Monette, the islander swindler Monette. The instant this thought crossed Anthony's mind, he was astonished to see the painting paper's edge halt and the invisible flames temporarily freeze. His pencil movements became smoother. Mustering his spirituality, he finished drawing a monocle outlined by simple lines on the right eye of the thin-faced islander with sunken eyes, thick lips, and slightly curly black hair. Finishing the last stroke, Anthony sighed in relief, confirming he still lived. Though unsure if Amon's Incarnation Monette's drawn form could help turn the tables and find a way out of the mirror world, he had obeyed his partner's orders and done his part. Almost at once, Anthony saw the corners of Monette's sketched mouth turn up, eyes appearing to come to life. But the curling paper and translucent flames stirred once more. In an instant, the drawing of Monette condensed into a ball, devoured by clear flames and absorbed into the dim bottle of fiction. Had it failed? Anthony's heart squeezed tight again. Even a disciplined hypnotist found it hard to stay calm in the face of this. Right then, Overseer Pearl, still next to the jutting rock, pulled her right hand from the under-the-table bag of coins. The transaction was made. Lumien's group would teeter on the edge of sleep. Pearl looked back at her target. Lumien stood firm, wearing a gold mask painted black and white. His aura was gone, body radiating an icy breath of death. But Lumien's now blue eyes stayed open. As an overseer, Pearl knew something was wrong. About to act, a thick darkness swallowed her, snuffing out the carbide lamp. Pearl's eyes shut as she swayed unsteadily. She fell asleep. Somehow, the sleep effect meant for Lumien's team had hit her instead, leaving them untouched. Seeing this, Lumien felt shock, then immense joy. He sensed a strange power pulsing from the bottle of fiction he had made with his body. Did it work? Had Anthony done it? As expected, the entity's prior actions sought to help his father. And his father is on our side against heretics. Lumien quickly deactivated the bottle of fiction, ready to teleport to the sleeping Pearl. He would get Moran Avigny's mirror and try to escape through the mirror world's set entrance. If he could just get out, he could find help to make Pearl leave. Just then, Pearl's coin bag and Moran Avigny's mirror fell to the ground. Smack! Moran Avigny's mirror broke, cracking the entire mirror world barrier. Pearl, driven by flaming ambition, woke up with a start. As Lumien's hopes sank, a shadow raced out of the shattered mirror. It combined with strewn bits of flesh and blood, instantly reforming into Mr. K in his black robe. When the mirror world took damage, the Aurora Order Oracle felt his finger and teleported on instinct, turning to shadow to slip through the cracks. In the dark cathedral in an unknown location, Magician blinked over and over, unable to shake off the flood of random information. As she blinked, starlight filled her eyes, solidifying into a weird, ancient stone wall clock. Clang. Grand, majestic chimes echoed in every nook of the cathedral. An old, mottled phantom appeared in the airy stone wall clock split into 12 sections, each crossing grayish-white or bluish-black symbols. Clang. The chimes carried an unspeakable, invisible torrent through long ages past, freezing all present. The horrifying torrent of information froze. Hermit, changed into an incomplete mythical creature, stopped cold. Judgment, floating over the cathedral, turned to a statue. Loki's hand, reaching into the void, also paused, failing to pull out a silhouette. In this frozen state, the starlight in Magician's eyes changed again. Countless complex Mercury symbols appeared, quickly joining into a huge, unreal, scaleless serpent. The silver-white giant snake, layered with dense patterns and symbols, made connected cylinders with different markings. The next second, the Mercury serpent bent to bite its tail before it began slowly turning. The massive torrent of information started to reverse, going back the way it came until it turned back into the woman in the black dress with the gold crown. The black-dressed woman faded, becoming a ghost and a floating, oddly captivating tarot card. In the end, both went back to the void and disappeared. Fallen rocks flew back to Hermit's body, turning back to eyes or pure white. Hermit quickly lost her terrifying look that would make anyone go mad. Judgment returned to the surface, going back past the door, as the mystery-weakening limit faded. Loki drew back his hand, settling into the pitch-black wooden chair. In the fractured special mirror world, Overseer Pearl saw the hooded, black-robed Mr. K and his many sins upon waking up. Oddly, the criminal who had done worse things than Lumion only had a small gray spot. This suggested that finishing an under-the-table transaction with Mr. K would be hard, as if it needed certain conditions. It seems to come from extreme devotion. All under-the-table transactions can only keep going with the permission of the one he has faith in. As Pearl's mind raced, she glared at Mr. K and said with the words of order, "You stand guilty. You murdered someone." The space over Mr. K went dark at once as something awful took shape. Having heard Lumion talk about Jeebus's powers, he knew a deadly punishment was coming. He quickly changed his grazing target, using devil transformation and Rose Bishop's flesh and blood magic to endure the unknown attack. But in a flash, the growing penalties vanished, as if going to an unknown place. The scary pressure, like thick smoke, blew away in fierce winds. Mr. K was stunned for a moment before exploding in crazed laughter. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I'm guilty, but the Lord carries my sins. I'm innocent. I'm innocent to this world." Amid the laughter, Mr. K changed grazing targets. Layers of unreal doors showed up in his eyes. Many doors to different places came together, turning into ghostly books. The book materialized in front of Mr. K, pages flipping fast. "I came, I saw, I recorded." As the ethereal voice rang out, the illusory book stopped on a page. In an instant, Mr. K turned into a 2 to 3 meter tall half-giant in cold black armor, holding a pitch-black sword. He sprinted towards the overseer. "Praise you!" Mr. K roared, slicing down with the sword of darkness. Pearl's face went grim, seeing the prosecution had no effect on Mr. K. Of course, as a demigod, though caught off guard, she knew what to do. Amid Mr. K's wild laughter, she stressed with the words of order, "An overseer is protected." The black-armored half-giant used all his might, slashing at Pearl's head with the dark broadsword, but an unseen barrier blocked it. The barrier cracked. Mr. K's body quietly fell apart. A clean cut took off his right arm and shoulder, dropping them to the ground. Though Mr. K used recorded demigod powers and had a bit of godhood, he still faced punishment for attacking a clearly protected overseer. This was a freshly done crime, not yet born. The flesh on Mr. K's shoulder writhed, as if a new arm would grow. But he ignored it. His left hand grabbed the falling dark sword, yelling again, "Praise you for creating everything. As the rough voice echoed, the dark broadsword slashed at Overseer Pearl. With Pearl's former protection, the dropped coin bag floated back to her hand. She quickly made an under-the-table deal aimed at everyone there. Crack! As the dark broadsword swung, the unseen barrier guarding the Overseer fully shattered. Mr. K's left arm came off his body, showing a huge cut. In the cut, blood-colored flesh tendrils grew fast, as if alive, as if a new Mr. K would emerge. Overseer Pearl wasn't happy. Based on the under-the-table deal, Mr. K, Lumion, and the rest should have gotten much weaker. But in truth, nothing changed. Could it be that I'm unlucky? The person who made the deal was a fraud who never meant to keep their end? Pearl's heart sank as she couldn't move for some reason. Then she saw the armless Mr. K bow in an exaggerated way. The Aurora Order Oracle's mouth opened as wide as it could, corners going to his ears. Blood churned where it tore, flesh tendrils thickly covering the spot. Using his stretched mouth, the black-armored Mr. K bit the dark sword's handle. He jumped high, voice ringing from his chest. "Praise you for bearing the world's sins." Amid hoarse yells, Mr. K fell, a straight dark sword using himself as the grip, slashing at Overseer Pearl. Lumion stood at the quarry cave's exit, wanting to work with Mr. K to take on Pearl, but unsure of how to proceed. Past experience had shown him that without godhood, any action against an overseer would only come back to haunt him, without affecting the demigod at all. With his golden mask removed, Lumion could only remain in place, considering what items he possessed that might be useful and effective. He was left with no option but to watch the fight between Mr. K and Pearl unfold as a mere spectator. At the same time, he scanned the area, looking for a way to utterly destroy the existing mirror world. Anthony kept his posture and continued drawing on the blank painting album, which was missing a page. His current subject was to be Madam Magician. As he observed Mr. K's movements and listened to each slash, Lumion sensed a slight corruption creeping into his mind. It surprised him that Mr. K could hold the overseer at bay to some degree, unafraid of her accusations and armed with a means to harm her. Lumion silently hoped that even if Mr. K couldn't defeat Pearl, he would at least be able to drive her off. Mustering strength from his waist and core, Mr. K swung his upper body as he descended, bringing the dark broadsword down on Overseer Pearl's head for the third time. Pearl remained motionless, not using any mirror traversal-like ability to evade, nor rolling to the side. She stood firm beside the jutting rock, her body turning pitch black and dissolving into a constantly dissipating shadow. The dark, enigmatic broadsword plunged down abruptly, silently cleaving the shadows in two. The shadows rapidly encircled the protruding rock, perpetually moving and merging once again. They writhed, striving to reassemble Overseer Pearl's form. Where the sword of darkness had cut through, the shadows struggled to form proper connections, barely managing to stack together into a humanoid shape riddled with cracks and misaligned parts. Mr. K sprang up, ready to swing the dark broadsword gripped in the gaping crack of his mouth. Suddenly, his body shrank rapidly, the cold black armor encasing him vanishing. He reverted to his original form, dressed in a black hood and matching robe. The precariously assembled shadow gradually shed its black color, revealing human skin and a vivid red dress inch by inch. In the shadowy cathedral at an undisclosed location, the Mercury giant serpent phantom hanging in midair slowly faded away. The reboot was finished. Perched on a black wooden armchair, Loki abruptly thinned and shrank, transforming into a paper figurine. The paper figurine and chair then crumbled, disintegrating into dust. Loki materialized in a far corner of the cathedral. Magician, appearing to still be airborne, quickly conjured an alternate self behind him. As Loki reached into the void to pull out an assistant, his jet-black eyes suddenly shifted to blue. The blue rapidly stained black, then reverted to blue, the two colors continually alternating. Loki was paralyzed, unable to summon an aid, allowing Magician to stretch out her right hand and grasp with all her might. The dark void warped, swallowing Loki. Then, the two shattered into fragments, ultimately buried in a bottomless abyss. Throughout this, Loki's body instantly became ethereal, unreal, as if he were a projection or puppet that had been swapped at some moment. Hermit, Judgment, and Magician simultaneously heard a regretful sigh and witnessed the shadowy cathedral itself turn ethereal and slowly disintegrate. The two seemed to be a projection. An aged, ethereal voice then echoed from the distance. My wish is for all the demigods present to be lost for 3 minutes. The shadowy cathedral fully collapsed, and darkness engulfed the surroundings, devoid of starlight or boundaries. In the special mirror world, realizing Mr. K could no longer maintain his godhood-enhanced half-giant state, and Overseer Pearl was close to returning to her human form. Lumien's first instinct was to shapeshift into a shadow being and flee through the growing rift in the mirror world to find other allies. However, he was unsure if Mr. K had employed any mystical items upon entry, and whether shadow transformation alone would allow passage through the mirror world's fissure. As Lumien watched Overseer Pearl's face gradually come into view, her eyes and nostrils both vertically misaligned, a sudden realization struck him. I, too, can wound an Overseer. If Mr. K can do it, so can I. My fate is intertwined with Termaboro's. To a degree, we can be considered one. I've long known I possess a fake angelic level. The powers and items I wield won't hold godhood and can't touch an Overseer, but I should be able to do it myself. I will become my own weapon. These thoughts raced through Lumien's mind as a slightly manic grin spread across his face. His blood seemed to boil as if set aflame. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared before Overseer Pearl. His eyes had already taken on an iron-black tint, revealing a few pale spots that marked Pearl's vulnerabilities. One such spot was just below the left side of her face. Before Pearl's shadows could fully reconstruct the Overseer, a multitude of incandescent white flames burst forth from Lumien's body. Like a rushing current, they poured out from Lumien's eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, skin, and pores, completely enveloping him, transforming him into a raging inferno. Let's do this. Let us burn as one. Let us explode together. Lumien, now one with the blazing white flames, swung his right fist at Pearl's left cheek. Pearl's vertically misaligned eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion before understanding dawned. But it was too late for her to protest or react. She had not even fully returned. Bang! Lumien's right fist collided with Pearl's left cheek, caving it in. As he struck, a ghastly wound appeared on his own chest and abdomen, but it was quickly consumed by the blazing white flames. Pearl felt the pain, but it was not a mortal blow. At that instant, Lumien's face, wreathed in blazing white flames, displayed a sinister and frenzied smile. It actually works. I can truly use myself as a weapon to strike an Overseer. Boom! He detonated his right arm, using the incandescent white flames he had pre-injected to make it explode. His right fist, propelled by a fierce, blazing white wave of flames, pierced Pearl's left cheek and penetrated her skull. Cull! Crack! The special mirror world, with its dark barrier and numerous cracks, let out a shattering sound. It rapidly disintegrated and fell apart. Lumien's head took an invisible blow, his skull caving in and teeth falling out. Deprived of his right arm, he was hurled through the air, his entire body wreathed in blazing white flames. His face twisted in agony, yet his eyes shone with elation. Success! He beheld a horrific, blood-red wound on the left side of Overseer Pearl's face. Within the wound, a pale white fog intermingled with the grayish-white brain. The shattered fist had ripped it asunder and set it ablaze. As the blazing white flames faded, Overseer Pearl's remaining right eye dulled, and her body slowly crumpled. The cage imprisoning Franca and Jenna quickly disintegrated. Mr. K, observing this, nodded approvingly. Lumien is like me. The fighting style is quite alike. The only shortcoming is that he did not loudly praise the Lord during the final blow. At the same time, Lumien's head buzzed, and he nearly blacked out. He collapsed to the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. He managed to stay awake only because he had undergone significant digestion of the Reaper potion. It felt as if he had completed another massive cull by the ancient tomb during the Dream Festival. Lumion was initially thrilled, but then he forced himself to stand, shocked and suspicious. He knew the digestion must have resulted from his culling of Overseer Pearl, but shouldn't a demigod suffice for him to fully digest the Reaper potion? Lumion extinguished the incandescent white flames burning within and without. With his left hand, he retrieved the healing agent and lie earring obtained from Jeebus from his traveler's bag, all while examining Overseer Pearl's corpse. Just then, the special mirror world completely collapsed, and they found themselves back in reality, inside the quarry cave with a fixed mirror world entrance. Next to the protruding rock where Pearl had stood, there was no corpse or white fog to be seen. Lumion spotted an oil painting hanging on the corresponding rock wall. The painting looked torn and ruined, but one could faintly discern that it had once portrayed a woman in a red dress. Pearl? We weren't facing the true Overseer, but a painted figure she created using a pixie pathway item? This oil painting grants the depicted demigod a short lifespan, but no freedom of movement. Is that why Pearl never budged and always took the attacks head-on? Amid his bewilderment, Lumion drank the healing agent Jeebus had procured from the Great Mother's followers to ensure he would survive past 6 a.m. At that moment, Pearl's smiling voice resonated from the depths of the shattered oil painting. I didn't anticipate my painting person failing. But no matter. What's important is that the vortex is about to manifest. It won't be long before you're officially consumed. Everyone will be caught up in it. Pearl's voice gradually faded into the depths of the oil painting, thwarting Mr. K's attempt to track her through teleportation. The healing agent's effects and the incineration of the original flames had largely stemmed the bleeding from Lumion's wounds. Flesh and blood had even started to regrow and form scabs over his skin. Putting on the lie earring, Lumion tried to shift the gruesome hole in his chest and abdomen to a less vital location. As he did so, he stared intently at the oil painting hanging on the rocky wall, his thoughts racing. As an overseer, Pearl is unlikely to directly engage in combat herself. Has her true form been lurking in the shadows this whole time to avoid any potential mishaps? But if she had personally intervened, perhaps we would have been defeated long ago, with no chance for any slip-ups. Furthermore, Pearl doesn't appear overly concerned about capturing me alive. Doesn't the failure of her painting version indicate that the under-the-table deal she initiated didn't meet the requirements? She's bound to face severe consequences for that in the future. It's not as if she's a fraud. Coming to this realization, Lumion suddenly came up with a guess. Pearl was the sole person to mention capturing me alive. There's no other evidence to support it. While this may indeed be a request from the other party in the under-the-table transaction, it's probably not the only one. It's likely one of multiple requests and the least critical. That's why, after creating the special mirror world, Pearl immediately left this painting behind, allowing her painting version to handle us while she went off elsewhere. Was she going to carry out the most vital and important requirement? I can't fully trust a broker's words either. Based on her tone, she seems to have succeeded. This strongly suggests she's confident the vortex is on the brink of taking shape. It won't be long before it entraps everyone. Apparently, she wasn't in the vicinity at all. She merely used the link to her painting self to briefly speak remotely before vanishing completely. We have no way to track her. Lumion felt his theory could account for Pearl's actions and certain details from the prior battle. This realization made his heart sink. If his suspicions were correct, the School of Truth's vortex hadn't been successfully halted and was about to manifest. What would transpire after some time had passed? Right then, Mr. K approached Lumion. His gaze locked on the tattered oil painting. In a hoarse voice he spoke. I have sinned. I failed to discover the School of Truth's scheme beforehand, letting the issue escalate until it was on the verge of erupting. As he talked, the flesh on Mr. K's shoulders writhed, and two pale, slender, damp arms gradually grew out. The black robe, its sleeves severed, was beyond repair. Not waiting for Lumion to respond, Mr. K turned his head and said, The disturbance here will soon be noticed. We shouldn't stay. Meet me tomorrow morning. Got it. Lumion glanced at his companions, who had concealed themselves in the shadows or used psychological invisibility, and nodded subtly. He also intended to head to the safe house as quickly as possible to avoid any accidental attacks by official Beyonders. Once Mr. K teleported away, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony came out of hiding. We should get back to the safe house now, Lumion said decisively. Franca nodded and said with regret and sorrow, I wonder where Pride Armor was sent. It would be such a shame if we truly lost it. If Pride Armor hadn't hit Overseer Pearl's painted self, compelling her to alter her life form and indirectly making the transformed Punishers disappear, even if Lumion could have still found a way to lure out the Islander swindler, Manette, they wouldn't have survived the following stages. In that case, he would face not only Pearl's punishment but also Anthony's Punisher. For Lumion and the others, Pride Armor had performed exceptionally. It was a sealed artifact of tremendous value. Nobody wanted it to be lost. If it were human and smart, it could find its way back. But now, Lumion sighed, grasping Anthony's shoulder with his left hand. Suddenly, dazzling starlight emerged from the void, rapidly forming a dreamlike door. The door opened, and out came Magician, Judgment, and Hermit. Surveying the scene, Magician noticed Lumion's dire condition, one arm missing. With an odd expression, she asked, You were attacked? As she spoke, the quarry cave, lit solely by the carbide lamp's glow, darkened, as if an unseen curtain had been pulled around it. Yes, Franca replied on behalf of Lumion, who had only gained enough reprieve from his injuries to avoid imminent death. She concisely recounted the whole situation. The one who attacked you came from Pearl's painted self. Her true form departed to do something else. Magician sought confirmation. That appears to be the case, Lumion responded. Magician exchanged glances with Judgment and Hermit, their eyes meeting without hiding their bewilderment. After a short pause, Magician offered no explanation. Starlight gathered in her eyes, as if tracing a pattern. A gentle rain fell, soaking Lumion's body and fully healing his wounds. Nourished by the rain, Franca and the others felt their weariness melt away. It closely resembles the power Madam Knight used in the dream. Lumion drew a connection. Magician nodded and instructed, Provide me the details in writing tomorrow. With that, she disappeared along with Judgment and Hermit. As the darkness around them lifted, Lumion realized they had returned to the safe house in the administrative district, where Jenna had summoned Judgment's messenger. Madam Magician and the others are perplexed that we were attacked by Pearl's painting self, Anthony remarked while putting away the blank painting collection, voicing his thoughts. Lumion nodded and replied, What's perplexing shouldn't be Pearl attacking us. It's not unusual for an overseer with an under-the-table transaction at the heart of it all to do something like that. So what were they perplexed about? Jenna and Franca couldn't figure out an answer. Anthony tried to analyze the situation. They're not perplexed by Pearl's attack itself, but why we were targeted by her painted self specifically. They seem to think we wouldn't be attacked by Pearl directly. Whether she had such intentions or acted on them is irrelevant. Lumion and the others became lost in thought. Abruptly, Franca exclaimed. Looking at Lumion and the others, she slowly withdrew her hand from her traveler's bag in astonishment. Pride Armor is in here. It's returned. Did Madam Magician help locate it? As this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he noticed Franca's actions. He instantly shouted, Stop! He couldn't allow Franca to retrieve the Pride Armor. This is a confined room, and I'm present. Franca's expression froze, and she immediately stopped moving her elbow. In the mirror world created by dark void tunnels, Overseer Pearl continuously moved from mirror to mirror, searching for her final destination. Her expression stayed calm, thrilled that the calamity had instead accelerated the vortex's formation. On the other side of the dark, vacant tunnel, a vibrant ball of yarn quietly trailed her, leaving a concealed path. The next morning, having sent the letter to Magician, Lumion reached Psychic's headquarters and met Mr. K in the basement. Both their limbs had been restored. Clad in an enormous hood and black robe, Mr. K disregarded this. In a grating voice, he told Lumion, "Come with me somewhere." For what purpose? Lumion's demeanor toward Mr. K had become more at ease after their collaboration the previous night. Mr. K nodded and explained, "First, I wish to atone for this incident. Second, through the idol, I want to notify the Lord that you've grown and can serve as his envoy. He will make preparations when the moment is right. Have faith in the Lord and trust him completely." Just going to a location with the true creator's idol? That's okay. It would be problematic if I actually had to encounter a god. Lumion bowed his head humbly and said, "It would be my honor." Mr. K came up to him, grasped his arm, and transported him into the spirit world via teleportation. Traversing dense layers of colors and innumerable indescribable transparent beings, the pair arrived at a cathedral. The cathedral seemed to be located in a deep valley. Its surface was a watery black, decorated with many human bones. The top resembled the eternal blazing Sun Church's cathedral, forming a hemispherical shape. Mr. K silently entered through the open door, his back slightly hunched. Lumion followed closely behind. Then, he saw the vast but dimly lit prayer hall and an enormous, pitch-black cross standing in the cathedral's depths. A naked male idol hung upside down from the cross. Rust-colored iron nails jutted out from various parts of its body, each nail stained with vivid red blood. Is this the true creator's idol? Lumion's heart raced as he quickly averted his gaze. What he had seen in the Church of the Fool, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and the God of Steam and Machinery Church were merely sacred emblems. There were no idols. He had assumed Mr. K was referring to the sacred emblem as an idol. Mr. K walked until he was 4 to 5 meters from the idol and halted. Lumion trailed slightly behind and stopped. As he made his way from the entrance, he got a clear look at the hanging idol's face. Its nose, mouth, and ears were quite blurry, with only a rough outline. However, its eyes were very distinct and tightly closed, as if enduring all the pain and guilt. Mr. K drew a cross on his chest and cried out in a raspy voice, "Praise you! Praise you for creating everything! Praise you for shouldering the world's sins!" Lumion followed suit in offering praise. Abruptly, his head spun, and his eyes burned with a sense of familiarity. Lumion's spiritual intuition alerted him that the negative effects of the Banefell contract had been triggered. The effect was, in scenes intimately connected to Banefell's past, he would witness truths better left unknown. This place is closely tied to Banefell's past? Was he once a clergyman of the true creator? Lumion suppressed his curiosity as he continued to focus on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes froze. He spotted a blurry, lizard-like creature. It was the lizard-like elf that had appeared in his dream about Cordu, the same one that had crawled out of Aurora's mouth. It might have influenced Aurora, stopping her from seeking Hellas' help in time. At the conclusion of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf had also made an appearance. Why was it present now, in the true creator's cathedral? As Mr. K sprawled on the ground, pressing his face firmly against the watery black stone bricks, Lumion instinctively looked up. He witnessed the huge pitch-black cross transform into an illusory shape, as if it loomed over a mountain range's peak. On the indistinct figure hanging upside down, lizard-like elves crawled in and out, circling and dancing. Lumion watched the scene in a daze as Mr. K's slightly muffled voice resounded in his ears. "Oh, merciful Father, I implore your mercy for the transgressions I've made. Can you accept such an outcome?" Inside an empty house in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, Angoulême de François, wearing a lion headdress, stood by the window, gazing down at the gas street lamps below, patiently waiting. After losing contact, he and Hidden Blade had switched emergency communication methods. They aimed to quickly re-establish contact, even without Madame Hellas' messenger. Early the previous morning, as soon as he had wrapped up the Morana Vigny case, he immediately tried to locate Hidden Blade. Finally, Hidden Blade Franca, dressed in her assassin outfit, emerged from the shadows. Angoulême cut right to it and asked, "Did you take down Morana Vigny?" Otherwise, Franca replied with a smile. Although Overseer Pearl's vortex warning hung over Franca's head like a sharp blade, preventing her from relaxing just because Morana Vigny was dead and she had the intel, Franca wouldn't let it ruin her mood or make her solemn or anxious. The major arcana card holders would naturally worry about something so serious, and she and the others just needed to follow orders and complete the missions. No point fretting. Plus, the intel they obtained was crucial and valuable. Either the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or the Demonist sect would definitely be grateful. Franca was filled with anticipation over this. It really was you guys. Angoulême couldn't help but sigh. Hidden Blade and her team really acted fast. They had mentioned dealing with a government minister, and not long after, they actually attacked and succeeded. Franca covered for Lumion, saying, "We were waiting for Morana Vigny to walk into the mirror himself. Surprisingly, the Aurora Order suddenly assassinated him, forcing him into our trap early." Combined with the scene details, Angoulême slightly nodded and said, "So it was just a coincidence." This aligned with what the purifiers had confirmed. Angoulême then asked, "So where's Morana Vigny now?" "Dead," Franca said with a tongue click. "He was definitely a mirror person and gave us lots of important intel." "What intel?" Angoulême quickly asked. Franca chuckled and raised her right hand, gently rubbing her thumb and index finger together. "Where's my informant fee?" Angoulême said in exasperated amusement. "Don't forget I contributed a lot to the Morana Vigny operation. Even if I don't get spoils, it's no problem to hear the intel, right?" Franca, who always prided herself on fairly splitting loot, awkwardly cleared her throat. Just kidding. But that intel is super important. Your superior will definitely reward you. Don't forget to help me collect my fee." "Get to the point," Angoulême replied in a deep voice. It wasn't that he was stingy about the fee, but Hidden Blade had twice emphasized how crucial the intel was, making him eager. Franca omitted Tarot Club and Aurora Order details, but started from capturing Jeebus to Overseer Pearl's painted self appearing and Lumion's theory about the whole situation. Initially, Angoulême stayed relatively composed. Mirror people problems barely factored into purifier expectations. But when Morana Vigny was tricked into revealing Roselle Gustave led the mirror people, Angoulême's head started buzzing louder and louder. Why do Hidden Blade and the others always get mixed up in such major situations? How long has it been since the hostile incident? Why is there another vortex? After Franca finished, Angoulême couldn't help but raise his right hand and pinch his throbbing, headdress-concealed forehead. His emotions were so scrambled he was speechless. Franca smugly asked, "How's that?" "Project Vortex, the Mirror People, and intel about a hidden traitor. Pretty important stuff, right?" Noticing Angoulême's grave gaze and slightly moving, teeth-grinding mouth, Franca instinctively added, "Don't blame me. We're not causing these problems, Triers just uniquely prone to all kinds of chaos. We're victims too." Angoulême slowly exhaled and said, "I'll submit this intel tonight. I won't forget to pass along my informant's reward request. What do you want?" At the mention of tonight, Angoulême's emotions surged and he paused a moment. He had just finished his workday an hour ago and left St. Vive Cathedral. Now he had to return. "I'm Agent 007. Not some societal slave working from midnight to midnight every damn day." Angoulême inwardly cursed, but still appeared calm, reliable, and emotionally stable. Franca deeply pondered and said, "All the pleasure potion ingredients." She had considered her affliction potion could be rewarded by the Demonist sect, but not Jenna's. She could only rely on the authorities. "Aren't you already at pleasure?" Angoulême muttered, giving up asking. He nodded. "I'll help get it." He didn't ask about Hidden Blade's pleasure potion preparations, just as he didn't ask how she and her crew survived facing a demigod's painted self. Franca was overjoyed at 007's promise. Getting pleasure from the church and affliction from the Demonist sect. Surely Madame Judgment would reward me too. I sold this one intel 3 times. I can now understand Lumion's glee at triple-dipping mission rewards. Angoulême rubbed his temples and muttered, There are cardinals not from the sun pathway, and way more diocese bishops. I really don't know what we'll uncover next. I just hope the impact isn't too massive. He meant the April Fool's insider in the Eternal Church. With a clear lead, it wouldn't be hard for that party to be discovered, even if they worked through a broker. Without waiting for Franca's reply, Angoulême pondered a moment and said, "The humanoid sealed artifact transaction is approved. Let me know the transaction details anytime." "It's finally approved." Franca criticized the bureaucracy and curiously asked, "What's the story with that humanoid artifact?" She had encountered the humanoid sealed artifact during the sea prayer ritual and knew its abnormal power. Angoulême shook his head. "I'm not cleared for that intel. All I know is she used to be a Sequence 4 spectator demigod. Later she suddenly went insane, but I don't know if she went mad before an evil god corrupted her, or because of the corruption." "It was probably the latter," Franca said thoughtfully. "Aren't spectator beyonders usually emotionally stable and hard to lose control?" Angoulême rejected Franca's statement. "From what I know, spectators normally don't have issues. But when they do, it gets really messy." "True." Franca thought of "I know someone." After chatting a while, Angoulême bid Hidden Blade farewell and left the empty room. Before leaving, he quickly reviewed the intel, then inwardly sighed with a heavy heart. Aren't there way too many mystical incidents in Trier? In the market district, Jenna seized a chance to act as a witch again. Wearing a black cloak and dark dress, she walked the shadowed street, pondering new acting directions as she looked for an opportunity. I can't just equate witches with bad deeds. Sinister, dark acts aren't necessarily bad. Among the witch legends I've gathered so far, many focused on witches using mystical and sinister dark powers to help others fulfill desires, tempting them to stumble. These legends likely contain remnants of acts by demonesses posing as witches. I could try imitating them. Plus, tempting others into depravity is a deeper way for an instigator. Pleasure's acting also corrupts the target. Yes, the mystical powers of sinisterness and darkness. Tempting depravity, and depravity brings calamity. Jenna's thoughts gradually became more clear. With these in mind, she turned onto Rue Anarchy, intending to find a chance to act as a witch on this chaotic street. After a few steps, Jenna suddenly heard someone singing hysterically, "Trier, a city dressed in gold, a ball that endures till dawn unfolds. Chicken roasted, dripping with oil's grace. A castle cake to fill each eager embrace. A bow-tied attendant glides, mongst the guests, merrily dancing with joy and delight. My beloved, hidden midst the crowd. Among them, my love resides, in the capital of joy, forever Trier." This voice, Jenna peered from the shadows at Aubert's du Coq door and saw Lumion, in a thick brown jacket, sitting on the third-floor windowsill, holding a green liquid-filled bottle. Hadn't he gone to the Aurora Order and never returned? Jenna frowned and stepped out of the shadow. Lumion noticed her and smiled. He leaped down from the third floor, landing steadily before her. "Why are you here?" Jenna asked with concern. Lumion smiled casually. "I suddenly missed this place. Came back for a drink." Sensing Lumion's strange excitement, Jenna pondered a moment, then asked, "Did something happen?" "No," Lumion denied quickly. He emphasized, "I'm fine." With an absinthe bottle in hand, he headed towards Rue Anarchy's exit. Jenna trailed closely behind, not inquiring further. Under the crimson moonlight and scattered gas lamps, the silent Lumion suddenly smiled and announced, "I'm about to start blaspheming." "No, it's already begun." He didn't turn around and kept walking. "Haven't you been blaspheming all this while?" Jenna cautiously probed with Lumion's usual self-deprecation. Lumion's gaze stayed fixed ahead as he smiled. "It's different this time." He quickened his pace and didn't mention it again. Jenna glanced at Lumion's muddy leather boots and the dirty but dry surroundings. She pursed her lips and didn't press further. Lumion continued walking, occasionally humming a tune, occasionally chatting with Jenna and joking with a smile. He made his way back to his rented apartment and entered his room. Jenna stood quietly in the living room, watching Lumion close the bedroom's wooden door. In the dark room, lit only by crimson moonlight, Lumion sat at his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He didn't light the gas wall lamp, nor create a blazing fireball. In the pitch black, he positioned the pen under the faint light. Amidst paper rustling, Lumion's smile faded, and his wrist slowed. Finally, he penned the unusually brief letter, "Honorable Madam Magician, I'd like to meet you." After having the messenger dispatched to deliver the letter, Lumion sat at his desk, gazing at the dark curtains that seeped in the crimson moonlight, patiently awaiting Madam Magician's arrival. After an indeterminate period of time, a resplendent starlight emerged from the dark room, coalescing into the figure of Magician. She had changed into a brownish-yellow cotton dress with white trimmings. "Good evening, Madam Magician," Lumion said with a glance around. "I have something important to discuss." Magician grasped his meaning and immediately condensed the surrounding darkness into an illusory glass barrier, curling up to block out the infiltration of the crimson moonlight and the sounds from outside. "What's so important?" Madam Magician inquired once secrecy was ensured. Lumion conjured a blazing white flame to use as a chandelier. After a few moments of silence, he said, "I've confirmed the origins of the lizard-like elf. It's not an evil god from outside the barrier?" Madam Magician wore a thoughtful expression. Lumion's lips curled into a slight smile. "An evil god in a way, but one not from outside the barrier." Magician frowned and said, "Give me the details." Lumion recounted in his deep voice his pact with penitent Banefell and the corresponding negative effects. He described seeing the true creator idol and a lizard-like elf in the secret cathedral of the Aurora Order, as well as the illusory scene suspected to be a divine kingdom. Madam Magician didn't interrupt him, listening attentively. Then she let out a long sigh and said, "In fact, I had suspected that the lizard-like elf was related to him, but whether it was the Spectator Pathway's mythical creature form or the Hanged Man Pathway's mythical creature form, they were clearly different from that elf. Nothing similar had manifested in the past 5 to 6 years. Additionally, the two experts at decrypting and deciphering dreams were more inclined to believe that the elf came from an evil god outside the barrier. This led me to abandon that guess. From the looks of it, that entity had been involved in Cordu's catastrophe for a long time. That's the only explanation that's complete. How could he, who's been listening and watching, not notice such a major incident that has been unfolding for so long and involves members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society? How could he not take advantage of the situation? What does he want?" Lumion's expression subtly contorted. Magician stared at Lumion for a few seconds before sighing again. "I can only confirm one goal. That is to create a Beyonder capable of rapid digestion and rapid advancement along the hunter pathway. Think about it. It's been just over half a year since you became a hunter. You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder, and your Reaper potion has been greatly digested. Perhaps in 2 to 3 months you can consider breaking through to godhood and advancing to Sequence 4, becoming a demigod. On this journey, whether it was the fake angel status brought about by sealing Termaboros, the obtained boons of the inevitability pathway, or some tempering and digestion opportunities filled with calculated arrangements, they all contributed significantly to your growth. He wants a Red Priest and is pushing for a decisive battle between the Red Priest and the Primordial Demoness. I was worried that your advancement might be going too smoothly, but now it seems that a price has already been exacted for what fate bestowed, and a deposit has been paid." Under the blazing white flames, Lumion spoke in a deep, raspy voice. "I'd rather remain an ordinary person." Madam Magician shook her head with a complex smile. "As the apocalypse approaches, with Aurora's background and condition, even if no catastrophe had occurred in Cordu, it's inevitable that you'll encounter one eventually. Have you forgotten the helplessness and pain of being an ordinary person in that catastrophe?" Lumion clenched his fists involuntarily and lowered his head. I just don't want to obtain power this way." Madam Magician didn't dwell on the topic and said, "He definitely has ulterior motives. For example, a humanoid sealed artifact like you can effectively gather evil god influences around you wherever you go. exposing their schemes in advance and giving us more time to deal with them. Lumion remained silent and didn't respond. Madam Magician glanced at him and asked with an obvious sigh, "What's your next move?" Lumion's body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't suppress his emotions. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I want to punch him." Upon saying this, Lumion's eyes turned bloodshot. To be honest, he had never harbored a firm desire to seek revenge on a deity. His original plan was to eliminate the key members of April Fools and the Sanson family of the Sinners organization. Then, he would work hard to become an angel and extract most of Termaboros' strength. Then, he would release the weak angel of inevitability and kill him. He knew that the source of Cordu's catastrophe was actually the entity known as inevitability. However, due to the vast disparity between them and his natural fear of deities, he had only occasionally cursed and spoken harsh words. He hadn't truly put the other party on his revenge list. And now, he wanted those damned deities to fall from heaven, like meteors streaking through the night sky. Madam Magician looked at Lumion with a serious expression and asked, "Do you know what you mean by that?" "I know." Lumion nodded slowly. "I've been waiting all day before requesting to meet you because I've been questioning myself seriously." He had questioned himself again and again, sometimes in anger, sometimes in sorrow. When he calmed down a little, he questioned himself again. Madame Magician regarded him with a familiar pity in her eyes. This time, Lumion knew clearly what she was pitying. A human yearning to punch a deity. Lumion gazed back at the Major Arcana card holder, his gaze unwavering. After a while, Magician nodded slightly and said, "You're telling me the target because you want me to provide effective advice on your idea and make it a little more feasible?" "Yes, my suggestion is that before Mr. Fool awakens to some extent, endure your impulses and work hard to improve yourself. Only by becoming a demigod can you have a chance to sit at that table of cards. Of course, that depends on whether you appear there in the form of cards or chips. Don't be disheartened. It's the same for you, me, and the other demigods. Our will and choices can also play an important role at critical moments. We can also exploit the card players." Lumion asked in a deep voice, "Will Mr. Fool, will he help me?" Madam Magician nodded solemnly. "Yes." Unknowingly, her eyes grew brighter. "Mr. Fool will protect us. All of us are willing to make sacrifices for this world, but we can't be sacrificed." Lumion suddenly let out a sigh of relief, as if he had lost all strength. He couldn't stand steadily, and his body swayed slightly. He had been suppressing his emotions with all his might until now. Madam Magician looked at him and pondered for a moment before saying, "I must remind you that that entity should already be aware of your thoughts. This is because you displayed an abnormality in front of his idol. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just stating a fact. In that situation, even clowns and spectators would find it difficult to control their emotions and expressions, let alone an ascetic like you." "I know," Lumion replied with difficulty. Before Madam Magician exposed him, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. Magician chuckled and said, "That's also a positive thing. The fact that you're still alive suggests that you're still useful to him and can be used. You haven't repaid the full price that fate has exacted of you. As long as you don't give up on yourself or participate in actions that can disrupt his important plans, he will ignore your hatred. He might even continue to allow you to encounter opportunities and obtain things until you step onto the stage he has decided for you. It's frustrating, but that's the reality. In the eyes of an existence like him, you are currently just a speck of dust. He can reduce you to dust at any time without worrying about your thoughts." After a long silence, Lumion asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "You mean, before Mr. Fool awakens, I'm to make full use of that entity's arrangements?" Magician nodded slightly and said, "Using an enemy's resources to strengthen yourself is also a way of seeking revenge. Of course, this requires greater caution and restraint. As I mentioned earlier, a price is always exacted for what fate has bestowed. You have to weigh whether you're willing to pay the corresponding price in the future." Lumion looked down at the floor illuminated by the incandescent white light and said, "Okay." He then asked, "When will Mr. Fool begin awakening?" No one knows, Madam Magician replied with a smile. But there's no need to be disheartened by this answer. I foresee that we tarot card holders will play an important role in this matter. Let's work hard together. How do we? Lumion pressed. Madam Magician pondered for a moment and said, First, focus on yourself. Then, wait patiently for the right opportunity. The right opportunity? Lumion couldn't fathom how they, the minor arcana card holders, were involved in awakening Mr. Fool. All he could do was cautiously ask, Madam, did you deliberately place penitent on the messenger list? Without Banefell's negative influence, he wouldn't have had a chance to see the lizard-like elf in the true creator's hidden cathedral. Yes and no, Madam Magician replied. I know he has a certain connection to that entity. I believe our collaboration with the Aurora Order is fragile. You were sent as an undercover agent, not a true member. You might encounter certain problems in the future, and there's a chance that he will bring about new possibilities. That's why I placed him on the messenger list to see if fate will allow you to choose him. I never expected this to unveil a very important mystery. Lumion had long grown accustomed to Madame Magician's cryptic responses. He swiftly filtered through her thoughts. He spoke in a deep voice, Madam, I wish to explore Mr. Hanged Man's Blue Avenger soon. Magician concurred tersely. No problem. I understand the urgency. I'll bring you there once Mr. Hanged Man and I confirm the time. Lumion fell silent for a moment before saying, Thank you. Madam Magician pondered for a moment and reminded him, But don't be too hasty. Emperor Roselle once said, More haste, less speed. It's not just because impatience blinds you and affects your judgment, causing you to make wrong choices in many matters. It's also because consuming the potion to advance has a requirement on your mental state. You should be well aware of this. I understand, Lumion said with a sigh. Madam Magician glanced around and joked, You were really tense just now. We've been talking this whole time, but you didn't even remember to invite me to sit down. Yes, the School of Truth's vortex clearly involves higher-level forces. We'll take over the subsequent investigations. Your primary mission is to locate the relatively important mirror people according to what Morana Vigny had shared. I suspect that something in the special mirror world is an important part of the vortex. This time you've obtained crucial information. We major arcana card holders won't be stingy with the rewards. Of course, it's for your team, not just you. The exact distribution is up to you. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lumion suddenly fell into a daze. He muttered to himself, Again, is this also what fate has bestowed? I can't say for sure that's not the case, Madam Magician replied with a self-deprecating smile. Your psychological and mental state are better than I expected. You haven't reached the point where you need treatment again, but you seem to have suffered from the aftereffects of the trauma known as fate's bestowment. Everything you see seems arranged as if by fate's hand. Without waiting for Lumion's response, she added, Actually, there's no problem with that. It's good to be vigilant, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your mind is like an eraser. If you're too tense, it'll snap. You can be vigilant about details, but you have to relax. Think about it. You can't resist a real arrangement anyway. Why make yourself unable to sleep well, eat well, and become more and more neurotic? Yes, Lumion had to admit that Madam Magician had a point. Magician expressed satisfaction at Lumion's ability to self-regulate. Of course, once you discover any arrangements that are clearly problematic, remember to inform me immediately by reciting the honorific name. For the reward this time, I'll include the sequence 4 potion formula of the Hunter pathway, facilitating your quest for items on the Blue Avenger. As for the rewards for the 2 of Cups, 7 of Cups, and 4 of Swords, I don't know either. It mainly depends on what judgment the Hermit and the others will offer. Lumion had no objections to this arrangement. Even if Madam Magician didn't mention it or believed that the information about the Vortex and the Mirror People wasn't worth the demigod-level potion formula, he would take the initiative to request that the other party provide it first before making up for the missing contributions. As Lumion regained his composure, a question crossed his mind. Madam, Mr. K of the Aurora Order has already divulged my contributions in front of the true Creator's idol, requesting him to put me up as a candidate oracle. When an official oracle falls into danger, I will become the prime candidate to replace them. When the time comes, will I truly become a certain Mr. of the Aurora Order. In addition, Mr. K also promised material rewards in the next few days. Magician nodded slightly and said, "The Aurora Order's organizational structure is quite peculiar. Although oracles have a saint directly above them, most oracles can directly hear the ravings of that entity and his instructions, giving them strong autonomy. Yes, they still follow the orders of their saint superiors and report to them on most matters, but there are a few matters that completely bypass their superiors. Recommending a candidate oracle is one of them. An oracle of God can only come from God's revelation." After a brief sigh, Magician chuckled and said, "As long as there's no major problem with the screening, feel free to accept the material rewards. You've already received enough of fate's bestowments. Any more and there won't be any substantial changes. I don't think being an oracle will happen. The Aurora Order's oracles have a fixed preaching area. It can't beat letting you run around and trigger various hidden dangers of evil gods. It will help you digest the potion." At this point, Magician's expression gradually turned odd. Lumion wasn't in a hurry to inquire. He waited for the major arcana card holder to take the initiative to explain. After a few seconds, Magician maintained her expression and hesitantly said, "Perhaps, that person's original arrangement was for you to be a certain Mr. for a while. The Hunter Pathways Sequence 4 is known as Iron-Blooded Night. It makes all consumers transform into men. Its ritual requires the formation of a team of at least 30 people. They should be able to comprehend your intentions based on your gaze and actions after long periods of nurturing, as though all of you are nearly one. The higher the team's strength and tacit understanding, the better the effect of the ritual. Think about it. What's the most striking characteristic of the Aurora Order? It's fanaticism. After becoming a certain Mr., you will undoubtedly have your own jurisdiction and a large number of subordinates. They are fanatical and will completely follow the orders of a deity's oracle like you. With some training, they can fulfill the requirements of the ritual. What you need to worry about is how to increase their strength and tacit understanding to make the ritual more effective. The original plan was for me to become an oracle after digesting the Reaper potion, allowing me to establish a team to complete the ritual as quickly as possible. How can I carry out this ritual now? Franca and the others are without a problem, but there are too few of them. Lumion couldn't help but frown. Upon seeing this, Madame Magician chuckled and said, "The Church of Knowledge, well-versed in the Hunter Path, offered an alternative. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can tame Ludwig. Angels can offset most quantity requirements." Angel level? Lumion finally obtained information about Ludwig's power from Madame Magician. Yes, Madame Magician didn't elaborate further. Taming Ludwig? All I can do now is bribe him and give simple commands. Lumion fell deep into thought. Madame Magician glanced at him and said, "You can wait until you digest the Reaper potion and visit the City of Exiles, Morora, before deciding which method to use to meet the ritual's requirements. Right? Let's discuss the vortex details through letters." Lumion nodded and watched as Madame Magician vanished into thin air. Gazing at the gradually expanding dark border, he closed his eyes and recalled everything he had seen and heard that day. Unbeknownst to him, he clenched his fists tightly, and blazing white flames surged from his fists, burning fiercely. Jenna sat in an armchair in the living room, quietly waiting for Lumion to open the door and leave. The sound of gnawing and chewing echoed from the dining room. Lumion carried the unfinished bottle of absinthe to the balcony, settled into a chair and took a sip. Jenna approached him with light footsteps and observed him for a few seconds. "You're in better shape. You can tell that too?" Lumion asked nonchalantly without turning his head. Jenna pulled up a chair and sat down, sneering. "Your silent and reserved demeanor makes me feel more at ease than your previously excited and talkative demeanor." Lumion gazed at the night outside the balcony and remained silent for a long time. Jenna didn't ask any questions either. Suddenly, Lumion spoke in a deep voice. I saw that lizard-like elf. Jenna had heard him talk about Cordu and understood what it meant. She said in surprise, Didn't you go to the Aurora Order to meet Mr. K? Why, is that lizard-like elf related to the Aurora Order? It stems from the one they believe in. Lumion's voice seemed to emerge from the depths of darkness. No wonder. Jenna suddenly understood Lumion's previous state. Madame Judgment mentioned that the one the Aurora Order believes in is close to Mr. Fool in power. It wasn't something mortals could face directly, let alone exact revenge on. After a brief silence, Jenna understood and said, Did you just meet Madame Magician? You've grown quite smart after drinking the witch potion. Lumion turned to Jenna. Jenna couldn't help but ask, Can't hunters speak nicely? She paused for a moment before adding, What did Madame Magician say? She said to endure it for now and wait for Mr. Fool to wake up before considering what to do next. Lumion replied simply. Jenna tersely acknowledged, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she stood up and went to Ludwig's side in the dining room to retrieve a glass from the balcony. She snatched the bottle of absinthe from Lumion's hand and poured a third of it for herself. Jenna had just taken a sip of the dreamy green liquid when her face instinctively furrowed. Heck, why do you people like to drink absinthe? It tastes awful. As a former showy diva, Jenna had drunk plenty of alcohol, but she still couldn't accept the taste of absinthe. Lumion scoffed but didn't offer an explanation. Jenna casually chatted, I once read a book about a writer whose name I can't remember. He said that those who enjoy absinthe either use it to pretend they are experienced or use it to reminisce about their experiences. Lumion listened quietly, picked up the bottle, and took another mouthful. The slightly burning alcohol slid down his throat, leaving behind a familiar bitterness. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai, Franca waited a while for Jenna to return. She sniffed and asked in confusion, Have you been drinking? Didn't Jenna say she was going to the market district to find an opportunity to act as a witch? Could it be that she had been deliberately drinking and engaging in sting operations to carry out law enforcement? Jenna removed her black cloak and said to Franca with a solemn expression, I ran into Lumion. Ha! Franca was taken aback. He's in the market district? Didn't he go to the Aurora Order to meet Mr. K? I thought he hadn't returned because he was being tested and preparing to choose a reward. Jenna didn't hold back and recounted Lumion's condition and words in almost complete detail. Is that so? Franca's emotions became complicated. She understood Lumion's current feelings and sympathized with the plight of Muggle Aurora. She still remembered that the ancient sun god, suspected to be from the Third Epoch and whom the Aurora Order believed in, had returned in some form. There was a high chance that the ancient sun god was an earlier transmigrator, a transmigrator like them. Transmigrators harming transmigrators. It's the way of the April Fool's group. Likewise for the ancient sun god. Franca sighed silently and decided to summon Madame Hellas' messenger later. She would inform the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society about the School of Truth's vortex operation and the true creator's role in the catastrophe at Cordu, and request a gathering of all members soon. It wasn't that she wanted to publicly warn all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society at the gathering about the true creator and the ancient sun god. Certain matters could become catastrophic if people below a certain level knew about them. After all, that entity possessed the ability to know whenever he was mentioned. Franca hoped to raise the vigilance of Hela and the other organizers of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society before indirectly alerting the other members through them. Furthermore, Franca found the overseer of the School of Truth formidable. But that wasn't the most terrifying aspect about her and her accomplices. Franca's greatest unease stemmed from the broker's ability and willingness to unite the evil god Sex, which had been in disarray, fighting independently and even attacking each other. The hostile plan was the embryonic form of such a change, and perhaps the Vortex incident represented the outcome in a step sequence. Facing the evil god cults that had begun to collaborate, Franca wanted the factions she associated herself with to take action and collaborate as well. To this end, She was willing to share information about the Vortex and the Mirror People with Madame Hella, a demigod likely backed by the Evernight Church, free of charge. She had already written and sought Madame Judgment's opinion on this matter, and her response was affirmative. "How is he now?" Franca asked with concern, contemplating whether to drink with Lumion until dawn to express her support and comfort him. "He's fine for now," Jenna replied after a few seconds of contemplation. "Perhaps it's also because the one the Aurora Order believes in is far superior to him. Although the hatred is real, it's very intangible and can't be acted upon for a long time. She had authority to speak on such matters." Franca tersely acknowledged her words and contemplated her next move. At dawn, Franca visited Clarice immediately and reported her encounter to the Demoness of Black. The latter expressed her approval and inquired about Franca's recent needs. Franca didn't stand on ceremony and mentioned her desire for the ingredients for the affliction potion. Back then, the Demoness of Black didn't agree or reject her request. She only instructed Franca to visit in 2 days and to find the Mirror People that Morana Vigny had mentioned as soon as possible. She could provide any assistance Franca needed. As for the Mirror People that Morana Vigny had mentioned, Griffith, Palia, and Karatanza Tamara, none of them used their real names in reality. They could only rely on their unclear identities to investigate. Franca hoped to obtain official assistance through 007, and she also wanted to see if there were any members of the Moses Ascetic Order in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. This was one of the reasons why she had requested a full-scale gathering soon. The only mirror person who could be identified was Trier's Deputy Commissioner of Police, Sport. Franca had investigated the situation before dawn and realized that the mirror person had vanished. It appeared that the fleeing overseer had used some method to alert the Mirror People. For example, news of Morana Vigny's accident had quickly spread. After downing the last of the absinthe and saying goodbye to Jenna, Lumion rubbed his temples and headed back to his bedroom. Under the crimson moonlight pouring through the curtains, he noticed a folded letter on the table. "Madam Magician? Didn't she just leave not too long ago?" Lumion frowned and picked up the letter. It was indeed from Madame Magician with a few short paragraphs. "I forgot to mention we ran into Loki while tracking the School of Truth's overseer. His condition has changed significantly. It seems something went wrong during his resurrection after the sea prayer ritual. This led to the owner of Castle Dillon, the former Secret Order leader, being resurrected inside him somehow. Zeradal has come back from the dead and become the Celestial Worthy's attendant. Right, but he hasn't fully taken over Loki's body, and Loki hasn't died completely. This has turned them into an unstable, stitched-together monster in mind and soul. For now, don't try finding Castle Dillon and expending Loki's remaining resurrection. It's best to avoid any situations where he could track you down. Zeradal." Franca had said the former Secret Order leader played a major role in Emperor Rosel's rise, but ultimately betrayed the Emperor. The Sauron family's Vermanda Sauron seemed to have gone insane from his and the Emperor's schemes, prompting him to enter forth Epic Trier alone. Is Loki considered half-dead now? When Zeradal fully controls his body, he should be completely dead. What a shame. Lumion regretted not finishing off Loki's final life himself, but didn't feel too disappointed or indignant. He had already caused Loki's demise twice, after all. After burning the letter, Lumion pondered for a moment, then left the bedroom. He sat across from Ludwig, who wore yellow cotton pajamas and a matching nightcap, watching the boy quickly nibble on a cold bone-in steak. Ludwig stayed unfazed by Lumion's gaze, continuing his feast. After nearly a minute, Lumion probed, "Are you willing to call me Godfather?" Ludwig glanced up at him, then lowered his head, scooped up some banana puree, and spooned it into his mouth. Lumion changed the question. "Are you willing to follow my orders, accept my commands, and build a tacit understanding here?" This time, Ludwig didn't even look up, his mouth constantly moving. Lumion silently watched as he slowly took something out of his traveler's bag. It was a mercury eyeball in a glass jar, a sequence 7 lucky 1 beyonder characteristic of the monster pathway. It had recondensed after the flog boxing gloves shattered. Ludwig immediately looked up, Ignoring Ludwig's gaze, Lumion leisurely pulled out the serial killer beyonder characteristic and a few other items, placing them on the dining table in front of him. Then, he smiled at Ludwig, who wore the yellow cotton nightcap, and said, "Are you willing to call me Godfather?" Ludwig fell silent for a few seconds before saying in a low voice, "Godfather." Lumion probed further. "Are you willing to follow my orders, accept my commands, and build a tacit understanding here?" Without hesitation, Ludwig replied, "I am." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the pile of items before Lumion. Lumion sighed silently. He could rely on food to control someone, but couldn't rely solely on food. Otherwise, it'd be so easy for Ludwig to ignore him when there was no food around. This likely didn't meet an iron-blooded knight's ritual requirements. Deep in thought, Lumion pointed at the pile and smiled. "Since you've admitted to being my godson, you can choose one item. But there's a condition. You have to answer 2 or 3 of my questions." Ludwig hesitated a moment, then spoke with a stern look. "Okay. Which one do you want?" Lumion asked kindly. Looking around, Ludwig yearned for every item, but was reluctant to abandon any. Finally overcoming himself, he pointed at the serial killer beyonder characteristic and said, "That one. You really want that beyonder characteristic. Can it be turned into some magical dish or cocktail?" Lumion put away the other items and smiled at Ludwig. "First question. What pathway does your beyonder power belong to? What are its characteristics? What's your rough sequence level?" He hoped to gain inspiration for taming the sealed angel based on Ludwig's beyonder pathway information. Ludwig muttered under his breath, "That's 3 questions." Lumion pretended not to hear. Seeing his protests were futile, Ludwig could only pick up some beef and mutton to munch on. He mumbled, "Yes, yes." It seemed he couldn't recall the original name, so he had to find another term for it. "It's the gourmet pathway." Lumion wasn't surprised at all. "No wonder you're always acting like you're savoring delicacies and ingredients." Ludwig added earnestly, "To put it simply, it's a way to get superpowers by being hungry and eating. What corresponds to your sequence 9 is tramp. You lose everything and are always searching for food, barely surviving. Could you be the ultimate tramp embodiment? You'd even lost your mind, only never forgetting to eat. From that description, I can't tell what abilities a tramp has." But Lumion didn't mock him. Rather than detail the tramp sequence, Ludwig said, "Sequence 8 is glutton." "Glutton?" Lumion said approvingly. "Quite the image." Ludwig ignored Lumion's mockery and continued with the brief introduction. "At this sequence, hunger truly becomes ingrained in our bodies, allowing us to evolve around it. What kinds of evolutions are there?" Lumion was concerned that Ludwig would only mention this about gluttons, just as he had described the tramp sequence. Therefore, he took the initiative to inquire. Ludwig paused for a few seconds to swallow his food. Then, he stuffed a small piece of lemon cake into his mouth and replied in a muffled manner, "Internal organs that are better suited for digesting food and absorbing energy. Stronger, more powerful teeth. A bite force and appetite that exceed normal limits. This will help us obtain different abilities from food more efficiently. We won't have to worry about being affected by the toxins, viruses, and bacteria that food brings. In other words, even if it's highly toxic, as long as you consume it with your mouth and treat it as food, you won't die from the poison." Lumion suddenly felt that Ludwig would make a suitable assistant for apothecaries. Ludwig took a sip of milk and shook his head. "We can't exceed a certain limit. Many gluttons die from eating random stuff. And you're not eating random stuff?" Lumion scoffed inwardly. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. This guy is quite honest. He's indeed like a child most of the time. He actually forgot to protest that I had asked additional questions. Ludwig set down the milk bottle and picked up a box of cookies. Amidst the munching sounds, he continued, "The corresponding sequence 7 is gourmet. At this level, our digestion and eating abilities will improve further. We can discern which ingredients are edible, which are inedible, which ingredients can bring about special effects, and which ingredients need to be combined with others. Lumian thought seriously before asking, "Is extracting the corresponding information from the consumed food one of a gourmet's abilities?" This ability had helped Lumian a great deal. Ludwig, donning a thick yellow cotton nightcap, nodded obediently. Yes. He didn't elaborate on the corresponding abilities. "Although a gourmet is useful, I can sense that at this sequence you lack sufficient combat strength. Yes, perhaps Tramp will grant you a certain level of street fighting abilities." Lumian commented from his own perspective. Ludwig didn't argue, nor did he bother to. How could delicacies already in his mouth or subsequent delicacies be less important than what he was talking about? He peeled a lollipop and placed it in his mouth, a hint of enjoyment on his face. "Beyond that is what you call sequence 6, chef." "I thought it was bartender," Lumian teased. Ludwig pondered seriously and said, "Chefs cover a wider range. It's not like they can only make cocktails." Lumian nodded pensively. "Is a chef's ability to use special ingredients to create mystical dishes, pastries, drinks, and cocktails?" Ludwig had displayed this ability numerous times. Ludwig couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. "That's right. Every chef has different characteristics and abilities due to the ingredients they've obtained and the food they've prepared. Chefs have one thing in common. They have excellent skills in processing ingredients. This includes finding weaknesses and techniques like cutting, chopping, and slicing. Only at this sequence would one from the gourmet pathway truly possess combat strength. However, a chef is similar to a contractee. Their actual combat strength depends on their synergy of abilities. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit is very low." Lumian, thinking of a contractee, asked curiously, "Is there a limit to the number of permanent effects a chef can obtain through various mystical foods?" As for the negative effects, Lumian, who had eaten ice lemon fish fillet before, had a deep understanding. Depending on the ingredients and finished products, mystical dishes or cocktails brought different negative effects, but they were significantly weaker than those a contractee experienced. "No," Ludwig quickly shook his head. "As long as you fully embrace hunger and greed, there won't be an upper limit. This upper limit is a little crazy. However, this also means that there's no limit to the number of negative effects. Even if each one is far inferior to the ones brought about by a contractee, they will undergo a qualitative change after stacking." Lumian pondered for a moment and looked at Ludwig, who had roughly finished his meal. "That first time we met, when I saw you chowing down on rats, were you just a glutton or a gourmet?" Ludwig didn't try to hide anything. Gourmet. Indeed, he'd been critiquing the dishes I served him. Lumian pondered for a moment, then said, "Did you recover to chef status during that Baiting's black insect incident?" Ludwig curtly confirmed it. "I was just short to begin with. Eating a Baiting's black insect was all it took to advance." "What's the next sequence?" Lumian steered the conversation back on track. Ludwig dredged up the memories. "It's depriver." Depriver. Lumian immediately thought of the deprivation bullet he'd gotten from Jeebus. Could this be a transaction from the cult of the gourmet pathway? Ludwig thought Lumian wanted him to explain the depriver's abilities. He recounted, "A depriver can strip 1 to 3 abilities from a target for a period of time. If they then consume part of the target's flesh, they permanently gain one of those abilities, and the target permanently loses it unless they drink a potion again or kill me, no, the corresponding depriver. At depriver, our recipes get way more range. A ton of formerly inedible things become food. We can consume things we previously couldn't." "Give me an example?" Lumian wasn't sure his interpretation matched Ludwig's intentions. Ludwig looked at him and offered 2 examples. Corruption to a certain degree, as well as fireballs, lightning, and other energy forms. They can eat way more dangerous stuff and consume things that shouldn't even be considered food. Lumian thought of an enemy he'd faced at the hostel and something Ludwig just mentioned. He asked for confirmation. "So that ability to process ingredients includes those ingredients too?" "Yes," Ludwig admitted candidly. Lumian pulled the matte deprivation bullet from his traveler's bag and set it on the dining table. "This is from a depriver?" Ludwig's eyes lit up. "Yes." he said anxiously. Can I use it as a prize? I don't want that beyonder characteristic anymore. I think beyonder characteristics are way more valuable. Lumion deliberately provoked him. Ludwig looked sad and said reluctantly, but I can only choose one. I can't actually consume beyonder characteristics yet. I can only use them as ingredients for now. Is that right? Lumion eyed Ludwig and organized his thoughts. How much more do you need to eat to recover to depriver? The further along I go, the harder it gets. I can't just eat a ton. I need higher quality, higher energy foods. Ludwig pointed at the deprivation bullet. I'd need at least 200 of these bullets to reach depriver. Lumion chuckled and whispered devilishly, what if you ate the depriver who made this bullet? I could recover immediately. Ludwig's eyes lit up. Lumion's smile widened. You don't seem to have strong offensive abilities. I can help you get the stuff to capture the corresponding beyonders. But you gotta listen to me and do what I say before I become a demigod. We need to be totally in sync. That's my promise. You gonna hold up your end of the deal? Ludwig hesitated a moment before reluctantly nodding. Deal. Phew, stay calm. This is just the start of the taming. Not the end. Long process ahead. Lumion suppressed his smile and asked curiously, who were you following back then? No need for the full title. Just call them something like the Great Mother. Ludwig was caught off guard. His expression shifted a few times before tears streamed down his face. He wailed like a child. I don't remember. I've forgotten everything. Hearing his cries, Lugano emerged from the guest room in a thick coat. The doctor immediately noticed Lumion and asked in confusion, why is he crying? Is this really the terrifying cannibal from the Dream Festival? Lumion chuckled in response. I showed him delicacies but didn't give him any. All right. Lugano looked between them in confusion before retreating back to his room. Lugano's brief appearance made Lumion remember an item, and he had a dangerous thought. He pulled the remains of Omabella's umbilical cord from his traveler's bag and consulted Ludwig, who'd gradually stopped sobbing. What dishes and cocktails could you make with this? That umbilical cord left behind by the Great Mother's Child of God was thought to be just an ingredient for charms, mystical items, and beyonder weapons. But now Lumion figured a gourmet might see it differently. Looking at Omabella's umbilical cord remains, Ludwig licked his lips. It could make 3 types of food with different mystical effects. One food would completely cure infertility. Don't need that, Lumion said in amusement. What about the other 2 foods? Ludwig said professionally, one grants potent self-healing abilities, though inferior to a vampire's. And another. What else does it do? Lumion, seeing Ludwig pause as if he had concerns, pressed for an answer. Ludwig stared at the piece of umbilical cord in front of Lumion and hesitated before replying. It could somewhat alter your aura and lineage, making certain creatures without the necessary wisdom perceive you as a divine child of the Great Mother. Lumion's expression grew more solemn. So, you're saying it could actually integrate the child of God's lineage into mine, even if it's almost negligible? And this would fool creatures of low intelligence or those acting purely on instinct? Yes. Ludwig nodded earnestly. That bit of lineage won't change anything for you, and only creatures directly created by the Great Mother, or those who have received her boons, could sense it. This doesn't sound very useful, but in special circumstances it could be incredibly crucial. Compared to curing infertility or enhancing self-healing, it has more room for imagination. Lumion weighed his words and asked, what are the side effects? Could it change my gender? After all, the Great Mother's Child of God, Omabella, seems to have been female. Ludwig's greedy gaze shifted from the umbilical cord back to Lumion, and he said regretfully, for someone else, it might cause the Great Mother's Child of God to start developing inside them, but not for you. You just have to worry about the Great Mother setting her sights on you, really watching you. Lumion was silent for a good 20 seconds before slowly stowing Omabella's umbilical cord remains back into his traveler's bag. He wasn't in a hurry to have Ludwig use the remains to create food with special effects, planning instead to consult Madame Magician's opinion before deciding. He was willing to take risks, but he wasn't reckless. "Can I have it now?" Ludwig looked eagerly at the mat deprivation bullet. "One last question." Lumion smiled again, pulling out another item from his traveler's bag. It was a small glass vial containing ancient bloodstain powder. This came from Demon Warlock Berman, who was guided by a visitor from Resurrection Island named Harrison. He summoned a spirit named Arden from the depths of death and easily killed it, collecting its blood for a future ritual. Lumion got some of this bloodstain powder from his room. Previously, Lumion had Franca conduct an investigation using magic mirror divination, confirming that it truly came from the depths of the spirit world, but yielded no further insights. Now, he wanted the gourmet to taste it, to see if he could glean more important information. He remembered clearly. The people of Resurrection Island claimed they could die and revive repeatedly, never aging, and the secret was in their control over the markings from the depths of death. This might truly be a way to revive the dead. "Is it edible?" Lumion maintained his smile as he pushed the glass vial with the ancient bloodstain powder towards Ludwig. Ludwig carefully examined the powder for a while and then opened the bottle cap, touching it a few times with his fingers. "Yes," he replied, not too eagerly. "Then eat half of it." Lumion watched expectantly as Ludwig sprinkled a small amount of the ancient bloodstain powder into his mouth, leaving just a bit behind. Ludwig chewed and tasted it for a while before starting his gourmet review. It has a rich aroma of death and eternal rest, originating from the depths of the spirit world. It comes from a man in his 30s, with traits of both the mystery prior and death pathways, in poor mental state, highly prone to emotional instability. Hearing this, Lumion raised an eyebrow. This sounds like it's describing Demon Warlock Berman himself. But this bloodstain powder is from the evil spirit Arden killed by Berman, right? From Intis's winter province? Lumion confirmed his guess. Yes. Ludwig smacked his lips. He shared other insights drawn from the bloodstain powder, each aligning with the Demon Warlock situation. This couldn't possibly mean that Berman summoned himself, killed himself, and then collected his own blood, could it? Lumion felt an eerie thrill. The ancient bloodstain powder surely wasn't left by Berman due to some other issues, as both Franca and Ludwig had confirmed the blood was closely linked to death and the spirit world. Lumion had fought the Demon Warlock twice, believing him to still be alive at those times. Using the method taught by Resurrection Island's Harrison, Berman summoned an evil spirit from the depths of death that was himself, his own marking? He killed his own marking in the depths of death and found it very weak? This is hard to believe. What exactly does Harrison from Resurrection Island want? And what hidden truths lie behind the islanders' resurrections? Lumion's thoughts raced, feeling that the mysteries of Resurrection Island were no less profound than the high-level events he had experienced before. "Can you give it to me now?" Ludwig looked again at the deprivation bullet very eagerly. He handed back the small glass vial with the remaining bit of ancient bloodstain powder to Lumion. "Yes." Lumion tossed the deprivation bullet to Ludwig. Ludwig caught it and stuffed the matte bullet into his mouth. "Eating it directly?" Lumion asked with a chuckle. "Aren't you going to cook it first? Maybe mix a cocktail?" Ludwig replied with a muffled voice. "No need for that. I can absorb it directly." As he spoke, he sucked on the deprivation bullet like it was an ice pop, pulling it from his mouth again. Compared to before, the bullet's matte metal casing had noticeably thinned, the intricate symbols etched into its surface now pitted and marked with teeth impressions. Ludwig sucked on it 3 times, then finally, when the inside gunpowder was vaguely visible, he put the bullet in his mouth, chewed it with a crackling sound, and swallowed. Lumion watched with a grimace, gaining a deeper understanding of the various changes hunger could bring. After eating the deprivation bullet, Ludwig closed his eyes, savoring the taste and longing for more. Lumion felt a pang of regret for the extraordinary bullet he had obtained from Jeebus. The weakening bullet, deprivation bullet, and implosion bullet had not served their intended purposes, while the poison bullet, putrid bullet, and impregnating bullet had been given to Franca. "How do you feel?" Lumion inquired. "Delicious, a familiar taste." Ludwig responded, half closing his eyes. After reflecting for a moment, he snapped his eyes open, their gaze sharp and alert. Gee, Godfather, can you quickly find out who made that bullet? You little rascal, that's the cult following your deity. But I can't blame you, you're brainless now. And for an evil god, sacrificing any number of bestowed is worthwhile if it frees an angel from its bonds. Returning to an angel's belly is like returning to the deity's heaven. Lumion muttered silently to himself, nodded slightly in agreement, and slowly stood up, heading back to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he stared at the dark ceiling adorned with a chandelier, feeling no trace of sleepiness despite the lingering scent of absinthe. After staring silently for who knows how long, Lumion chuckled self-deprecatingly, trying to use cogitation to help himself fall asleep. He slowly visualized a crossed-out sphere that grew an eye in his mind. His state settled, and drowsiness began to creep up. Just then, Lumion was taken aback. Cogitation was taught by his sister, and the cogitation pattern was also casually drawn by her. Lumion laughed softly to himself, his laughter shaking. Minutes later, he indulged in reminiscing about his life in Cordu, including those interactions in the dream. Even those, now looking back, carried a certain indescribable warmth. As his thoughts wandered, Lumion remembered his sister's contracted creature, white paper. I wonder what state white paper is in. Strictly speaking, Aurora isn't completely dead, so her contract with white paper should still exist. Pity, contract creatures aren't messengers. Only the contractee can summon them. Otherwise, I'd summon white paper to see its condition. Using Aurora's words, seeing something left behind makes you think of that person? Or liking someone so much you even like their pets? It's not that I can't summon, since the Termaboros sealed inside me and I are one. Aurora's soul shard must be too. My summoning is as if Aurora is doing it. Thinking this, Lumion abruptly sat up. In the darkness, he set up an altar and chanted the spell in the appropriate language. I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, the weak ball that can telepathically connect with me. As the incantation echoed, the candlelight flickered gently, but nothing happened. With spirit vision active, Lumion didn't see white paper that had appeared in his dreams. Sigh. He lay back down, disappointed. As time ticked by, the sleepless Lumion suddenly became alert, feeling not the slightest fatigue. It was 6 in the morning. Lumion got up silently and began to clean up the altar. Just then, a doll messenger in a light gold dress emerged from the void, dropping a dark coin pouch and a folded square letter onto the table. Is this the reward from Miss Magician? One of them is a traveler's bag? Lumion perked up, grabbing the dark coin pouch. The doll messenger glanced at him, pinched her nose and said, "Drunkard, your clothes stink." Lumion, who hadn't bathed or changed clothes last night, cleared his throat awkwardly in embarrassment and thanked her. After the doll messenger left, he continued to check the rewards. That dark coin pouch was indeed a traveler's bag, containing 3 items. One was a sheepskin parchment of a brownish hue, another was a nearly invisible triangular spike, and the last was a mechanically intricate black revolver. Lumion didn't rush to take out the rewards, but instead unfolded the folded square letter. Prize descriptions: Iron Blood Night Potion Formula. See for yourself. Traveler's Bag. No need for further introduction, right? Wintry Blade. A mystical item crafted from the dust of ancient vengeful spirits and residual spirituality. Any creature pierced by it, even without a visible wound, will fall into an icy rigidity and uncontrollable thoughts, as if possessed by a wraith. Moreover, as the battle persists, the targets of the wintry blade, even without direct contact, will gradually find their thoughts slowing and movements becoming stiff and awkward. The downside is that the bearer gradually loses body heat, turning toward a necrotic state. If this exceeds the necessary time limit, the process becomes irreversible. Placing it in the traveler's bag effectively avoids the negative effects of carrying it. You only need to ensure the battle doesn't exceed 3 hours. Of course, as a Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway, a Burning Reaper, you could endure the negative effects for at least 4 hours without other countermeasures. Reading this, Lumion immediately thought of the Eggers family's golden mask. That mask could also turn the wearer into a dead being, providing protection for the spirit and consciousness to remain alive until the mask was removed, allowing the wearer to easily revert to their original state. While wearing Death's golden mask, could I use the wintry blade completely unaffected? I'm already an undead, so the gradual necrosis doesn't apply. No, wearing that golden mask for too long means real death once removed, resulting in instant death. Lumion found no exploitable loophole and sighed in disappointment. He continued reading the last part of the letter. Winter is coming. This revolver was found at the site of a secret but failed ritual while investigating the Order of All Extinction cult. It was meant to be a collectible firearm, but it became a formidable weapon with a limited number of uses due to corruption during the ritual. The bullets it fires carry that corruption, producing 2 effects. One ensures the bullet hits its target. Even saints, unless they use special abilities to dodge, will be hit. For beings below demigods, unless they switch with a substitute or the shooter is under an illusion and unable to aim, the shot will hit its intended target, and any substitutes will fail. 2. Ensures death. Even saints, lacking certain traits and abilities, once hit, will suffer great trauma and gradually die. For beings below demigods, a hit means certain death. These 2 effects cannot coexist. A choice is made for each shot. The number of times it can still carry these effects is 4. Once used up, Winter is Coming will revert to a normal revolver and begin rusting and deteriorating. However, until then, its normal shots will also spread ailments with each wound, with the type of disease being unpredictable. After each use of Winter is Coming, you must seek treatment from an apothecary or doctor within the following week, even if no symptoms appear. If not treated in time, you will inevitably contract a terminal illness that lower sequence apothecaries and doctors cannot cure due to mystical factors. This is a weapon that can harm demigods? After the Overseer Pearl's painted self incident, are Miss Magician and her peers consciously providing us with items that can affect demigods with bearable side effects? Dr. Lumion half-turned his body, casting his gaze toward the door. Lugano had already woken up and was preparing Ludwig's first breakfast. After confirming the rewards, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag and pulled out the brownish sheepskin parchment, written on in dark red ink. Potion name: Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence 4. Main ingredient: Magma Giant's Core, Stone of Catastrophe. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of boiling magma, 20 grams of flora powder, corrupted by a stone of catastrophe, 20 grams of soil, soaked in soldier's blood from a large battlefield, 1 acorn. Ritual: form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep comradeship with them, allowing them to grow stronger together with perfect synergy. Understanding the leader's intent through eye contact and gestures, nearly as one entity, then have them perform the ritual. The stronger and more cohesive the team, the better the ritual's effect. While reading, Lumion felt a strong burning sensation from the dark red inked words and thought he could smell rust and blood. Lumion had just finished reading the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula and quickly set it down on the table, feeling as if he was sinking into a hell of flames and blood. Such a strong mental impact. Is it because the Sequence 4 potion formula inherently possesses such traits, or because it was written by an angel, or perhaps a combination of both? Boiling magma. Does this mean drinking magma directly, and if you don't advance, you die? Lumion memorized the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula in his mind, occasionally opening the parchment to ensure there were no mistakes. In the morning at 702 apartment, 9 Rue Orosai, Lumion placed the new traveler's bag and the 2 weapons on the coffee table and went into detail about the latter 2. Only 3 items? Franca asked, puzzled. Lumion chuckled. There's also the Iron-Blooded Knight Sequence 4 potion formula for the Hunter pathway, but that's meaningless for you. Who says so? At Sequence 4, a demoness can switch to the Hunter pathway. Franca retorted, her eyes sparkling. She almost said that before joining the demoness sect, Her dream was to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula to turn herself back into a male. Before Lumion could respond, Franca eagerly pleaded, "May I see it? It's not like you'll lose anything this way. If I become a demoness of affliction and something forces me out of the demoness sect, I could consider advancing to iron-blooded knight." "Sure," Lumion replied nonchalantly. He knew what Franca truly desired. He then took the brownish parchment out of his traveler's bag. Seeing this, Jenna asked, curious yet hopeful, "May I have a look too?" This was a potion formula that could unlock the gates of godhood. Franca turned to Jenna, wanting to stop her but finding no suitable excuse. Is it really appropriate for a female demoness to look at the iron-blooded knight potion formula? Lumion didn't help Franca dissuade Jenna, and freely unfolded the brown parchment, placing it on the coffee table surface, and casually cautioned, "For every paragraph, take a look, then close your eyes and rest for a few seconds. It has a strong mental impact." After a while, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony felt as though they had been roasted by a fire all night long, their sweat long since dried. "It requires at least 30 people. That's a bit difficult," Franca said, empathizing with Lumion's challenge. Lumion chuckled. "The stronger the team members, the better the effect. And if you have members with godhood in the team, the number required can be significantly reduced." Franca and Jenna thought of a name simultaneously and said in unison, "Ludwig, I'm trying to teach him." Lumion gave a godfatherly smile. Franca said no more and turned her attention to the 3 items: the wintry blade, winter is coming, and the traveler's bag. She generously smiled and said, "Jenna, Anthony, you pick first. Just don't leave the traveler's bag for me. I already have one." She was worried about lacking a powerful or special effect item. Both the wintry blade and winter is coming perfectly met her needs. Any would do. As an assassin, her hidden blade was a normal weapon that could rely on witch powers to attach black flames, while the cannon gun was akin to a portable mini-cannon, nothing special. Anthony immediately looked at Jenna, signaling her to choose first. This was not out of courtesy. He wanted the traveler's bag, and he wanted the other 2 items as well. Jenna looked at the hypnotist, lacking direct attack capability, then at Franca, whose gaze moved back and forth between the wintry blade and winter is coming. She picked up the arc coin pouch and said with a smile, "I've always wanted a traveler's bag." This wasn't a lie. Many witch spells required casting materials, and some items, even just by carrying them, could have negative effects, which could be barely avoided by placing them in the traveler's bag, such as the beyonder characteristic of the dream stealer. Once Jenna took the traveler's bag, Anthony quickly made his decision. "I'll take winter is coming." Without a traveler's bag, carrying the wintry blade would be a significant burden. Franca looked at the nearly transparent triangular spike and smiled broadly. "I'll see if I can have it made into a hidden blade. These are all suitable rewards for us. Madam Judgment and company are so thoughtful." Lumion watched his companions distribute the rewards, nodding thoughtfully. That evening, back in the rented apartment, he met Madam Magician again. This major arcana card holder spoke bluntly, "Head to the Blue Avenger now." On the dark expanse of the sea, the antiquated Blue Avenger bobbed gently with the undulations of the waves, enveloped by an unending mist. Lumion once again came face to face with Alger, the Stormbringer. The bearer of the Hanged Man card stood on deck, his deep blue hair a wild mess, seemingly under constant assault from the sea winds. His attire had changed from his previous sailor's garb to a captain's coat adorned with golden embroidery on a blue background. "Explore it yourself," Alger said to Lumion, who was standing beside Magician, nodding firmly. "I don't have any wisdom to impart that would help. If I did, I'd have already uncovered all the secrets of this ghost ship." These matters had been confirmed by Madame Magician, leaving Lumion without doubts. He thanked Alger and began walking forward, his steps echoing on the wooden deck. He triggered the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm without hesitation, but felt no ominous sensation spill forth. Instead, his palm felt ice cold, while deep within was a pain like fire scorching his flesh. Lumion lifted his right hand and noticed that the faint red scar had brightened slightly, but the skin covering it had turned paler, more deathlike. I wonder whether the underworld Taoist seal would prevent activating the key special characteristics of this ghost ship. Lumion circled the Blue Avenger's cabin with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. During his exploration, he encountered no attacks from ropes or any other disturbances. It seems the residual aura of the Blood Emperor still serves some purpose, or else it wouldn't be this tranquil. Lumion muttered to himself as he stepped into the cabin, exploring each room in turn. The hanged man, Alger, did not follow but stayed at the front of the deck, watching from afar. As Lumion's figure disappeared deeper into the ship, Magician raised her right hand and drew a circle in midair with her index finger. A sprinkle of brilliant starlight emerged, initially forming a transparent crystal orb, then expanding into a circular, dreamlike veil. On the veil, Lumion's figure appeared, wandering around the captain's cabin, occasionally extending his right palm to touch various objects. "There should be some findings," Magician stated with a charlatan-like tone. The hanged man nodded slightly, not asking what might be found or what changes it could bring. Since even Magician could not divine a certain future, and Ma'am Hermit could only see vague images. After Mr. Fool's slumber, the major arcana card holders had explored the Blue Avenger multiple times, but had not unraveled the ghost ship's core secrets or located the treasures left by the Tudor dynasty. With the Apprentice Pathway's speciality, Magician only managed to help the hanged man uncover other secrets, unable to reach the deepest level. Mr. Starr's explanation was, the Blue Avenger is not only influenced by the Lawyer Pathway's distortion authority, but also possesses notable traits of errors, spatial transposition, and grafting. And this aligned with the actual circumstances of the Tudor dynasty. Under Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, among the 5 great nobles, Amon was the Marauder, the king of angels of the Error Pathway, later becoming a true god. The ancestor of the Abraham family, Mr. Dor, was the king of angels of the Apprentice Pathway, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family was the king of angels of the Seer Pathway. The Jacob and Tamar families had one angel from the Error Pathway and one who had been an angel of the Apprentice Pathway. They clearly possessed strong abilities to utilize errors, alter positions, and graph spaces. If not ensuring the preservation of the Blue Avenger and its treasures unharmed and intact, Magician felt she could unravel the ghost ship's deepest secrets, but doing so would reduce the Blue Avenger to irreparable fragments. Under the watchful eyes of 2 major arcana card holders, Lumion searched every room on the upper deck without triggering any anomalies. He intermittently came across 7 or 8 sailors, all instructed by the captain not to interfere with his exploration. Approaching the stairs leading to the lower decks, Lumion glanced down into the pitch-black abyss below, maintaining the stimulated aura of the Blood Emperor as he descended the creaking stairs. As he walked, he suddenly detected an unusual scent. He had been descending for 30 to 40 seconds, which under normal circumstances should have brought him to the lower deck's floor. The distance between the Blue Avenger's upper and lower decks couldn't possibly be so vast that a Reaper couldn't traverse it in dozens of seconds. To this, Lumion responded not with alarm, but with elation. An anomaly was exactly what he needed. Had there been no anomaly, it would have meant the sealed residual aura of the Blood Emperor could no longer function properly. Lumion exhaled, calming his nerves while maintaining a steady but unhurried pace, continuing the creaky descent into the darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, he saw no more wooden steps ahead. His feet now touched cold, black stone slabs radiating a metallic chill. Have I arrived? Just as this thought flickered through Lumion's mind, his vision was flooded with blazing white light. He saw a barrage of white-hot flame spears flying densely toward him, obscuring everything above. It was like facing an army, each soldier hurling a flame spear from their hands. There was nowhere to hide, no way to dodge. Instinctively, Lumion was about to swap places with his shadow, hoping to use this rapid ability to survive the initial volley and then seek a chance to teleport away. But just then, he had an idea, an extremely daring idea. Lumion's expression took on a tinge of madness as he faced the overwhelming barrage of flame spears. not using any abilities and not even attempting to dodge. He straightened his back and thrust forward his right palm. The right palm, sealed by the underworld Taoist and carrying the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, both were fully activated. The dense, rain-like barrage of white-hot flame spears instantly froze in midair. They stopped, neither advancing nor falling. Seeing this, Lumion let out an uncontrollable sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. Gradually, the white-hot flame spears began to extinguish, slowly fading until they completely disappeared. Before Lumion could take a closer look, clusters of bright flames lit up on both sides. They resembled wall-mounted lamps, piercing the dense darkness and revealing the surroundings. He found himself in a deep, wide hall that was smaller than he had imagined. When the white-hot flame spears were hurled at him like a flock of endless crows, it felt as though he stood on an ancient battlefield, vast enough to be measured in kilometers. However, the hall before him was merely the size of the grand prayer hall of the St. Vive Cathedral. At a glance, Lumion's gaze froze, and his heart seemed to stop beating. At the far end of the hall, there stood a colossal throne made of black iron. The surface of the throne bore patches of red, either from the corrosion of ages or from old bloodstains. There was a figure on the throne. This figure was giant-like, draped in a deep red ceremonial robe and wearing an iron-black crown, with its right elbow resting on the armrest, supporting its bowed head. The flickering blood-red long hair draped down, hiding the figure's face. Lumion was familiar with this figure. He had seen it at the Samaritan Women's Spring, though the attire was somewhat different now. It was the figure of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. However, this figure lacked the terror, violence, and madness seen at the Samaritan Women's Spring, devoid of the aura of war and destruction, and the tangible oppressiveness and sense of conquest. If it weren't visible, Lumion would have believed there was nothing on the Iron Throne. A phantom? Lumion closed his eyes, relying solely on his other senses and intuition to feel. In this perception, there was nothing above the Iron Throne marked with red stains. Lumion's heartbeat gradually normalized, and he reopened his eyes to look at the Iron Throne. The figure remained motionless. Lumion resisted the urge to observe any weaknesses in the figure or to activate the Eye of Calamity. Instead, he shifted his gaze and surveyed the rest of the hall. Below the 9 steps leading up to the Iron Throne were 5 modeled stone chairs, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. Why couldn't there be one more, for symmetry? Lumion couldn't help but criticize to himself. He knew these 5 stone chairs likely represented the 5 great nobles of the Tudor dynasty. These ancient, modeled chairs appeared smashed by someone. Some were completely split by cracks, some shattered into countless pieces yet barely holding their original shape. Some had broken backrests, some were missing their seats, and others seemed melted by intense flames as if burnt for a long time. Had there been a battle here? Lumion tried to find corresponding marks on the black stone floor, the giant supporting columns, and the surrounding walls, but found nothing. No objects either. Weren't there supposed to be treasures from the Tudor dynasty hidden here? Had they been stolen? Termaboros had said earlier that if I'm not of high enough level, forcibly exploring the Blue Avenger could lead to the resurrection of Alista Tudor within me. This suggests there should be something here or some arrangement. Lumion started walking forward again. All the while, he kept his eyes on the figure on the Iron Throne, observing every detail. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes, iron-black and cold. The figure on the Iron Throne slowly raised its head. The moment Lumion saw those iron-black eyes, his mind went completely blank. When he came to, he was shocked to find himself walking step by step toward the massive Iron Throne without any intention to do so. He could feel his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he was powerless to stop his legs from moving. It seemed as though his body was no longer his own, obeying unknown commands and directed by someone else. This scene, coupled with the figure on the Iron Throne possibly being Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, instantly reminded Lumion of 2 past incidents. One was at the Samaritan Women's Spring, where both he and Hela lost consciousness due to the violent reactions of the Blood Emperor's apparition, walking back to the edge of the spring as if they were puppets being manipulated or soldiers absolutely obeying orders. The other was in the depths of the Red Swan Castle's underground labyrinth, where he, Albus, and Elrose lost consciousness after hearing a phantom roar from Vermonda Sauron in 4th Epic Trier, and they all wandered away from the core area, each towards a different wax sculptor's. Could this be a similar situation now? Is this a capability at the hunter's angelic level? Lumion forced himself to calm down to find a way out of his current predicament. Compared to those 2 times, at least his consciousness recovered quickly this time. Right, why did my consciousness awaken first this time, while my body still accepts control? Is the figure of Alista Tudor here weaker and less powerful, or is there another reason? Perhaps this anomaly holds the key to overcoming the control. Lumion strained to extend his will towards his limbs, trying to regain control over them. This had some effect. His steps toward the Iron Throne began to slow. He also took the opportunity to get a clearer look at the figure of Alista Tudor on the throne. The Blood Emperor had a stern face with sharp, chiseled features, resolute lips, a prominent nose, and long hair gleaming with a faint bloodlight, his iron-black eyes cold yet filled with ultimate madness. Suddenly, Lumion felt an urge to submit, to give up resistance. This impulse did not fade quickly but instead swelled rapidly, filling his mind. No, I can't resist. There's no way to resist. Submission will grant everything. If he becomes angry, I will be destroyed, and Franca and Jenna will also be destroyed. Give up, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, accept the command. Such thoughts surged in Lumion's mind, turning into violent waves that battered his clarity, rationality, and will. He clenched his teeth, as if any relaxation would break the final dam, and the food would completely drown his will and soul. His previously slowed steps quickened again. On the deck of the Blue Avenger, Magician and the Hanged Man were both staring at the dreamlike veil suspended in midair. Against a backdrop of starlight, Lumion's figure on the translucent curtain had already become blurred, the surrounding darkness rendering everything else invisible. This obscurity compared to the previous clarity indicated that something unusual was happening. The eyes of Magician and the Hanged Man saw Lumion's body growing increasingly rigid, yet his pace quickening. They also noticed his black hair slowly lengthening, tinted with a blood-like glow. Something's off, the Hanged Man Alger said, turning to Madame Magician beside him. Magician nodded slightly, preparing to pull out a sealed artifact. This would help her precisely locate Lumion and allow her direct entry into the hidden extra-dimensional space. In the dim surroundings, Lumion walked forward with a blank, rigid expression. Yet his soul was struggling, crying out in pain. Can't give up. Jay mustn't give up. If one lose my resolve, I will no longer be myself. Dogs it, son of a sow. Lumion exerted all his strength, but felt an increasing desire to submit. Suddenly, the dam holding his will collapsed, and surrender and submission completely overtook him. Lumion's mind went blank again. In this state, he had no concept of how much time had passed, until a deathly cold and rot-like pain shot through his right palm. Death, cold, rot, pain. Lumion was jolted awake, suddenly regaining his thoughts and a measure of control over his body. Before him was not the 9-step dais or the huge iron throne marked with red, but a mirror, an antique full-length mirror, framed with elaborate silver designs. The mirror reflected Lumion's figure. In the mirror, Lumion saw his face contorted with pain, looking like he might give up at any moment, while his facial contours slowly sharpened and his nose became unnaturally prominent. At the same time, his black hair grew inch by inch, dyed with a bloody glow, and his blue eyes turned colder, edging toward iron black. Jam turning into Alista Tudor, this realization dawned on Lumion. Without thinking further, while his body still somewhat obeyed his commands, he immediately lunged to the side, trying to escape the reflection of the silver mirror. A dive followed by a roll quickly took him out of the mirror's reflective range. The next second, he heard a phantom roar, a mad scream. His mind blanked out again. As his thoughts gradually returned, he found himself still crouched on the ground, the endpoint of his roll. His body hadn't moved toward the mirror on its own, but it couldn't stop shaking, as if his blood had frozen. Bang! 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 It seemed as if something inside the mirror was madly pounding, making the mirror clatter as if it were about to shatter and release a monster. And with each bang against the mirror, Lumien's mind felt the impact, over and over. This gripped him with fear, nearly solidifying his thoughts. After a while, the pounding inside the mirror gradually subsided, and the surroundings became eerily quiet. Lumien's body stopped shaking, and he began to understand and reflect on his current situation and recent ordeal. If had really approached that full-length mirror, and the reflection had completed the transformation, would that mean that Blood Emperor Alistitutor would be resurrected within me? But as long as I'm not reflected in that mirror, and my image isn't cast upon it, the impact will be minimal, and neither my will nor my body will lose command. Is the trigger for this transformation entering the range of the full-length mirror's reflection? Seems calm now. Lumien slowly supported himself up, cautiously observing his surroundings. He realized he was not in a somber hall, but in a bizarre starlight-formed space where the floor appeared semi-transparent, revealing endless darkness below, and no dome above, only twinkling yet ethereal stars. On either side were doors of starlight, erect in the darkness, forming a wide, somber corridor that ended with the silver full-body mirror. At this moment, Lumien had reached deep into this corridor, only about 15 meters from the mirror. Was the hall I saw earlier, the stone chair, the iron throne, and the figure of the Blood Emperor all illusions? Was their purpose to make me submit? No, if I had been reflected in the mirror, the one emitting the roar I just heard would have achieved their goal. In a flash of insight, Lumien guessed. Perhaps, the illusions I saw earlier, the iron throne, the figure of Tutor, the broken stone chair, were resonances caused by the residual aura of the Blood Emperor within me and that silver full-length mirror, which also triggered a response from the underworld Taoist brand, helping me briefly escape the controlled state and the mirror's reflective range. Thinking this, Lumien raised his right hand, looking at his palm. There, the pale red scar was vibrant as if just entered into his body, while the pale skin around it showed clear signs of decay, leaking a pale yellow fluid and revealing the bones beneath. This preliminary confirmed Lumien's suspicion. He once again turned his gaze toward the silver full-length mirror facing him. Having dealt with the mirror people multiple times, he slightly furrowed his brows. Does the Blood Emperor want to use that mirror and his residual aura within me for resurrection? There must be something hidden inside that mirror. The Blood Emperor's resurrection setup actually involves the mirror world. Yeah, that's not unusual, whether it's the special mirror world itself or the mirror people from that world. They are all related to this Blood Emperor's fourth epic trier. I had thought the special mirror world was a relic of the War of the Four Emperors, but Moran Avigny from the Tamar family said their connection to the special mirror world was established before the War of the Four Emperors. Damn it, that special mirror world couldn't have been created by the Blood Emperor, could it? How many problems has he left for this world? As expected of the Blood Emperor known for his madness. But clearly, the special mirror world can't avoid the primordial demoness. Could it be that the demoness sect secretly lured the Tamar family, trying to subtly influence the Blood Emperor through the special mirror world? In the end, it was used by the Blood Emperor? Fourth epic trier is indeed full of mysteries. As Lumien pondered, he suddenly understood why Termaboros had initially prevented him from exploring the Blue Avenger. To explore here, one would need either the Underworld Taoist brand to seal the Blood Emperor's residual essence or some corresponding artifact or authority to counteract that domination. Otherwise, one would become a puppet of Alistitutor, allowing him to resurrect within. For Termaboros, this was definitely not a good thing. Lumien's gaze shifted, focusing on the doors of starlight. Did they represent different treasures? Having checked his physical condition, Lumien slowly moved along the wall of the spacious corridor. During this, he almost cleared his mind, not thinking or analyzing, focusing solely on whether he would be caught by the silver full-length mirror at the end of the deep corridor. Finally, following his instincts, Lumien stopped. He hoped to use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and a fate appropriator sensitivity to fate to find the most suitable room among the doors of starlight. There might be high-level items from the hunter's path there, even the main ingredient for the Ron-blooded night potion. Looking at the translucent door formed by brilliant starlight beside him, Lumion, in a hushed tone, asked, "Termaboros, do you think there's great danger inside?" After the ordeal with the School of Truth, Lumion grew more cautious and vigilant towards the Angel of Inevitability, but that didn't mean he wouldn't seek his opinion under the right circumstances and conditions, as Termaboros could still offer valuable advice. As it was now, with Madame Magician outside, Termaboros had little hope of breaking his seal. His death or mutation would only worsen his situation, likely prompting him to warn of any danger. Lumion couldn't see changes in his own fate, but Termaboros could. Termaboros remained silent, not answering Lumion's question. Unfazed, Lumion placed his right hand, still pulsing with the Blood Emperor's residual essence, on the handle of the starlight door before him. He slowly turned the handle, poised to push the door open, waiting for any reaction from Termaboros. The door of starlight gradually opened, and Termaboros gave no warning. No response is also a response. It means the danger inside is bearable or likely manageable. Lumion calmly pushed the door wide open and walked into the room dominated by shadows. Suddenly, a bluish-white blaze lit up, and an iron-black sword engulfed in terrifying flames struck down towards his head. Prepared for such surprises, Lumion quickly activated the black mark on his shoulder and teleported to the side of the room. Bang! The black sword, covered in bluish-white flames, struck the translucent starlight floor, leaving a deep crack. Inside the crack, some of the starlight melted, appearing like flowing magma. Using the sparks, Lumion saw who his assailant was. It was a nearly 2.5-meter tall suit of iron-black armor, the interior of its visor a swath of darkness, as if uninhabited, with no fiery glow of an undead's eyes. With a swift motion, the iron-black armor turned and faced Lumion, raising the large sword covered in bluish-white flames once more. Before it could strike, Lumion's blue eyes had turned iron-black. He spotted the weak points in the half-giant armor, the pale white spots at its joints. As the black sword struck with its fiery blade, Lumion teleported away again. With a bang, the bluish-white flames scattered, and Lumion's figure outlined behind the iron-black armor. He leaped up, his right fist igniting with white flames. A resounding clang echoed as Lumion punched the joint between the helmet and body armor of the iron-black armor. Cull! After landing the punch, Lumion immediately teleported away, dodging a waist-high slash from the half-turned iron-black armor. In this manner, using the high mobility of teleport, he continuously appeared behind his target, striking the same spot with Cull, never overreaching, completing a single hit with each teleport. Clang! 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 After 5 consecutive culls, the iron-black armor stood frozen in place. Gnarly cracks spread rapidly from the joint between its helmet and body armor, soon covering its entire body. Crack! The iron-black armor completely shattered, its metal fragments falling like rain onto the starlight-condensed floor, making a pattering sound. Clang! The large sword covered in bluish-white flames followed, hitting the ground. It has no intelligence, moves stiffly, and is stronger than a Sequence 6 but weaker than a Sequence 5. However, that sword hits incredibly hard. If it struck me, unless I substituted with an animated shadow, I would have been killed instantly or lost limbs. That's only because it didn't hit my torso. And yes, it's very durable, even more so than the guardians I encountered at the Dream Festival, Lumion mused, glancing at the shattered armor while using the remaining light from the black sword to scan the room for other dangers. The room was quite empty, featuring only an altar-like stone platform with a small, transparent glass bottle on it, containing a semi-solid yellowish-red substance, topped with a thick black wick. A mystical candle? Lumion speculated roughly. I wonder what it's used for. By now, he was fairly certain there were no other surprises, and he turned his attention back to the pile of fragments from the shattered iron-black armor. Among the debris, he found a peculiar piece of leather. The leather was about the size of half a towel, creamy white, and finely textured, appearing so enticing that even from a distance, Lumion felt it must have belonged to a beautiful woman. Human skin? He muttered, frowning as he approached. He didn't immediately pick up the black sword, whose flames had mostly died down, or the alluring piece of leather. Instead, he drew a dagger from his traveler's bag. Using the dagger, Lumion picked out the leather, holding it up before him. The first thing he saw was a few words in ancient Hermes script. Despair. Sequence 4. Suddenly, Lumion's breathing grew belabored, his head spun, and his physical condition visibly worsened. He quickly looked away and used the dagger to lift the delicate white leather, stuffing it into his traveler's bag. His discomfort gradually subsided. A potion formula for the demoness of despair? Lumion mused over what he had just seen. And the leather it's written on was peeled right off a demoness of despair, hence its special and dangerous nature? Truly a relic from the Tudor dynasty harboring such items. Lost in thought, Lumion's gaze shifted to the black sword, whose bluish-white flame was dimming, no longer as brilliant as before. He pondered for a moment, deciding not to risk determining the item's abilities, effects, and negative impacts just yet. Instead, he placed it into the traveler's bag, setting it aside in a corner clear of other items. Using the same method, Lumion also packed the strange candle in the glass bottle into the traveler's bag. He planned to consult Madame Magician about these items once outside, rather than experimenting on his own. After ensuring the room had nothing else of interest, Lumion returned through the door of starlight to the deep, spacious corridor. Just as he was about to continue using the law of beyonder characteristics convergence and a fate appropriator sensitivity to fate to choose the next room to explore, a faint, distant voice suddenly echoed in his ears. For you, the other rooms are too dangerous. This was the voice of Madame Magician. Mr. Hanged Man and her are indeed watching. Did her words mean that the exploration is to pause here? This confirmation steadied Lumion considerably. He thought for a few seconds, deciding to do one more thing before leaving this extra-dimensional space. Slowly, bit by bit, he circled towards the silver full-length mirror at the end of the corridor, his focus intense, ready to turn and leave at the first word of discouragement from Madame Magician. Until he reached the side of the silver full-length mirror, Madame Magician had not spoken out to stop him. Lumion took a deep breath and carefully moved his right palm towards the front of the silver full-length mirror. He didn't know whether the mirror would react again when reflecting only a palm. As his palm moved slowly, Lumion's nerves were taut. Finally, he touched the surface of the mirror, feeling its brittle yet firm coldness. Immediately after, Lumion activated a power from his contract with Bloody Jack. Mirror Markle, he wanted to test whether he could still sense the mark left in this hidden space once he returned to the outside world. Blood seeped from his palm into the mirror, forming an inverted image. While waiting, Lumion suddenly had a thought. Did my recent encounter stack on negative effects from the Mirror Mark contract? This does indeed pertain to mirror-related anomalies and bizarre dangers. In the blink of an eye, Lumion had set the Mirror Mark. Having done this, he began to retrace his steps, avoiding areas where the silver full-length mirror could reflect him, and walked up the wooden stairs. Before long, Lumion's path brightened as he saw the wall lamps on either side of the ship's cabin and the dim firelight. He had returned to the Blue Avenger. Upon reaching the front deck, before Lumion could ask Madame Magician to retrieve the 3 items from his traveler's bag and perform their appraisal, he heard the Major Arcana card holder chuckle and say, "As expected of a hunter with the status of a fake angel and Tudor's remnant aura, you obtained 3 items closely related to hunters and demonesses in an instant. That sword is what you were hoping for. It's made from the iron-blooded knight beyonder characteristic. A mystical item made from an iron-blooded knight beyonder characteristic? The law of beyonder characteristics convergence sure is handy. A fate appropriator sensitivity to fate must have contributed a bit. Or could it be the result of some arrangement?" Lumion was first surprised, then felt the aftereffects of a traumatic bestowment. Madame Magician seemed to sense his thoughts and chuckled, saying, "I don't know if this is a bestowment from fate, but even if it is, It's the kind we were hoping for and can certainly accept. Lumion silently nodded. Mr. Hanged Man, speaking calmly, said, "Don't overcomplicate your thoughts. Just consider two things. First, you now have no ability to escape this arrangement. Sometimes what you think of as resistance or rebellion might actually be a predetermined part of the process, and Mr. Fool's angels aren't always available to protect you. Remember, accepting reality isn't a sign of weakness. Finding opportunities within such realities is a true act of courage. Second, maximize the benefits that this bestowment of fate brings. Work hard to improve yourself. This doesn't mean giving up, but rather tests your wisdom and determination. When you sense danger or anything unusual, remember, we will always stand by you. Remember, Mr. Fool can interfere with those plans, but as you know, he isn't fully awake and can't frequently provide protection. Only at critical moments." After listening intently, Lumion slowly nodded, finding a different kind of resonance and persuasiveness in hearing these ideas voiced by someone else. Mr. Hanged Man thought for a moment, then added, "What you need to be most wary of is the attempt to resurrect the Blood Emperor through you. You must be extra cautious in similar situations going forward." "I'll remember that. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man," Lumion replied sincerely. Madam Magician then steered the conversation back on track. "You can take out the items you've gathered, and I'll help you evaluate their powers and any negative effects." With the promise of support, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag and grasped the hilt of the dark, iron-black broadsword. Suddenly, his inner worries, like clouds in the sky, were scattered by a terrifying wind, vanishing in an instant. Why fear a bestowment from fate? Why fear the arrangements of the gods? To hell with them all. May they all go to hell. In that moment, Lumion was filled with courage, feeling as though he could swing his broadsword at the true creator himself if he appeared before him right then. He drew the black broadsword, its flames extinguished yet still radiating intense heat, and handed it to Madame Magician. Madame Magician looked at him, took the sword, and joked, "How about we call it the Sword of Courage?" The Sword of Courage. Lumion paused for a moment. As the black broadsword left his grasp and was taken by Madame Magician, he shivered violently. What was I thinking? I nearly blasphemed his sacred name. How could I believe I was capable of deicide? In a moment of fright, Lumion's eyes returned to the black broadsword in Madame Magician's hands. Could it be its negative influence? Could it really inspire the courage to commit deicide? Stars sparkled in Madame Magician's eyes as she gazed at the sword and explained, "This sword fills its bearer with courage, ensuring they are not knocked down by fear or paralyzed by fright. If you had held this sword earlier, even if you were ultimately conquered, you could have endured a bit longer. It's extremely durable and sharp, capable of blocking direct attacks from demigods and significantly impacting their defenses. It can also enable you to perform cull at the level of an Ron-blooded knight, but this will consume a great deal of your spirituality, roughly 2/3 of it in one go. The sword can also absorb half of the damage for you. That is, even if you fail to block an attack and suffer a fatal wound, it can reduce the severity of that wound from fatal to grave. Each strike carries high-temperature flames, and depending on your will, these flames can spread from your weapon to your enemy's body upon contact. And each strike can cause massive explosion. If the sword is coated with your target's blood or if they've been scorched by its flames, you can throw it up to 5 kilometers into the sky. It will wrap itself in flames, fly toward the target like a live artillery shell, lock on, and then crash down, creating a violent explosion that can destroy everything in a typical public square. The maximum range is 5 kilometers, and it won't return to you on its own. You'll need to retrieve it. There are 2 drawbacks. First, excessive courage is a lethal poison. Human fear and apprehension are among the key reasons humans have survived to this era. A person who only knows courage and not fear will likely lose their ability to judge and analyze, leading to a swift demise. Second, it needs companions. You'll need to prepare at least 30 ordinary broadswords to place around it to complete the sealing process. Otherwise, within about 15 minutes, it will start attacking everyone nearby indiscriminately, including you. Don't think about using the residual aura of the Blood Emperor to avoid or deter this, as this sword doesn't have living characteristics. It's a manifestation of its destructive godhood. It also constantly emits high temperatures, causing ordinary broadswords around it to gradually melt. So you'll need to regularly replace its companions. Similarly, for you as the Reaper, it means enduring a progressively intensifying burn injury. That's about it. If you don't mind, we can call it the Sword of Courage. Lumion nodded and replied, "Can the negative effects of being filled with courage be avoided if it's carried in the traveler's bag?" "Yes." Madam Magician nodded gently. Lumion pondered further and asked, "In the room where I found this sword, there was only one piece of armor, an altar, and 2 other items. Why didn't it destroy those things?" "That suit of armor is its companion," Madam Magician replied promptly. Lumion did not inquire further and began to consider how to use the Sword of Courage. Must fully assess the situation and make the right judgment before drawing the sword. This isn't a commander's scepter. It's a bugle for the charge. Use must not exceed 15 minutes. While thinking, Lumion reached out and took hold of the Sword of Courage. In the next second, he felt he didn't need to overthink. Fear of this, fear of that. All of that only leads to failure. One should not be overly cautious or indecisive. Just do it. What is there to fear? Madam Magician reached into the void and, from nowhere, produced dozens of broadswords with slight variations in design, letting them fly towards Lumion. After placing the Sword of Courage among these broadswords and stuffing it back into the traveler's bag, Lumion snapped back to his senses. He couldn't help but silently scoff at himself. An ascetic's abilities don't work in this case. Then, he took out a piece of pristine, fine leather and a half-solid, pale yellowish-red candle housed in a transparent glass vial. Stars again twinkled in Madam Magician's eyes as she took the 2 items and examined them for several seconds. This is indeed the potion formula of the Demoness of Despair, but the human skin carrying it comes from an ancient Demoness of Despair and contains strong, mystically powerful viruses, bacteria, and fungi. It causes those who touch or gaze upon it to gradually contract various diseases. If contact and observation don't exceed 10 seconds, recovery will occur on its own. Madam Magician briefly explained about the pristine leather. Her gaze then shifted to the peculiar candle. This is a corpse wax candle, made from the corpse oils of an iron-blooded knight and a Demoness of Despair mixed with other substances. Corpse wax candle, and from 2 demigods' corpse oils. Although Lumion had seen much of the world, he still found the candle somewhat eerie and terrifying when he looked at it again. "What is its use?" he asked, more concerned with this issue while feeling strangely uneasy. Madam Magician deliberated before responding. Once lit and used in pacts and cogitation, it should probably be paired with a ritual, but the specific details and ultimate effect are unclear. You have the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. Maybe you can try it directly without a ritual. Lumion didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll try it now." With an angel and saint watching over him, if anything went wrong, they could save him. Why wait to try it alone when he got back? Neither magician nor the hanged man stopped him. Lumion took the corpse wax candle from the glass jar and sat cross-legged on the deck. Snap his fingers produced a blazing white flame, and he immediately lit the black wick of the corpse wax candle. Then he closed his eyes, visualized a pattern, and began to cogitate. In the tranquil state of dispersion, a hint of dark fragrance entered his nostrils, causing his marrow to itch as if it were about to ignite. Lumion didn't try to endure this sensation. He simply concentrated on maintaining his cogitative state. After some time, a dark mist suddenly appeared before his eyes. He seemed to be standing in this mist, on the edge of a barely visible street. Across the street, various not-too-tall buildings appeared as if they were mere shadows. Ding-ding! A vehicle resembling a steam train came from the other end of the street. It had few segments, just 2, with no distinctive chimney but a strangely shaped bracket extending from the top, connecting to something in midair. Lumion's memory was instantly triggered. He had seen a similar scene in 4th Epic Trier. It heralded the appearance of the 2nd level in that special mirror world. Ding ding. The object resembling a steam train whizzed past Lumion, its presence nearly obscured by the thick, dark mist. Yet, Lumion managed to discern some details. Both carriages were blue and seemed to be crammed with passengers standing and facing the street, their expressions blurred and their forms lacking clear outlines. This is more than what I had witnessed in Fourth Epic Trier. It isn't powered by steam. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion noticed someone at the other end of the street, hunched over, pulling a black, two-wheeled cart with a canopy. A lady sitting in the cart, holding a round fan and dressed in a long skirt, was hidden by the thick mist, which obscured the finer details of her and the puller's attire. Lumion found himself staring as the black cart approached. At that moment, the lady in the cart lifted her fan to her face, turned slowly, and looked back at Lumion. As if the mist had thinned, Lumion could see the back of the lady's hand holding the fan, swollen and shiny with dark, bluish patches. The puller, with a towel around his neck, stopped, and the lady, who seemed about to step down from the peculiar cart, looked towards Lumion. A wave of fear washed over him, instinctively repelling any contact with the lady. Then he heard a panicked whisper. It was his own voice, although he harbored no such thoughts. Standing on the edge of the street, enveloped in the dark mist, Lumion felt a sharp tension, as if his true self wasn't entirely present. Lumion's heart tightened as he attempted to step back. He suddenly found himself floating up, soaring into midair. He saw the core of the dense mist, a vast city with a bizarre, shadowy high tower beneath which lay unspeakable horrors and gloom. Unwillingly, he flew towards it. Almost at the same time, he saw specks of starlight appear. Lumion abruptly exited his cogitative state. The city and tower wrapped in the dark mist, the segmented train, and the lady with the floral fan vanished from his vision. He opened his eyes to see Madame Magician and Mr. Hanged Man. You were a bit off just now, showing signs of losing control, so I had to wake you, Madame Magician briefly explained. Lumion thanked her, extinguished the enticingly fragrant corpse wax candle, and detailed the scenes and characters he had witnessed during his meditation. Madame Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked, It's similar to a pact-making ritual. This has established a connection between you and some unknown entity, progressively aligning with it. However, unlike a true pact ritual that is directed towards deities, angels, demons, or evil spirits, your pact seems to be with a city. If I hadn't interrupted the process earlier, you might have accessed some higher knowledge or power through this pact experience, though it likely wouldn't have been something positive. Lumion, no novice in mysticism, understood the nature and implications of such rituals. He pondered and then countered. So, you're saying that the city in the fog, closely related to Fourth Epic Trier and very special, has formed a connection with me through this corpse wax candle, despite the vast distances and the layers of seals between us? Yes, it's not an illusion, Madame Magician replied, looking towards the candle encased in a small glass vial with a light yellow and red hue. Besides the corpse oils of the Ron-blooded knight and demoness of despair, this candle likely contains some special materials to which its origins I'm not aware of. There are 2 other locations where it could be more effective, allowing you to see and experience more. But those are far too dangerous. You already showed signs of losing control, so I wouldn't recommend trying it now. The other 2 locations. Lumion's curiosity piqued. Is one of them Fourth Epic Trier? In Fourth Epic Trier, he could already partially see that misty city. Lighting the candle and entering a cogitative state would surely reveal much more sights and experiences. Yes, Madame Magician affirmed Lumion's guess. And where is the other place? Lumion inquired further. Unless the School of Truth's Vortex project could unlock Fourth Epic Trier's seals, it would be a long time before he could re-enter that version of Trier. Madame Magician eyed Lumion for a few seconds before simply stating, Bancy, Bancy. Bancy Harbor? The harbor that had been destroyed by the Church of Storms due to some corruption, where no one had escaped. That was also the former home of Red Angel Medici. Lumion nodded almost imperceptibly. Considering the Red Angel's gains in Fourth Epic Trier and the pathways he took, Lumion had no doubts about the special nature of Bansi Harbor being akin to that of Fourth Epic Trier. Of course, it must be a specific place in Bansi Harbor, not just anywhere, Madame Magician added, then continued. There's another place I'm not sure about for the candle's efficacy. Which place? Lumion asked, then had a sudden insight. City of Exiles, Morora? Correct, you're now clearly seeing the connections between things. Madame Magician praised him, sternly advising. If you do decide to venture to those places and use the corpse wax candle to aid your cogitation and complete the pact, make sure someone is with you at all times to monitor your condition and wake you immediately if anything unusual occurs. I'll remember that, Lumion promised earnestly. As Madame Magician gestured for Lumion to pack away the candle, she thought for a moment and said, use the Sword of Courage as a sealed artifact for now. When it's time to concoct the Iron-Blooded Knight potion, I'll revert it into a Beyonder characteristic. By the way, the sealed artifact crafted by Hisoka's Beyonder characteristics should be completed in a few days. Thank you, Madame Magician. Lumion expressed his gratitude sincerely. Although obtaining the Iron-Blooded Knight main ingredient so easily felt somewhat unreal, when he thought about how the Blood Emperor's residual aura came to be, which played a key role in it, and the issue of the Underworld Taoist seal, he realized it wasn't that easy after all. Lumion then discussed the remains of Omabella's umbilical cord and Ludwig's 3 processing methods, finally asking, can I consume that piece of umbilical cord to gain some of the Great Mother's child of God's bloodline? Madame Magician's expression turned slightly strange as she looked towards the hanged man Alger, seemingly seeking his opinion on the matter. The hanged man looked at Lumion and asked seriously, this will indeed bring you some opportunities, but with them, corresponding risks as well. We can help you, but we can't be there every moment. You need to consider whether you're willing to take this risk and if it's worth it. Madame Magician added, while the Great Mother's attention might sound nebulous and not tangible enough to have a real effect, after all, you're already under the scrutiny of the being known as inevitability. Having one more such entity's attention might not seem like a big deal. However, remember, the Great Mother's interference and permeation in our world far exceed those of the inevitability entity. If you do consume Omabella's umbilical cord remnants, you might face unknown influences or attract special enemies without even realizing it. Of course, there's only a potential risk, not a certainty. What concerned Lumion more was another point. Madame Magician, Mr. Hanged Man, it seems you've already confirmed that consuming Omabella's umbilical cord will bring some opportunities? This must be a significantly useful opportunity. Otherwise, Madame Magician's expression wouldn't have become strange, nor would she have consulted Mr. Hanged Man. There's no need to hesitate on matters with only downsides. It's the presence of significant potential benefits that causes Madame Magician to pause. Madame Magician weighed her words carefully before responding. The Vortex project might involve a location tainted by the Great Mother's power, teeming with monsters spawned from this corruption. If you possess the bloodline of the Great Mother's child of God, theoretically, you wouldn't need to worry about attacks from them, and you might even be able to command them simply. That's one aspect. Another is that once you meet 2 other prerequisite conditions, you should be able to touch and briefly use a Grade O sealed artifact. Grade 0 sealed artifact. Extremely dangerous, not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Capable of destroying a country or even the whole world, Lumion's spirit lifted at the mention. So far, he had indirectly encountered 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, 0-01 and 0-05. What's the number of that Grade O sealed artifact? Lumion curiously asked. Why would having the Great Mother's child of God bloodline allow me to touch and briefly use it? Madame Magician glanced at Lumion and said, I can't tell you the details yet. All I can say is, it's not the child of God bloodline of the Great Mother that allows you to touch it, but rather the integration of Omabella's umbilical cord remnants with you that helps you access it without facing severe danger, because it originated from Omabella's remains. Omabella's remains? Omabella had remains before being born? No, that's normal, as there are already remnants of the umbilical cord before she was born. The one that shares the same name? No, obviously, it's more than just sharing names. Lumion pondered and then asked, Are you referring to the remnants of the goddess of harvest from ancient times? Madam Magician confirmed Lumien's guess. Yes, the remains of Omabella, the goddess of harvest. The remains of the goddess of harvest. A grade O sealed artifact. Contact should be possible and briefly usable. Lumien asked eagerly, what are the other two prerequisites, besides merging with the remnants of Omabella's umbilical cord? Magician laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I really shouldn't have told you this. It spurred you to truly consider taking risks. Of course, as a high-ranking astromancer, I can't say I didn't foresee this. Telling you everything and letting you decide is my choice. The two prerequisites are, first, you must have been betrayed by a direct relative. Second, you must be female. This clearly disappointed Lumien. He felt he met the betrayal requirement, as his biological father had abandoned him and his mother, leading to his grandfather's bankruptcy. But why did he have to be a woman? Madam Magician seemed to guess his thoughts. You barely meet the betrayal criterion. As for being female, in the world of mysticism, there are ways to temporarily transform you into a woman, such as a special mystical item from the demoness pathway, which doesn't necessarily require a high sequence. That's true. Lumien thought of the lie earring. Although it couldn't change his gender, its ability to alter appearances or adjust height was equally magical. If such items existed, then surely there must be artifacts that could change one's gender, which, given Lumien's understanding of the demoness path, he believed to be almost certainly existent, albeit rare and special. Lumien's hope was rekindled about accessing Omabella's remains. That was a grade O sealed artifact. Madam Magician, with a quirky expression, gave another reminder. If you truly consume Omabella's umbilical cord remnants and possess the bloodline of the Great Mother, you will forever be unable to approach Pride armor. Your backstabbing of it would fade over time, but once you become a false Omabella, it will target you first and always, unless there's someone more special present who's worth targeting. Is this a manifestation of Pride armor's hatred for the Earth pathway? In future battles, if I'm nearby, Franca and the others won't be able to use Pride armor. However, between Pride armor and a grade O sealed artifact, any sane person knows which to choose, even if the latter is only for temporary use. Lumien nodded, indicating he understood. Madam Magician didn't continue the topic. The deal with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church can move forward. Let me know the agreed time and place for the transaction. That sealed artifact can't be transferred by you. It's too dangerous. Have the purifiers prepare to seal it on site. She will appear herself. All right. Lumien took this opportunity to relay other information he had gathered in the past few days. Hearing that the demon warlock Berman was influenced by Harrison from Resurrection Island, wanting to touch the mark of deep death, and the evil spirit he summoned and killed was suspected to be himself, Madame Magician turned her head towards Mr. Hanged Man. Lumien had previously heard from Madame Magician that the Tarot Club was already investigating Resurrection Island, specifically Mr. Hanged Man and Ma'am Hermit. The one known as the Stormbringer, among the major arcana cards, thoughtfully said, "This is related to something I'm investigating. I can't reveal the specifics yet, but you should know Harrison is likely to appear in places closely linked to death, darkness, dusk, and decay. If you encounter someone of unknown origin in such scenarios, remember to tell me. Death, darkness, dusk, decay. Truly someone from Resurrection Island." Lumien wasn't surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's hint. He was more concerned about whether Resurrection Island's resurrection was indeed a true resurrection. Madame Magician could read what he was pondering. I've said before, we aren't beyonders of the death pathway, so we don't fundamentally understand the situation on Resurrection Island, and it's difficult to have a precise view of their so-called resurrection. Maybe a direct encounter with Harrison or another islander will provide the insights you're seeking. The only thing I can say now is, think about Demon Warlock Berman. His condition had clearly worsened since Harrison led him to kill what seemed to be his own evil spirit. The inhabitants of Resurrection Island likely have issues. I was right last time when I said the ardent evil spirit might still be alive after the related ritual. Lumien fell silent. Upon returning to Trier, Lumian promptly made his way to 9 Rue Orosai and knocked on the door of room 702. "Why are you here again?" Franca opened the door with a look of disdain. He had left less than an hour ago. Fortunately, it was daytime. She hadn't been planning anything yet. What if she had been scared out of her wits? Lumian glanced at Jenna, who was curled up on the living room sofa with a book, propping herself up to look at him. He smiled at the two demonesses and said, "I've managed to obtain the potion formula of the Demoness of Despair." "Ah!" Franca looked puzzled. Hadn't he just acquired the iron-blooded knight potion formula? Or had he accomplished something significant in the few minutes since he left? Jenna was equally baffled, thinking Lumian was joking at first. Despair was a sequence 4 potion formula that contained the method humans used to pry open the gates to godhood. How could it be obtained so easily? In a flash of thought, Franca and Jenna asked in unison, "Did you go to the Blue Avenger? Have you finished exploring the Blue Avenger?" "Just a preliminary exploration." Lumian squeezed past Franca, smiling as he spoke. "You got the Demoness of Despair potion formula from just a preliminary exploration?" Jenna asked somewhat incredulously. Lumian chuckled. "That's one of the Blood Emperor's legacies. A sequence 4 potion formula should be considered pretty normal among the treasures." "What else did you find?" Franca asked curiously after closing the door. Lumian casually took a seat on an armchair and recounted his adventure aboard the Blue Avenger, including his interactions with Madame Magician and Mr. Hanged Man from start to finish. "That corpse wax candle sounds rather sinister," Franca genuinely exclaimed. Jenna nodded in agreement, feeling like she had just heard a horror story. As a beyonder of the Demoness pathway, friend of a hunter, hearing that the candle was made from the corpse oils of an iron-blooded knight and a Demoness of Despair always made her inadvertently think of herself, Franca, and Lumian. Just as Jenna felt Franca had voiced her own thoughts, she heard her female companion eagerly propose. "Last time in 4th Epic Trier, I barely saw what that misty city looked like. You didn't describe it clearly enough. Can I use that candle to make a pact and see the misty city from inside or from the air? You guys be my guardians." "That candle burns very quickly. I only tried it once and it used up 1/5 of it," Lumian thought aloud. "Let's wait for a chance to visit Bancy Harbor or enter 4th Epic Trier. Then you can try it. Besides, Madame Magician said that without the Blood Emperor's residual aura, a specific ritual is needed to assist, and no one knows yet what that ritual is like. Maybe once we're in Bancy or 4th Epic Trier, influenced by the environment, we won't need the ritual anymore." "That'll do," Franca relented. A corpse wax candle that could only be used 4 more times obviously needed to be reserved for the best occasions. Franca turned to Lumian. Franca, brimming with enthusiasm, said to Lumian, "Let's see the Demoness of Despair's potion formula." "What's my reward?" Lumian joked. Franca clicked her tongue. "I'll keep an eye out at the Demoness sect for any mystical items that can change gender and give it to you for free." With that, Franca's smile grew even brighter, her eyes sparkling. "I really look forward to that day." Jenna imagined it for a moment and found herself also a bit excited. Considering the potential consequences of debating over this topic, Lumian pretended to be at a loss for words and quickly took out a sheet of delicate human skin from his traveler's bag and laid it on the coffee table. The three only glanced at the potion formula before swiftly moving away, taking a moment before returning to continue. After a few repeats, the contents of the sequence 4 potion formula fully emerged in their minds. Name, Despair. Sequence, 4. Main ingredients: Plague Mother Serpent's Venom Sac, Silver Hunter's Crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 10 milliliters of Plague Mother Serpent's bile, 3 fragments of the Silver Hunter, a fresh branch of mistletoe, and 10 milliliters of blood from 7 victims who died from different plagues. Ritual: Involve over 30,000 people in a severe plague. The more who die, the stronger the despair and suffering, the better the ritual effect. In a brief silence, Franca hissed, "Isn't this ritual too evil? I can't do such a thing." She felt that if she succumbed to the urge to advance, to become a demigod, and caused such a plague, She would truly fall and truly become a demoness. Jenna shook her head, her face full of fear. She couldn't imagine becoming that kind of person. She would rather stay forever at the demoness of affliction sequence. It's not just about being evil, it's obviously more difficult than the Iron-Blooded Knight's ascension ritual, Lumion said from another angle. Using the capabilities of the demoness of affliction along with auxiliary media and items, turning a contagion into a plague that swept through 30,000 people wasn't too challenging. However, in any city with such a large population, official organizations existed, and they would likely notice the outbreak soon after it began. That would lead to targeted interventions and possibly even identification of the disease's source, the demoness of affliction herself, leading to her elimination. If she avoided cities and spread the disease from one small town or village to another, it would take an exceedingly long time. The longer the process dragged on, the greater the chance of various mishaps that could cause the ritual to fail. For example, discovery by the official Beyonders, natural containment of the disease, or other unforeseen events. Compared to this, the southern continent might be more suitable for the demoness of affliction to advance. Yes, Franca said with a pained expression. Is there no way to bypass this ritual? Or is there an equivalent, less evil ritual? Jenna racked her brain but couldn't think of any shortcuts that didn't involve killing innocents. Lumion, with a carefree smile, said, "It's simple. After you reach Sequence 5, you could switch to Iron-Blooded Knight. If you care, or rather, prefer to remain a demoness, you can then check whether the ritual of the demoness of unaging is evil. If it isn't, you could switch back." Franca and Jenna were stunned. After her initial shock, Franca pondered thoughtfully, maybe this idea isn't so bad after all. Wasn't I originally aiming to become an Iron-Blooded Knight? But then there's Jenna. Seeing Franca silent, Lumion said with a meaningful smile, "There's no need to take some things too seriously. We've all used lie before and changed our appearances, adapting quite well, haven't we? I once even turned into a dog without any lingering trauma. As long as it's not permanent and you can change back, occasionally switching things up can actually be quite fun. Remember, you're just acting." Lumion knew Jenna was already aware that the demoness pathway led to changes from male to female, whereas the hunter's pathway did the opposite, occurring at Sequence 7 Witch and Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight. He also knew Franca suspected Jenna was aware of this. But since the demoness of pleasure wanted to continue deceiving herself, he didn't mind helping a bit by keeping his words vague. "Temporarily, if the ritual of the demoness of unaging isn't evil, I can switch back." A demoness of unaging doesn't sound so evil, Jenna muttered to herself before saying, "Think Lumion's suggestion is worth considering." Franca nodded in agreement, on the verge of saying more but stopping herself. Jenna chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I'm only at Sequence 7, just a witch. Why am I even considering becoming a demigod and switching back and forth? Damn it, it feels like when I first became showy diva. Though I was always saving money to pay off debts, it didn't stop me from dreaming of becoming a famous actress, earning thousands of Verlda or a year, and wondering how I'd spend all that money." Me too, Franca echoed, attempting to explore the feasibility. "If we switch, how do we complete the ritual for a 30-person Iron-Blooded Knight team?" Lumion clicked his tongue and continued. "You'd better pray that by then I've become an Iron-Blooded Knight. Having an Iron-Blooded Knight as a team member can significantly reduce the number of people required. Besides, we already work well together." "Is that possible?" Franca first instinctively felt there was a problem, then muttered to herself, "A ritual is just a ritual. After it's done, there's really no need to maintain the previous state," meaning the captain and team members could swap places and form a new team again. "What do you call that?" "That's called recycling, sustainable development." The more Franca thought about it, the more excited she became. "Once I also become an Iron-Blooded Knight, Jenna will have 2 demigod teammates, plus Anthony and Lugano. She shouldn't need to look for anyone else. If Ludwig is still with us by then, not having broken his seal, things will be even simpler. We could be his godmothers. We'd be Ludwig's godmothers, and Lumion would be his godfather. Although this isn't anything amazing, there are many similar examples, but still." Jenna glanced at Franca, wanting to remind her of something, but ultimately decided against it. The more they discussed the details, the more awkward it got, so it was best to leave them be. With a new strategy to avoid the demoness of despair's ritual, Franca and Jenna felt much better. The former said to Lumion, "There's a mysticism gathering in a few days. Touch base with the professor and others to probe whether any members of the Moses ascetic order are among them. It's not too urgent since Madame Judgment told me that the Tarot Club has informants inside the Moses ascetic order who can provide the necessary information. But I'm not sure if that informant belongs to the Trier region and knows the local circumstances, while the mirror person, Griffith, is definitely in Trier." Lumion nodded and replied, "I also need to ask about the Harvest Priest potion formula and corresponding materials. Boosting the team's strength will help us complete the ritual later." Jenna listened quietly for a while before interjecting, "Can you help sell that Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic for me? The level of the mysticism gatherings I attend aren't high enough. Nobody can afford an item of that sequence." She was thinking about the demoness of pleasure potion materials she was about to receive from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Franca's pleasure was almost digested, and it wasn't too good to still owe her companion money. After all, she couldn't use the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic herself. Lumion could probably guess Jenna's thoughts, subtly gesturing towards his traveler's bag. His implication was clear. "You've seen my Iron-Blooded Knight and Demoness of Despair potion formulas. How come you haven't thought about owing me a substantial debt?" Lumion hoped this approach would make Jenna worry less about owing money, suggesting she borrow more and hire an artisan to turn the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic into a mystical item for use. The stronger you are, the easier it is to repay debts. Sitting on the sofa, Jenna scoffed at Franca, gesturing towards Lumion. Her message was clear. "When I need to use those 2 potion formulas to advance, I'll pay you back. I'll keep an eye out," Franca said, unaware of the silent conversation between Lumion and Jenna. She then said, "We can start gathering some supplementary ingredients for Iron-Blooded Knight and Demoness of Despair now, like the mud soaked with soldiers' blood from a major battlefield and the blood of 7 victims of the plague, just to be prepared in case we're short on time later. Who knows, by then we might find another way to bypass the plague ritual. Let's get ready now." Hearing about the preparations for the potion, Lumion nodded and then remembered something. He stood up and walked over to the full-length mirror in the room, pressing his right hand against it. He then activated the contract ability from Bloody Jack, sensing the mirror imprints he had left behind. Soon, Lumion used the mirror and its otherworldly connection to detect 2 imprints from afar, one clear and one blurry. The clear one belonged to the full-length mirror in Morana Vigny's study, while the blurry one changed on its own, shifting positions and making it hard to track. "I can sense it. That must be the imprint on the mirror inside the Blue Avenger's vault. Using the link between the imprint and myself, no matter how it blurs or shifts, I can teleport directly to it, as long as I can step through the mirror." Lumion pondered for a while but decided not to borrow Franca's mirror cufflink for an experiment. This was because his spiritual intuition and a warning from fate told him that if he teleported to that imprint now, he might never return, or he might return as a listed tutor. Withdrawing his hand, Lumion shared the results of his attempt with Franca and Jenna. Afterward, Jenna left to visit various hospital morgues. This was both to look for opportunities to act as a witch and to see if there were any bodies that had died from severe contagious diseases. With the order of all extinction and the sick church not yet eradicated in Trier, there definitely were deaths from the plague, just not many that could cause a widespread outbreak. Standing by the window, Lumion saw Jenna appear on the street and turned to Franca, saying, "You might have to become a Demoness of Despair, so it would be good to think about how to find an alternative to that ritual." "Why must I?" Franca responded, clearly astonished. Lumion chuckled. "Have you noticed that all the high-ranking members of the Demoness sect are demonesses? Do you think it's because they can't get their hands on the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula and Beyonder characteristics? But the Demoness sect doesn't prohibit demonesses from switching to the Hunter pathway." "That's indeed a contradiction," Lumion speculated. "I suspect that those angelic tier demonesses can't find higher sequence Hunter pathway Beyonder characteristics to change back into men, so they're not keen on seeing their subordinates regain themselves. It has become an unspoken rule. Most of the high-ranking demonesses are twisted in spirit, psychopathic, and enjoy seeing others in pain while hating to see them happy. According to the intelligence Lumion and Franca received from Madame Magician and Madame Judgment, starting from sequence 4, hunters and demonesses could switch pathways, with gender determined by the highest sequence attained, and consuming potions of the same sequence but from neighboring pathways to enhance one's strength could cause significant problems. Franca was silent for a long moment before saying, "If I digest the affliction potion and still haven't found an alternative to the despair ritual, I'll request to end my mission with the demoness sect from Madame Judgment. She should understand and wouldn't allow me to carry out something like spreading a horrific plague." After saying this, Franca relaxed and muttered, "Besides, wouldn't it be odd if Jenna becomes an iron-blooded knight and I remain a demoness by then? Life is short. Why not give it a try?" Lumion jested. Before Franca could react, Lumion leaped over the sofa with a stride and headed out the door. Bursts of black flames shot through the wooden door, chasing after Lumion's back but gradually veering off target and dissipating into the air. Franca's curse still rang clear in Lumion's ears. "If you have what it takes, try it yourself." With a grin, Lumion stepped out into the street. Watching Ludwig eat, he pulled up a chair opposite him and casually asked, "What ingredients or spices are needed for the third method of cooking those umbilical remains?" By the side, Lugano was taken aback. "What umbilical remains?" Lumion smiled. "The umbilical remnant of the child of God that Father Montserrat was carrying." Lugano's expression froze. After a few seconds, Lugano stuttered, "Can you actually eat that? What happens if you do eat it? What are the changes? Does it cause the child of God to be born?" Lumion glanced at Lugano's arm and said, "What can't be eaten?" Lugano suddenly felt a sharp phantom pain and shook his head vigorously. No, never mind. He wanted to get away from Ludwig and Lumion but couldn't think of an excuse on the spot. After Ludwig swallowed a mouthful of cheese bread, he spoke slowly. "Top-tier ingredients don't need much accompaniment or seasoning. We just need to give it a symbol. That includes 9 main staple ingredients: wheat, oats, rye, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, cassava, and any other kind of bean. Cook them with the umbilical remains in cow's or sheep's milk for half an hour, and it's ready to eat. This dish is called Source of Life. Are you cooking or performing a mystical rite?" Lumion muttered under his breath. Of course, a gourmet pathways chef, who concocted alcoholic beverages and cooked various dishes, was essentially conducting corresponding mystical rites. Thoughtfully, Lumion asked, "Actually, it doesn't have to be these 9 ingredients, right? As long as the concept of main ingredients and their quantity is satisfied? Likewise, other kinds of milk would work too." Ludwig shook his head. "No, this way tastes the best. So what you're saying is the method I mentioned would work but won't taste as good? No wonder it's the gourmet pathway, always chasing culinary perfection." Lumion stood up and instructed Lugano to buy some of the ingredients. Lumion's traveler's bag only contained dry rations that could be eaten right out of the package. For Trier, a leading global metropolis, the ingredients Ludwig needed were easily collected, and by noon, Lumion and Lugano had returned to see Ludwig placing the main ingredients along with the umbilical remnant into a stewpot filled with several hundred milliliters of milk. These steps had to be completed by a chef himself, to endow them with mysticism, to coax out the designated uniqueness of the ingredients and maintain them to a degree conducive to absorption. Done by anyone else, the dish might have no effect or turn into poison. After simmering for a while, Lumion smelled the starchy aroma mixed with the milk and saw dense milky white steam rising above the pot. The steam did not disperse but condensed in midair and slowly settled back into the pot, carrying a tantalizing scent tinged with blood. At that moment, Ludwig turned to Lumion and licked his lips, asking, "Do you want to add sugar or salt? What differences do they bring?" Lumion asked cautiously. Ludwig responded seriously, "The taste, one is sweet, the other is salty. Which do you prefer?" Lumion, sensing the choice, relaxed and asked with a smile, "Which do you prefer?" "I can't eat it," Ludwig said regretfully, mumbling, Sweet is tasty, salty is good too. If only it could be split into two parts, one sweet, one salty. As he spoke, the young boy, seemingly agitated, sprinkled some salt and then tossed in some sugar. Lumion watched amusedly, not stopping him. For him, the taste of the source of life was not important. Its effect was. Finally, Ludwig instructed Lugano to extinguish the flame and removed the contents of the pot. It was a palm-sized piece of starchy congealment, white and soft, sticky and gooey. The surface of the food was covered with red spots, as if blood had seeped out from within. It's ready to eat. Ludwig tried hard not to drool. Will it be effective with just one bite, or do I need to eat it all? Lumion asked, his curiosity reminiscent of his days learning various experiments, which often frustrated Aurora with his questions. All of it? Ludwig said with a look of disappointment. Lumion picked up the steaming, slightly scalding food, brought it to his mouth and took a bite. The sweet and salty flavors melded together, offsetting each other's intensity in a unique way that relieved Lumion of any mental burden. He quickly devoured the source of life. Will it work right away? An eager Lumion asked, already resolute in his intentions. Ludwig pointed to the master bedroom. You'll need to sleep first. Sleep? With a slight sigh, Lumion left the dining table, returned to his room, and lay down on his bed. Closing his eyes, he felt his body gradually warm up, his consciousness becoming heavier and heavier. In the darkness, Lumion heard soft sobs. He turned his head, carefully discerning the sound. It was of a little girl whispering, "Mommy, Mommy." The voice grew louder, more mature and more piercing. "Mommy, Mommy." The cries drew closer, as if they were right beside Lumion, resonating within him. "Mommy, Mommy." Inside my body, Lumion suddenly jolted awake, regaining his senses. The darkness shattered, and sunlight pierced his eyes. He sat up abruptly, freeing himself from the dream. The cries of "Mommy, Mommy" still echoed faintly in his mind. Did I hear the child of God crying? Lumion looked down at himself. He undressed and found nothing unusual, but he knew something about him was different now, an indescribable change. He didn't feel the great mother's gaze, which made him even more cautious. Dressed again, he left his room to find Lugano sneaking glances his way. Are you all right? Lugano, who had been caught red-handed, asked instinctively. Lumion chuckled. It's okay. I won't become the child of God of the Great Mother. Seeing Lugano eyeing his stomach, Lumion added, Nor have I conceived her. After speaking, he left the still concerned Lugano behind and walked out of the apartment. The afternoon sun was perfect, and with nothing much to do in the next couple of days, Lumion decided to stake out a particular spot. That place was the Trier Catacombs. Knowing that Harrison from Resurrection Island might appear at places associated with death, darkness, dusk, and decay, Lumion's first thoughts were of the Dream Festival and the Trier Catacombs, locations rife with death and dark mysticism. In the first level of the catacombs, by the entrance to the old ossuary, leading deeper below, Lumion sat next to a withered, scattered skeleton with a lit white candle, quietly observing each visitor descending into or returning from the depths. Soon, a group of students passed by, spotting Lumion sitting alongside the catacombs' bones. The leader, a tall, thin man with glasses, asked Lumion curiously, "Why are you sitting here?" Lumion casually responded, "I've been down to the lower levels many times and lost interest. Now, I just want to sit here quietly and watch everyone and everybody that comes and goes, to see who never leaves." "That sounds interesting," the students said, holding their white candles. They decided to sit down too and observe if any of those returning from the depths showed signs of fear. The tall, bespectacled man chose to sit beside Lumion and struck up a conversation. "Do you really think not lighting a white candle here could lead to mishaps?" Lumion glanced at him and chuckled. "You could try it, and we'd all see what happens." Before the students could respond, Lumion spoke in a relaxed tone. "I didn't believe in these things before, but then, He suddenly lowered his voice. Two of the female students blurted out, "What happened?" Then, Lumion wore a reminiscent expression. "I met someone who had encountered the Montsurus ghost. You know the legend of the Montsurus ghost, right?" The students nodded together. "You really know Trier's spooky tales well. Typical of underground Trier creatures." "Students," Lumion sighed. "His immediate family all died, and he thought he could escape it. But one day, when I went to see him, I found him hanged from a window frame. Since then, I've been strictly following every rule of underground Trier." The students looked at each other, a bit frightened by the tale told by a peer. "It seems we really shouldn't extinguish this candle," the tall student with glasses said regretfully. Lumion lowered his voice again. "Have you ever encountered such a thing? There are extra books, blankets, and clothes in your dorm, none which belong to you. But the administrator tells you that no one else lives there." Two students turned pale, as if hearing the most terrifying ghost story. As if they were seeking a lifeline, they asked, "Yes, that happens. Do you know why?" Lumion shook his head and sighed. "I heard those are the people who extinguished their candles here. They completely vanished, with no one remembering them." Hearing this, the tall student shivered instinctively. Suddenly, he felt something tap his shoulder. He turned to look and saw a ghastly pale skeletal hand. "Ah!" he screamed, jumping up. Lumion pulled back the bone hand he had picked up somewhere, his smile mocking. "You're really scaredy cats." "Scared already?" The students were stunned, and after a while, they forcefully said, "No, that was just a reflex." As they seriously considered whether to beat up the prankster, someone came up the stone steps to the second level. He wore a blue top and yellow pants, his face deeply wrinkled and his white hair sparse and dry, holding a short-lit white candle. It was an elderly catacombs administrator. Lumion slightly frowned. He had seen this catacombs administrator before in the giant tomb chamber housing the Samaritan Women's Spring, but the administrator hadn't used a white candle then. Lumion had always assumed that the catacombs administrator, marked with light brown age spots, had been assimilated by the catacombs themselves, becoming part of this peculiar place, and would over time become more corpse-like, losing all semblance of life and forever sleeping within an upright, decaying coffin. Yet, here he was, able to leave the massive tomb chamber that housed the Samaritan Women's Spring, still carrying a burning white candle, taking turns guarding the entrance to the Samaritan Women's Spring. The longer you stay, the deeper the catacombs' peculiar erosion takes hold, making you less and less like the living until finally, you no longer need a lit white candle to prevent being consumed by the catacombs? Can one slowly recover once they rotate out? Lumion speculated as he watched the elderly catacombs administrator ascend the steps. As he drew closer and the candlelight illuminated his features, the group of students also got a clearer look at the newcomer. They recognized the uniform of the catacombs administrator but had never met one so aged. He seemed nearly decomposed. His face, speckled with light brown age spots and his eyes black and icy, coupled with his faint, almost non-existent breath, instilled an involuntary fear in them, prompting them to huddle together for warmth and courage. With each soft step echoing, the elderly caretaker stopped at the entrance to the old ossuary. He then turned, casting his chilling gaze upon Lumion. "I need to speak with you," the catacombs administrator said in a hoarse, matter-of-fact tone. "Me? Do we know each other? Plus, I came here on a whim, driven by impulse and didn't inform anyone of my plans. Why would you need to see me?" Lumion was taken aback, as were the university students. They hadn't expected this intriguing, skilled prankster to be acquainted with such a frightening catacombs administrator. Had he really explored the catacombs so often that he had befriended the administrators? Perplexed, Lumion stood up and followed the elderly administrator to the side of the entrance to the old ossuary. He wanted to hear what this was all about and why he was being sought out. In the dense darkness, with just a stub of a white candle making his face appear more ghastly, the emotionless caretaker said, "There's been an anomaly with a corpse on the 4th level's southwest corner. Handle it." "Me?" Lumion pointed to himself with his empty right hand. "Why are you asking me to deal with this?" There are other catacombs administrators, official beyonders for this sort of thing. Why me? And you're ordering me around as if I'm a mercenary paid to handle such matters, without even discussing compensation. Correct. The elderly administrator nodded gently. My body and spirit are nearing decay, and I can no longer engage in combat. Lumion eyed the administrator with curiosity, probing, "Do you know me?" The deep wrinkles on the administrator's face unfolded into a strange smile. "You are one of our kind." One of our kind, Lumion mused, a guess forming in his mind. Deal with it now. The longer you wait, the more troublesome it becomes. The administrator turned and headed back towards the entrance to the old ossuary. Came to stake out Harrison from Resurrection Island. Not to work for you, Lumion muttered silently. His curiosity piqued as he followed the more corpse-like than living administrator down the stone steps. During this, he flashed a smile and waved at the students, frightening them into silence. None dared to respond. Once Lumion and the elderly administrator's figures had disappeared deep into the stone stairway, with only a flicker of candlelight remaining, the students finally relaxed and exhaled in relief. That guy really knew the catacombs administrator well. He must be extremely familiar with this place. Were the rumors he shared actually true? Recalling Lumion's description of the dorm anomalies and the consequences of extinguishing a candle, the students shivered in unison, pulling their candles closer to their bodies. Descending layer by layer, past Francois' tomb and the Blood Order Hall, Lumion followed the old administrator, quickly reaching the southwest corner of the catacomb's 4th level. Using the remaining third of his white candle, Lumion saw a giant skeleton, about 3 to 4 meters tall, composed of bones from different corpses and shaped like a human with 7 or 8 heads, all eye sockets dark, void of any colored flame. At that moment, the giant skeleton was opening tomb doors, extracting sharp bones, and adding them to its massive bone sword. The candlelight spread only slightly, illuminating the area minimally as darkness flowed like water, bringing an indescribable chill and horror. Even without getting close, Lumion involuntarily felt fear and resistance, as if he were walking towards death. His blue eyes darkened to iron black, reflecting the ghastly pallor of the aberrant skeleton. Deep within its chest, it felt as if he had to cleave through layers of white bones to reach it. You see it? Take care of it. The old caretaker commanded again, as if ordering a subordinate. What abilities does it have? Lumion wasn't averse to lending a hand. He had just acquired a powerful item and was eager to use it, but he couldn't just rush into battle without understanding the monster's capabilities and planning his strategy. The candle in the administrator's hand was now just a stub, its dim flame stubbornly clinging on. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but it's being suppressed by the catacombs, unable to show much of its potential. Once it gets dark outside, we might not have that advantage. We must clear it out now. The catacombs are suppressing it. Lumion mused aloud. How often have these anomalies occurred recently? Is it frequent? It's normal, once or twice a month. The elderly catacombs administrator replied in a raspy voice. Even if it's broadly sealed, some abnormalities still occur? That's similar to other areas of the underground trier. As Lumion was about to ask more questions, the giant, mud and mold-covered skeletal aberration seemed to notice them, suddenly turning around and raising its massive bone sword. The surface of the giant sword burst into pale white flames. Thud, thud, thud. The skeleton with several heads moved stiffly but quickly charged toward Lumion and the catacombs administrator. The surrounding darkness surged over, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold and a terror that seemed to reach into their souls. Without hesitation, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag and grasped the sword of courage. A warm rush quickly spread through his body. What's there to fear? Fight, fight, fight. Lumion drew the iron-black greatsword and charged toward the giant skeleton and its terrifying bone sword. Then he swung the sword of courage upwards. A bright white flame with a hint of blue burst forth from the blade. Bang! The iron-black greatsword collided with the bone sword, made of numerous sharp bones, in midair. Lumion's knees bent as his feet sank into the mud. The skeleton's force was immense, and the bright white-blue flames tangled with the pale white flames, mutually extinguishing each other. Lumion was not afraid. His eyes excited, he tightened his thighs, straightened his knees, and advanced rather than retreated, slashing with his iron-black greatsword toward the colossal creature. The bone sword responded with the force of a falling boulder. Boom! The collision triggered a violent explosion, and the fierce shockwave, carrying the bright white-blue flames, struck the giant skeleton surface, pushing it back 2 steps. Lumion pursued, slashing again with the sword of courage. Rumble! 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 With each clash of the huge swords and in every massive explosion, a large number of bones fell from the skeleton, charred, and even the bone sword itself thinned significantly. Finally, Lumion broke through its defense, cleaving into its chest with one strike. Boom! The bright white-blue fireball expanded there, penetrating its entire body. The giant skeleton froze instantly. Crash! Collapsed entirely, like a stacked block castle knocked over. Lumion withdrew his iron-black greatsword, turned halfway to the elderly catacombs administrator, and smiled, saying, "Neutralized." As he spoke, he returned the sword of courage to the traveler's bag. Just after this action, Lumion suddenly sobered up. Was that it? Although I had planned to engage in direct combat before drawing the sword, I hadn't considered just a head-on attack. Truly the sword of courage. Hearing Lumion's words, the elderly catacombs administrator, holding the nearly extinguished white candle, slowly approached. Lumion, taking advantage of having just provided help, casually asked, "Has anyone visited the Samaritan women's spring in the past few months?" That was supposedly the strongest point of death energy in the entire catacombs, and Harrison might be drawn there. The elderly catacombs administrator looked at Lumion in slow motion, his voice hoarse as he said, "Extinguish the candle." "What? Extinguish the candle? Are you trying to kill me?" Lumion's first reaction was that the catacombs administrator in front of him meant him harm. Without a lit white candle here, one would be eerily erased and forgotten by all. At that moment, the candle in the administrator's hand burned down to the end, flickered once, and was completely extinguished. Darkness surged toward the old man, seemingly engulfing him in deathly silence. He did not disappear. In that instant, Lumion recalled many things, including the catacombs administrator considering him one of their own and his own guess about it. He hadn't made his final, crazy decision when the darkness around the administrator viciously spread, enveloping him. His white candle suddenly went out. Damn it! Though Lumion had toyed with the idea of taking risks, he hadn't truly made up his mind. The sudden extinguishing of his white candle prompted him to swear under his breath, instinctively preparing to activate the black mark on his shoulder and teleport out of the catacombs. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold tinged with slight pain surged through the palm of his right hand. This snap of pain brought him to his senses, thankfully without any further unpleasant changes to his body. Indeed, Lumion instantly calmed down, abandoning the idea of using his spirit world traversal ability. His suspicions were confirmed. He clenched his right hand discreetly, ensuring the prominently marked underworld Taoist seal wasn't visible to anything lurking in the darkness. After the elderly, decaying, and clearly unwell catacombs administrator mistook him for a kindred spirit, Lumion suspected it was due to the underworld Taoist seal. Given that the Samaritan women's spring was closely related to the underworld Taoist and the catacombs of Trier were likely built to contain its overflowing influence, the administrators took turns guarding the massive tomb chamber leading to the spring. Since catacombs administrators affected by anomalies could navigate the dark catacombs without a lit white candle and not disappear, theoretically, he should be able to as well, given his underworld Taoist seal. Of course, this was extremely risky. A wrong guess could mean dying without leaving a trace, causing Lumion to hesitate despite his wild impulse. In the pure darkness, where his eyes saw nothing, Lumion felt as if he were in Trier's subterranean river, immersed in cold, damp, heavy, and silent waters. Yet, he breathed easily, his body and soul strangely drawing air from the dense, dark waters. sustaining his existence. He seemed like a fish in the deep sea. The darkness, like flowing water, layered and pressed down, isolating this space from the surrounding areas and the outside world. The next moment, Lumion heard the old administrator's raspy, indifferent voice. Recently, 3 people tried to approach the spring, but I stopped them. 3 people. Lumion's spirit lifted as he asked, "Who were they?" "One time it was a blessed of darkness and death with a hunter," the old administrator described in his own way. "A blessed of darkness and death with a hunter. Isn't that Madame Hella and me? You still remember us?" Lumion realized, followed by muttered criticisms. He had thought this elderly administrator, unlike the more active ones like Kendall and nearing a corpse-like state, didn't recognize people by sight but by sensing their presence. Lumion had encountered 2 catacombs administrators guiding visitors when he arrived at the entrance to the old ossuary, and they didn't see him as one of their own. Instead, they advised him not to wander alone and always keep a white candle burning for light. Who was the third? Lumion pressed on. Was it Harrison or Manette, the incarnation of Amon active in these subterranean catacombs? The old catacombs administrator responded in a monotone, husky voice. An outsider, he felt similar to us but also different. So I stopped him. Similar yet different. An outsider. Lumion pondered these key descriptions and surmised it was probably Harrison from Resurrection Island. What did he look like? Lumion asked, controlling his emotions, seemingly calm. He couldn't see through the darkness, not even the outline of the old administrator, but he sensed the other was right in front of him, no more than 2 meters away. He then heard the old administrator reply, "I've been an administrator for so long, I've forgotten many things. Even death itself vanishes here, let alone our memories. I can't remember what he looked like, only that he didn't resemble an Intision, nor a Loanese or Phasation." After a brief pause, the catacombs administrator continued in his flat tone, "I should go back to rest now." Lumion did not try to stop him, nor did he ask further questions. Although he hadn't heard any footsteps, nor sensed any movement ahead, a very clear thought suddenly struck him. The person has already left. He didn't look like an Intision, a Loanese, or a Phasation, an outsider, someone who had been to the 4th level of the catacombs in recent months. Lumion replayed the catacombs administrator's responses in his mind over and over. Suddenly, he remembered something. Franca had mentioned that she encountered a man in the catacombs who she suspected came from the world of the Celestial Master, the world they had transmigrated from. Her judgment was based on the man's appearance, which closely resembled the people from that world and was distinctly different from those of the Intisians, Loanese, Phaenopaterians, and Phasations. So, the person Franca met was the one the elderly administrator persuaded to leave? And that person could very well be Harrison from Resurrection Island. Resurrection Island actually a node where 2 worlds converge. The reason the nautical chart leading to Resurrection Island is incorrect is because it lacks mystical details. Even if one reaches the designated sea area, only danger is encountered, with no sight of the goal. This would nicely explain Franca's divination result that the chart is genuine, and why adventurers have failed to locate Resurrection Island. The charts are indeed accurate, but they don't record the method to open the island's door. If this is the case, there should be a deeper explanation for why Franca and the others were transmigrated, and for the purpose of the Resurrection Islanders appearing on the north and south continents. The good thing now is, Franca has seen someone who might be Harrison and has drawn a corresponding portrait through a ritual, which will help us in our future search. Heh. Franca and Jenna's exploration yielded quite a lot of crucial information about many important matters, filled with a sense of being arranged. This might not have been that entity's doing, but it's highly likely related to Manette, who often haunts this place. Lumion was particularly puzzled about why the true creator or Amon valued this matter so much. Their previous help was mainly about combating the evil gods beyond the barrier and didn't involve issues from another world. Would that celestial worthy be counted as one of the evil gods beyond the barrier? Does he come from the Celestial Master's world? /S this also considered a part of the evil god's invasion? Lumion speculated briefly before pondering another question. whether to inform Franca, 007, Madame Hella, and other members of the curly-haired baboons research society about this. Lumion could already picture what would happen. Including Franca, some members of the curly-haired baboons research society would desperately set out to sea, searching for Resurrection Island marked on the sea chart, failing to find the island, but finding it being even more dangerous. But Lumion preferred to see Franca remain as she was, conflicted about her gender but generally happy. After a moment of silence, Lumion laughed a bit out of character, whispering self-mockingly in the environment like the dark depths of the sea. Would you avoid seeking a way to resurrect Aurora because of danger and others' expectations? Would you give up resisting because of danger and others' expectations? Would you refuse to merge with the bloodline of Omabella because of danger and others' expectations? No. Lumion made up his mind and began to focus on his surroundings. He couldn't see anything but faintly sensed figures wandering in the darkness, felt hands reaching out to him, grabbing his arms, ankles, neck, and body, yet not having any tangible effect. No, there was one thing. Lumion felt distinctly colder, to the point where, with the physical traits of a reaper, he almost couldn't help but constrict his pores and shiver lightly. He also heard faint, painful, despairing cries but couldn't discern their specific directions. Are these the people who vanished in the catacombs before? Lumion tried to listen closely to find one or two of the missing, to understand their current state, but it was to no avail. Suddenly he shivered. The cold and the dead silence seeped into his mind. His thoughts became slightly sluggish, and his memories of certain things grew a bit fuzzy. The underworld Taoist seal just prevents me from disappearing on the spot, from even dying without a trace, but it can't stop me from being slowly eroded by the abnormalities here, like those catacombs administrators. And my erosion is clearly faster than theirs. Lumion snapped a flame into existence, lighting the white candle in his hand. The darkness, cold, weight, silence, and dampness retreated as the light spread. Lumion glanced at the candle in his hand, nodding and muttering to himself. I just interpreted the underworld Taoist seal as a kind of alternative white candlelight, but now it seems they're not the same, fundamentally different. One stems from an anomaly being sealed, the other leverages the power sealing this place. As thoughts swirled, Lumion, holding the burning white candle, made his way back along the original route. Upon returning to the entrance of the old ossuary, he saw that the few university students who had been there were gone. Scared off, just like that? Lumion scoffed softly, leisurely leaving the catacombs and returning to place du Purtori. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai. Franca, who was about to go out to gather information on the mirror people, saw Lumion again. You're here again? It's the third time today, the demoness of pleasure asked, her lips twitching slightly. Facing Franca's probing, Lumion raised an eyebrow and said, I've again come across something important that I need to tell you. Franca eyed Lumion suspiciously, unsure whether he was playing a prank or had actually discovered something new. Given the frequency of his discoveries, it seemed a bit much, didn't it? Just this morning, he had returned from the Blue Avenger, having completed an initial exploration that yielded the formula for the Demoness of Despair potion, a sort of courage equivalent to a Grade 1 sealed artifact, and especially significant corpse wax candle all-important findings. And now he had more gains in the afternoon. Ultimately, Franca chose to believe Lumion. After all, he had proven himself a harbinger of chaos on multiple occasions. She stepped aside to let him into the living room. What's it about this time? Franca asked gravely as she closed the door. Lumion stood by the window, back to the outside, and said seriously, Do you remember Mr. Hangedman's description of Harrison? I remember he might appear in places closely linked to darkness, death, dusk, and decay. Franca replied, the oppressive atmosphere stifling her usual retort of not having forgotten what was discussed just that morning. Lumion nodded and continued, I had some free time, so I went to the catacombs. I met with the administrator guarding the Samaritan Women's Spring area. He told me that recently, an outsider tried to approach the spring but was stopped by him. This outsider's features are quite different from anyone from the northern continent. Franca, initially confused, shivered instinctively and blurted out, "Harrison? Was the man with the Eastern features that Jenna and I met actually Harrison?" She immediately recalled her and Jenna's adventure at the Chris Mona Night Pillar. In her urgency, she replaced the more complex description of non-North Continent-bearing features with Eastern features. "It's very likely." Lumion nodded slowly. Franca was taken aback. "Resurrection Island. Resurrection Island." Her lake blue eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. She asked for confirmation. "Could Resurrection Island be a node where the two worlds converge? Even if it's not, it's probably closely related to your world," Lumion said, not wanting to dampen her spirits. Franca paced back and forth excitedly, then wailed, "Why didn't I recognize him then? Why didn't I capture him? Now he's gone and we don't even have a starting point. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church is too slow. Not a single piece of feedback." After Franca vented her frustration, Lumion calmly said, "You can't blame 007 and the others for being slow. Harrison might no longer be in Trier." Franca pondered aloud. "I'll announce this at the Research Society meeting so members in different areas can watch out for anyone resembling Harrison." Before Lumion could caution her, Franca muttered to herself, "I'll tell them not to seek the island until we find Harrison and obtain detailed information about Resurrection Island. It's too dangerous. If they spot Harrison, they shouldn't rush to recognize him or approach him. Pretend they haven't seen him and notify President Gandalf, the chairman, Madame Hella, and us." Lumion listened intently and then playfully complimented her. "I thought you'd be too excited to think straight, but surprisingly, you, who usually seem carefree and not too thoughtful, have considered everything quite thoroughly." Franca wasn't provoked. She replied with a smug grin, "What do you call that? Lam Duan is never muddled in major matters. If I have to think hard all the time, wouldn't that negate the point of relaxing?" "That made some sense." Lumion asked, puzzled. "Who's Lam Duan?" "No need to know," Franca answered decisively. Lumion guessed the reason and didn't press further, simply nodding. "We'll share this at the gathering in 2 days." Franca hummed in agreement. Then her excitement and joy vanished, her body trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Lumion asked with concern. Franca pressed her lips together, speaking softly. "I'm excited about the truth and what the future might hold, but I'm also afraid it won't meet my expectations. I'm scared of facing an answer I can't handle." After speaking, Franca leaned on the windowsill as if drained of strength. Lumion offered no comfort. His look one and the same as that Madame Magician had when she looked at him. Pity. He too feared that the hope for resurrection he so desperately pursued might just be an unattainable illusion. After a moment, Lumion asked, "Want to have a drink?" "Sure," Franca responded with a complex smile. "Getting drunk might help me forget these worries." Ah, typical brotherly comfort offering a drink. 2 days later, Franca met with Demoness of Black Clarice at a hunting ground on the edge of the East Loggins forest, as agreed. The demigod-level Demoness had swapped her usual black court gown for dark hunting attire and a black hat that covered her long hair, giving her an air of dashing elegance and freshness. Compared to her previously melancholic beauty, Madame Clarice now radiated a different kind of allure, equally captivating and splendid. Franca eyed the Demoness of Black with appreciation, suppressing the desires that instinctively arose, and relayed the intelligence on the mirror people that 007 had provided in detail. Clarice nodded gently, her smile bright as she took a wooden, burgundy-colored briefcase from her horse. "This is your reward," said the Demoness of Black as she handed the case to Franca. Franca did not hesitate, thanking her as she unlatched the metal fasteners and opened the modest-sized wooden briefcase. Inside, the case was divided by pristine ice blocks showing no signs of melting, each compartment containing a bat's head with colorful markings, a gallbladder oozing blood and green bile, a bifurcated tail covered with sleek, sinister scales, and 2 types of dark red blood in glass vials. Affliction's main ingredient and most of the supplementary ingredients are here. If you're not ready to advance, don't try to break the ice I've crafted. That would only infect the bearer with various diseases and lead to a slow death, warned the demoness of black. Thank you, madam. Franca quickly counted what supplementary ingredients were still needed. All that was missing was the fairly common Enfinitas eucalyptus. Demoness of black Clarice commented, "You're very efficient and effective in your tasks. Perhaps in another year or two, you'll be ready to attempt opening the gate to godhood. But then we won't reward you with the formula and ingredients for despair. Instead, we'll inform you of the advancement ritual in advance. Once you're nearly ready, we'll simply give you the despair potion." Is this to prevent high-sequence potion formulas from being leaked? Franca asked, understanding dawning on her. The demoness of black nodded. Once you earn the right to have a color precede your title, you'll truly access the high-sequence potion formulas and some of the sect's secrets. I also want to obtain the demoness of unaging potion formula from you all. But without becoming a demoness of unaging, I probably can't have a color precede my name. No matter, having prior knowledge of the ritual to see if it's wicked or not is sufficient. Franca didn't hide the anticipation in her expression. She then steered the conversation back to the investigation of the mirror people. Madam, to what extent should we pursue the mirror people? Is it enough to thwart their plans and eliminate those who have escaped from the special mirror world? We couldn't possibly enter that special mirror world and eradicate their leaders and their foundation while Fourth Epic Trier's seal remains intact. Could we? Franca was probing the demoness sect's ultimate goal regarding the mirror people, trying to gauge the state and thoughts of the primordial demoness. Clarice looked at her and said with a refreshing smile, "Let's do what we can for now. When you've advanced to affliction, we'll tell you more." Becoming a demoness of affliction means entering the core circle of the demoness sect, eligible to learn some secrets? Franca was both excited to be drawing closer to the secrets of the demoness sect and completing tasks, and somewhat anxious. Late at night, in a quarry cave in underground Trier, Angoulême de François, dressed in a brown woolen coat and wearing a gold brooch, entered this dormant area carrying a carbide lamp. His right sleeve was rolled up, revealing a glass syringe tied around his elbow filled with a cloudy white liquid. Behind him followed 4 or 5 purifiers, each with a similar syringe on their arms. Surrounded by the purifiers were 4 tall iron-gray steam robots, responsible for carrying an item over 2 meters long and about 6 feet wide. The item was covered with a red flannel cloth, hiding any details. Angoulême stopped in the middle of the quarry, gesturing for his teammates to halt as well. The iron-gray steam robots then set the item on the ground. As the flannel cover was lifted, a beautifully crafted, classical-looking bed was revealed, making Angoulême and his team feel tired and drawn to its inviting comfort, wanting to lie down for a good sleep. Angoulême quickly looked away and, using the hand holding the carbide lamp, pushed the plunger of the syringe, injecting more of the liquid into his body. Following similar actions from the other purifiers, a figure in a black nun's outfit suddenly emerged from the other side of the quarry. When the feminine silhouette emerged from the darkness, Angoulême and his companions instantly tensed up. They were still unsure how to make the humanoid sealed artifact move towards the bed on its own. They could only hope that the bed, also a Grade 1 sealed artifact, would exert its allure to entice beings to lie upon it. Of course, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church wouldn't send merely a team of highest-ranking purifiers for a transaction involving a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Undoubtedly, a demigod was overseeing from the shadows, but in the event of an incident, how many could be saved from the clash of 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts was an uncertainty. As soon as the somber yet serene-looking woman appeared, she moved toward the elegant, classical bed as if summoned or commanded. Angoulême and the others remained perfectly still, almost like statues, fearing any sudden movement might startle their target and hinder the positive development of the situation. Finally, the figure in the black nun's attire lay down on the bed. She yawned slightly, then closed her eyes, her whole being radiating profound exhaustion, as if she had spent her life's energy. She fell asleep. Several purifiers stepped forward, placing their differently colored leather cases on the ground. They then pulled up the red flannel cloth to cover both the humanoid sealed artifact and the classical bed together. The iron-gray steam robots also set down another leather case they were carrying. They lifted the bed and, along with the purifiers, left the quarry at a measured pace. Soon, only Angoulême and the 9 cases on the ground behind him remained. At the edge of the quarry, enveloped in deep darkness, a figure dressed in assassin's garb emerged. She did not speak to Angoulême but moved past the purifier deacon to inspect the cases one by one. 8 of the cases were either filled with shimmering gold bars or packed with numerous gold coins, all quite heavy, making Franca's gaze seem disrupted by the gleam of gold. I've never seen so much gold in my 2 lifetimes combined. Shame it's not mine, Franca thought regretfully as she stowed the gold, valued at 1.2 million vril d'or, along with the cases into her traveler's bag. Another case contained the main and supplementary ingredients for the pleasure potion and 2 folded scrolls. After verifying everything was correct, Franca nodded to Angoulême in a cold, businesslike tone befitting their professional relationship. You keep your promises well. I will continue to provide you with intel. Praise the sun. You are the god of deeds, Angoulême exclaimed, spreading his arms slightly in homage, attributing all glory and success to the deity. Franca then left the quarry, continuously circling around and using her demoness powers to erase any traces, countering any potential divination or prophecy. After about 7 or 8 minutes, she met with Lumion in a secret tunnel in underground Trier and was transported away by teleportation. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, Franca handed over the ingredients related to the pleasure potion along with the leather case to Jenna, while Lumion was already seated on the armchair, engrossed in a reorganized dossier of the sealed artifact which wasn't written in a fixed format. Number 1 to 147, original name, Clemence Athana. This sealed artifact was born in a magistrate's family in Spam village, Zamet region of Upper Hornacis. She was sent to the Zamet cloister upon reaching adulthood and, 2 years later, entered Suit University to study paleobiology. After graduation, she stayed on as a faculty member. Her research in paleobiology primarily focused on tracing the remnants of mythical creatures to prove their existence. At the age of 29, she abruptly resigned from her academic post and returned to her native village, where she secluded herself in her room. Over the next 2 years, her family suffered a series of misfortunes. Her father, intoxicated, fell into a cesspit at night and drowned. Her mother, overcome with grief, hanged herself. Her siblings killed each other over inheritance disputes, and her sister, who had gone home to intervene, went missing and was never found. The villagers of Spam blamed her for bringing misfortune and sought to expel her. Not long after, a strange mental plague broke out in the village. By the time the purifiers realized the issue, it was beyond redemption, and they had to purify all the infected. Further research indicated that Clemence Athana harbored 2 spirits within her, with her soul appearing stitched together. It is believed that one spirit orchestrated the tragedies of her family and the village's infection, while the other, unable to cope, became muddle-headed yet fought back instinctively, eventually going mad. Additionally, she carried another kind of corruption, distinct from her abilities to manipulate minds and spirits. It remains unclear when this corruption first appeared, whether before her return to her hometown or after the death of her parents, sealed 2 years and 4 months ago. She was sealed not long ago. Among all Grade 1 sealed artifacts, her number must be one of the latest, Franca remarked, having appeared behind Lumion at some point, her elbows resting on the back of the armchair as she finished reading the dossier. Lumion chuckled softly after a pause. Perhaps one day, this will be my fate. He could faintly sense Clemence Athana's struggle and resistance, but she ultimately failed and became a monster. Franca opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. After a few seconds, she patted Lumion on the shoulder and said, "Look on the bright side. In the grand scheme of things, we're all going to die. What matters is what we do on the path to death." Lumion folded up the dossier, nodded solemnly, and responded, "Until death." At 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight, members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society materialized in various locations. Franca immediately spotted 007, who was wearing the lion headgear. She adjusted her hood and approached, asking curiously, "We've received our reward. What's yours?" 007 Angolim replied with mixed emotions. "I can now wield a Grade 1 sealed artifact with less severe adverse effects." "Wow! You're basically on reserve for demigod status," Franca exclaimed enviously. Her thoughts then turned to Lumion, who also possessed a Grade 1 sealed artifact with minor negative effects, essentially putting him in the same reserve category. Before Lumion embarked on the paths of the divine, 007 had already been a Sequence 5 Beyonder. He was just too busy to serve as vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, so he had never shared this with others. Thinking about it, 007 wasn't really that enviable after all. 007 glanced at Franca and said, "I used to dream of advancing to Sequence 4 and becoming a demigod, but as I handled more and more Beyonder events, I started to think that it might not be such a good thing. Fate has pushed me to this point. I can only keep moving forward." "Right?" Franca replied, feeling a sense of kinship. "I have a very important announcement to make soon." "What is it?" 007 couldn't help but ask impulsively. Why is Hidden Blade involved in an important matter again? What is it this time? So far, the news she brought was crazier and more shocking one after the other. "You'll find out soon enough," Franca sighed. She then looked towards Lumion, who was now disguised as Aurora, donning a warlock robe and a black hood, heading towards the Academy Group's gathering place. Lumion, in disguise, nodded gently at Franca. Seeing that the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had nearly all arrived, Franca walked directly to the massive stone chair. Dressed in a plain white robe and resembling a half-giant, Gandalf was nearby. He whispered, "Are you going to warn everyone about the mirror people?" "No." Franca looked at Madame Hella standing on the other side and conjured a simple megaphone from the cold air. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make." Franca's voice echoed through the ancient and dilapidated palace. Members like Isotope, Bear, and Cerberus of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society turned their attention towards the depth of the palace to see who was speaking. They suddenly felt uneasy. The news Hidden Blade had brought before was never good. Although she helped the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society clean up its internal saboteurs and established more reliable rules, avoiding foreseeable harm, the surging tide still left every participant unnerved. As everyone ceased their discussions and looked towards her, Franca cleared her throat and started from the rumors about Resurrection Island, recounting her encounter in the catacombs of Trier with a man bearing Eastern looks in their original world. "So, it's about this. There's a continuation of that incident?" 007 relaxed slightly. A humming sound arose in different parts of the old palace, and members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society couldn't help whispering among themselves. For most of them, they had already accepted reality, adapted to their current lives, and even had different pursuits. But now, someone was telling them that the matter of transmigration still had secrets. Maybe they could even go home. Franca then spoke about Harrison of Resurrection Island, involved with death and dark forces, searching for something across the northern and southern continents, but she didn't mention Demon Warlock Berman. It was too easy to link that to the great adventurer Lewis Barry. In the sudden silence inside the palace, Franca shared her and Lumion's speculation. Resurrection Island might be a nexus where the two worlds converge. "We must find Harrison and get information about Resurrection Island from him." After speaking in one breath, Franca's gaze slowly moved from the somewhat dazed faces of the audience to Madame Hella nearby. She noticed an indescribable emotion in the dark pupils visible behind Madame Hella's black latticed veil. Despite Madame Hella's usual restraint and calm, there are clear emotional ripples this time. Franca thoughtfully withdrew her gaze. By then, many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had regained their composure from the shock, voicing their opinions with both excitement and urgency. Someone shouted, "Hidden Blade, you can't make such assumptions so lightly." Franca roared back immediately, "Whether or not Resurrection Island is a nexus between two worlds, we still need to find Harrison. This isn't a conclusion. It's a direction for our investigation." Another person yelled, How can we find someone just based on a name? I have his portrait. Franca responded instantly. As members expressed their expectations, posed questions, and sought answers, a voice, slightly out of control, shouted, "Why can't you just live peacefully in the present?" Franca looked towards the source of the sound and saw a male member known as Mole. After Mole spoke up, several members loudly said, "I don't want to risk everything for a slim hope. Why can't you give up these fantasies? I have no interest in returning to our previous world." In response to the dissenting voices, Franca wasn't surprised but internally sighed. People vary so much when you gather 100 of them. She sincerely responded, "Searching for Harrison and verifying the situation on Resurrection Island are both entirely voluntary. Those who want to uncover the truth about our transmigration can decide if it's worth the risk. Those who aren't interested can continue as before, but please don't stop others from participating." Mole and others were clearly still worried that investigating Resurrection Island might disrupt their current lives. But with Franca offering the choice of free will, they could only mutter and retreat to the fringes. Seizing the opportunity, Franca added, "For now, our investigation into Resurrection Island is limited to gathering information. Do not go looking for it, it's very dangerous. Once we obtain key information from Harrison, we'll discuss whether or not to go to the island and how to approach it. Right now, let me show you Harrison's portrait." Cheers erupted from some of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members who had grasped the situation. "Hidden Blade is awesome. Hidden Blade. I love you. Praise be to Hidden Blade." Franca chuckled and tilted her head, her worries and fears somewhat alleviated by the emotions of the crowd. She knew that these members were not without fear of the unknown results of the investigation and the potentially disappointing truths it might reveal, but they had waited too long and desired too much. Even a small glimmer of hope could temporarily relieve their pain and sorrow, releasing their excitement and joy. Franca then took a deep breath, pulled out Harrison's portrait, and affixed it to the back of the massive stone chair. "Everyone, take turns to come and take a look," Franca called out, stepping back from the area around the speckled stone chair. "Do you really think that's a nexus between two worlds?" Gandalf stopped Franca, asking fervently. Franca smiled awkwardly. "It's just a theory still." Gandalf nodded with satisfaction. "That's no problem. Make bold assumptions, but verify them carefully. What, in your opinion, is the relationship between Resurrection Island and our world?" Franca asked Gandalf, both hopeful and nervous. Gandalf chuckled. "I don't have any predetermined conclusions yet. I need more information to study." Franca glanced around and lowered her voice. She shared the existence of the Samaritan Women's Spring, Underworld Taoist, and Celestial Master with President Gandalf, whom she and Lumion had decided to inform before attending this meeting previously. They had only shared this with Hela. After all, they had worked together in the real world before. Gandalf listened attentively and made a judgment. The relationship between the two worlds might be closer than we anticipated. The phenomenon of transmigration may have started even earlier. Before Hidden Blade Franca could respond, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society mused to himself, "With so many signs and traces, it's incredible we haven't encountered them, while you frequently do. This probably requires your praise for the true creator." Franca barely held back a sarcastic remark. After parting from the half-giant Gandalf, she was cornered by the tall 007. "We've yet to find the person who might be Harrison," 007 simply reported on the previous person-finding efforts. "Maybe he's no longer in Trier." Franca refrained from complaining about the purifier's inefficiency. She glanced at 007 in lion headgear and cautiously asked, "Would you want to return to our original world?" 007 paused for a few seconds before replying, "Of course, but I'm afraid everything has changed. Although the era from which Emperor Roselle transmigrated isn't far from ours, if we returned now, we'd only miss a few days of life. No one has gone back yet, so we can't be certain. Maybe the rules for coming and going are fundamentally different." Franca fell silent. 007 glanced at Gandalf sitting on the steps, scribbling in a notebook, and asked Franca, What did you discuss with the president? He seemed quite stirred. Franca, managing her emotions, took the opportunity to share with 007 what she had told Gandalf. 007 Engelim was stunned for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, "Why didn't you share this information sooner? What else haven't you told us?" "I was just afraid you would really go all 007? Franca joked, only to be met by a stern look from 007, which made her chuckle awkwardly. "Sometimes, it's not that I don't want to share. It's either not the right time or I don't have the permission. I'm not Lumion who has to squeeze out information like toothpaste. If I could tell, I would share everything," Franca added in her mind. 007 knew that Hidden Blade might have joined a secret organization and understood her predicament. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. He mumbled to himself, "You all have found so many traces of another world beneath Trier. I can't believe the two major churches that have watched over Trier for over 1,000 years haven't discovered anything. When I become a demigod, a senior deacon, maybe I'll be allowed to look at those dossiers, right?" Franca agreed repeatedly. In the corner where the Academy group gathered, Professor, Associate Professor, Principal, Isotope and others had all viewed Franca's portrait of Harrison posted on the stone chair and were eagerly discussing related matters. A woman with the periodic table painted on her face in washable paints asked those around her, "If we really find a way and a path back to our world, would you want to return?" Professor and Associate Professor looked at each other and said, "If we can bring our children without having to leave anyone behind, we definitely hope to go back." Principal, suspected of being a sanguine, laughed. "If I could keep my Beyonder abilities, then I'd be willing to go back." Isotope, with fake heads on each shoulder and wearing a mannequin headgear, chuckled. "I have no attachments or affairs that a mere modern life could replace with the sense of accomplishment I've gained in this world. I don't want to go back." "What about you, Muggle?" asked Periodic Table, turning to the quietly listening Lumion. Lumion paused for a moment and said in the voice of Aurora, "That's the place I long for day and night, but I'd also like to take some people who are close to me with me." After much discussion, the topics of going home and Resurrection Island finally cooled down, and as everyone naturally fell silent, Lumion lifted his beautifully curved chin and looked around, asking, "Does anyone know someone from the Moses Ascetic Order?" Suddenly, most members of the Academy group turned their gaze toward Muggle, observing her rosy lips and pale skin exposed outside her hoodie. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" asked Professor wearing a butterfly bow tie. The Academy group had many warlocks and had exchanged information about the Moses Ascetic Order, so it wasn't surprising that Muggle knew about this secret organization. Lumion responded with a smile. "I want to pass a message to the Moses Ascetic Order that there's a traitor among them." "A traitor?" Isotope and company listened, somewhat bewildered. Without giving a direct response, Lumion said, "Have you heard of mirror people?" According to Madame Hellas' latest statement, the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, who could enter the nation of the Evernight through the spell, were at most mentally disrupted or harbored corruption inside. It was unlikely that their life forms had changed without detection, so it could preliminarily be ruled out that there were any mirror people lurking here. "I've heard of it," said Professor in a black half-face mask, nodding solemnly. "There have been occasional incidents of original hosts being replaced by their mirror people, but why these mirror people appear is still unknown, and perhaps the official Beyonders have the relevant information. You seem to know quite a bit about the mystical world." Lumion's lips curled up with a smile. "I know a mirror person named Griffith who has replaced his original host, and his host was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order. Of course, Griffith certainly isn't the name he used in the Moses Ascetic Order." Members of the Academy group remained silent, simply nodding their heads. Lumion did not continue the topic. Professor looked at her and ventured to ask, "Muggle, are you still in Trier?" "Yes," Lumion responded with a smile. Professor looked around and said, "I'm planning to organize a real-world gathering for members in Trier soon. Do you want to join? It will primarily involve our Academy group." Lumion's eyes flickered, and he smiled coyly. "Okay." After finalizing the details of the real-world gathering through Madame Hellas Messenger, including the time, place, password, and method of the meeting, Lumion quietly listened to the members of the Academy group exchanging ideas, occasionally joining in the discussion. With his current mastery of mysticism, he no longer needed to hide his ignorance. After a while, Lumion asked if anyone had the potion formula and related ingredients for the Harvest Priest, but the answer was no. He then walked over to another group near the ancient palace's gate. Called the Farm, it was a group of curly-haired baboons research society members who enjoyed planting and accumulating wealth. Lumion had once overheard their everyday conversations about how many hectares they had purchased, their plans to save for a ranch, their forest harvests, the effectiveness of their compost, the Church of Earth Mother's batch of modified wheat seeds suitable for arid regions, their growing savings, and how work brought them joy. After that, Lumion never eavesdropped again. As he approached the farm members, he smelled the earthy scents of soil, fertilizer, grass, grains, and livestock. A familiar and comforting aroma that transported him back to Corda village, back to his sister's side. The experienced Lumion instantly became alert. This reminds me of life in Cordu for one thing, but on another level, the acts of farming, herding, and harvesting resonate with the Omabella bloodline within me. The goddess of harvest is indeed living up to her name. As expected of the great mother's child of God, Lumion quickly figured out the reason. Although consuming the remnants of Omabella's umbilical cord hadn't enhanced his powers or abilities, it had attracted the great mother's gaze, allowing creatures she had created or blessed to sense his bloodline, though it hadn't been without effect. Omabella's residual bloodline subtly altered his perceptions of certain things, indirectly affecting his psyche. As Lumion listened to the farm group members discussing, he keenly observed each person's reactions. Although only creatures lacking necessary intellect would mistake him for a child of the Great Mother, those who had received the Great Mother's boons or were directly created by her could sense the Omabella bloodline in him, though they wouldn't misidentify him. This would help Lumion determine through any unusual reactions among the farm group members whether they covertly worshipped the Great Mother. After a few minutes, Lumion tentatively confirmed that none of the curly-haired baboons research society members in this area were problematic. He then mimicked Aurora's voice when she pressed her voice down, looked around, and asked, "Does anyone have the Harvest Priest's potion formula or related ingredients? If you're unwilling to disclose the formula, you could sell me a ready-made Harvest Priest potion." "Muggle, I thought you were a warlock," a farm group member called Breeder Master asked, puzzled. He was tall with a rugged, wild demeanor and wore a primitive tribal mask made from animal fur. "I know someone who needs it," Lumion laughed. "And I thought I might make a small profit while helping out." Breeder Master further inquired, "You should know that a ready-made potion needs to be consumed quickly before it is absorbed by the container and becomes a sealed artifact with strong negative effects. Moreover, trading through Madame Hellas Messenger would delay things. You have to drink it immediately upon receipt." "Will there be no issues?" "Madame Hellas Messenger sure is busy," Lumion teased inwardly. "No problem." After questioning and observing, he was sure that the doctor potion from Lugano had been fully digested. This was a doctor who had treated an angel and fake angel. After Ludwig was brutally beaten by Loki, it was Lugano who had treated and healed his wounds. Lumion himself had received Lugano's treatments on multiple occasions. After contemplating for a moment, Breeder Master said, 20,000 gold risit for a ready-made Harvest Priest potion. It's pricier than just buying the ingredients separately, but we have to respect intellectual property rights. Normally, I'd charge between 30,000 and 35,000, but since we're all members of the society, about 40,000 Vril d'Or. Lumion nodded slightly in agreement. No problem. He already had 19,000 gold risit in bills and coins on him, so he made an upfront payment of 10,000, agreeing to pay the balance upon receipt of the potion. They brought in 007 from the Sanctuary Group to notarize the agreement. "Pleasure doing business," said Breeder Master with a smile to Muggle as he pocketed the deposit. He then turned to other members of the farm group and exclaimed, "Now I have the funds for more experiments. I've been studying those mushrooms created by the legendary druid Frank Lee. I find his philosophy intriguing and worth following. Given the myriad supernatural beings in this world, including Beyonders, why not merge the blood, flesh, milk of these beings with ordinary plants? Whether through hybridization or genetic modification with the aid of mystical powers, it can be done relatively easily, and after several generations the traits stabilize, resulting in plants with magical effects but no Beyonder characteristics. As Lumion listened, a strange unease began to form within him. He never felt this way even when discussing death-related topics with the Purgatory group. The first time he heard the name Frank Lee was in the Corda Village Dream, where an official Beyonder named Ryan mentioned a saying that circulated at sea. I'd rather come face to face with pirate admirals or even kings than run into a bloke named Frank Lee. Later, when Lumion was at sea, he heard no rumors about Frank Lee, nor did he know if Ryan was exaggerating in the dream, or if those who knew of Frank Lee's deeds dared not or chose not to mention him again. Sanctuary Team. Franca looked towards a member nicknamed Someone and asked with a smile, "Weren't you looking for the Marauder Pathway Sequence 5 Dream Stealers Beyonder characteristic? Still need it? I just got one from a friend. If you don't want it, I'll go to an artisan to craft a mystical item with that Beyonder characteristic." Someone, wearing an eye-patch-style black half-face mask, sized up Franca and replied, "It seems your friend isn't you. I don't need it anymore, but wouldn't mind another. One flat rate, 5,000 pounds. That's about 120,000 Vril d'Or." Franca laughed and said, 200,000 Vril d'Or, not a coin less. Someone calculated for a moment and countered, 150,000 Vril d'Or at best, or forget it. Franca thought for a few seconds and said, "You can pay in 2 installments, the first right now of 120,000 Vril d'Or, and the second of 60,000 within 3 months of receiving the Beyonder characteristic, secured by 007's notarization to enforce the contract." Someone paused to think, then asked with a smile, "Aren't you worried I'll default after getting the Beyonder characteristic? A notary's notarization isn't foolproof, remember? I was once a renowned swindler." Franca smiled. "Who's better, you or Bard?" Someone fell silent. "Bard has already been dealt with by me and my comrades. Unless you're willing to give up a very useful trading platform over 60,000 Vril d'Or. I'm not worried about you defaulting, your Beyonder characteristics are also quite valuable." Franca, who had mafia ties, made her intimidating remark as casually as discussing what's for dinner. "It won't be long before I surpass him," replied someone after a few seconds. "Deal. No rush," Franca said with a smile. "The final payment must be in gold." In the following days, Lumion had no particular business and wandered around Trier, tracking several mirror people and looking for Harrison's whereabouts based on intelligence provided by 007. He was supposed to collect a reward from Mr. K, but his heart resisted, and he kept delaying. Franca completed her transaction with someone from the Sanctuary group, receiving a down payment composed of bills and coins totaling 5,000 pounds. She also gave Jenna 15,000 Vril d'Or in bills, stipulating that the remaining payment of 60,000 Vril d'Or in gold belonged entirely to her. Jenna lost the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic but also paid off the 45,000 Vril d'Or she owed Franca. Now possessing 16,000 Vril d'Or and gold loan pound worth 120,000 Vril d'Or. She had never been so wealthy before. She always knew that potion formulas and Beyonder characteristics were valuable and even knew their approximate price range, but she had never paid in full in one go nor truly sold any until now. Now she was experiencing what it felt like to earn money like the pirate hunter Gehrman Sparrow. That evening, just as Lumion returned to his rented apartment planning to change his clothes and muster the courage to see Mr. K, the wall lamp in his room suddenly tinged with eerie green and pale colors. They blended bizarrely together. Then, Lumion saw his messenger, the mummified penitent in a black clergy robe, emerge from the void. Almost simultaneously, Madame Hellas Messenger, a skull made of pure silver, appeared shrouded in darkness. Shortly after, the silhouette of a doll messenger rapidly took shape. Lumion was somewhat stunned. Would the messengers fight each other? Do. Have 3 letters? One should be for the Harvest Priest potion, another likely a sealed artifact made from the Beyonder characteristics of Hisoka, but what about the third? As penitent Bane fell and the pure silver skull appeared, the doll messenger, dressed in a pale gold mini-dress, instantly floated beside Lumion as if confronting the other two messengers. The pure silver skull set down a burlap bag on the desk from its mouth amidst the surrounding darkness, then fixed its burning pale eyes on Lumion. Penitent Banefell dropped a folded letter and silently returned to the spirit world, vanishing from the room. Lumion wanted to take this opportunity to chat with his messenger about his past and ask about his relationship with the true creator, but given the circumstances, he had to suppress his curiosity and focus on the pure silver skull instead. Lumion picked up the burlap bag, which resembled a book bag, and pulled out an aluminum flask. Behind him, the doll messenger floated closer, curiously looking on. Lumion unscrewed the grayish-white flask to find a golden liquid inside, brimming with white foam. If it weren't for the lack of a malty scent, he would have thought it was beer. He took out a piece of paper from the burlap bag, written in ancient Fasak by Madame Hella. It is indeed the Harvest Priest potion. It needs to be drunk within 15 minutes, or you will end up with an alcohol flask that could bring harvests. Seeing that Madame Hella had helped with the identification and there was a notarized contract in place, Lumion immediately took out the remaining 9,000 gold rizit from his traveler's bag and the 1,000 gold rizit notes he had exchanged in the last 2 days. This is the final payment. Lumion put the gold rizit into the burlap bag and handed it to the skull made of pure silver. The pure silver skull bit down on the burlap bag, merged with the surrounding darkness, and disappeared in an instant. Lumion then turned his head and said with a smile to the doll messenger, "What's your take?" The doll messenger snorted. "I will surpass them eventually. I will become the first, no, the second most powerful messenger in this world." "Quite ambitious," Lumion replied, half seriously, half in jest. He wasn't surprised by the doll messenger's response. He already knew about the special nature of penitent Banefell and the pure silver skull. The doll messenger then hurled a dark, translucent orb, resembling a crystal ball but more ethereal, towards Lumion, who easily caught it. Inside the bent, transparent barrier, a glossy black bone ring floated, its surface carved with the twisted, agonizing face of a demon, whose eyes contained 2 vague shadows. After letting the folded letter fall to the surface of the desk, the doll messenger also left Lumion's room. It is indeed a sealed artifact made from Hisoka's Beyonder characteristics. Lumion couldn't afford to check the artifact's effects and impacts right away, so he stored the dark transparent orb and the folded letter first, and then began to read the letter brought by his messenger. The letter was very brief. 7 of Wands. Do you still remember your promise? We now need your help. If you don't have other important matters recently, please meet us at the following coordinates, where I will tell you the details. Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords needs help. Lumion came to a realization. In the incident of the sea prayer ritual, he had asked this minor arcana card holder, working under Mam Hermit, for help. At the time, he did not ask for a payment but mentioned that he might need a bit of help if he went to the southern continent, to which he readily agreed. Fortunately, I'm relatively free lately. Lumion put away the letter from the Knight of Swords, screwed the cap back on the grayish-white flask, and walked out of the room with it in hand. Lugano was cleaning up the plates and cutlery that Ludwig had left behind. Your Harvest Priest potion has arrived, Lumion stated calmly. Lugano froze, a look of confusion washing over his face. After a few seconds, he pointed to the flask in his employer's hand and asked, "This?" "Yes, it looks more drinkable than the potions from the Hunter Pathway." Lumion chuckled as he shook the flask. "You have 10 minutes to decide whether you want to drink it." 10 minutes, Lugano exclaimed, startled. Lumion nodded. "No, 8 minutes. If you haven't made up your mind in 8 minutes, I'll find a stray dog downstairs or catch a rat and feed it this potion. Don't I need to prepare mentally and physically?" Fear was written all over Lugano's face. "This seems too casual, doesn't it? This is a potion, after all. If his mental and physical state weren't right, he could either turn into a monster or die on the spot." "Only 7 minutes left now," Lumion reminded with a smile. "Your condition is fine. You just need to relax and remember that you are Ludwig's nanny and family doctor. Is that really okay? Lugano still couldn't believe it. 6 minutes, Lumion said coldly. Lugano was stunned. How could time pass so quickly? Gritting his teeth, he replied, "All right, but I need to drink it in underground trier." Lumion raised an eyebrow. Lugano quickly explained, "I feel that standing on the earth helps me maintain my state while drinking the potion. The earth pathway, huh?" Carrying the grayish-white flask, Lumion turned and walked out of the room. Lugano followed, pulling out a bunch of banknotes from his pocket. "This is all my savings, 15,000 Vril d'Or. You said before, the rest would be covered by you." Lumion nodded nonchalantly and accepted the 15,000 Vril d'Or without hesitation. He still had 86,000 Vril d'Or, including a few coins and gold bars. Once on the street, Lumion headed directly to the nearest entrance to underground trier. A stray dog passed by, barking as if to threaten them. Lumion chuckled and tested Lugano. "Can you understand what it's saying?" With his mind full of thoughts about the Harvest Priest potion, Lugano asked in astonishment, "Why, you can understand? Do you have a mystical item from a beast tamer?" Lumion laughed to himself. "It says, 'I heard you're going to feed me a portion of the Harvest Priest potion. Why haven't you given it to me yet?'" Lugano then realized his employer was joking. On second thought, Lugano felt like he was being mocked by his employer. "He's implying that I'm a stray dog. I was indeed wondering why he hasn't given me the Harvest Priest potion yet." Once in underground trier, Lumion expertly navigated to a deserted tunnel and tossed the grayish-white flask at Lugano. As Lugano fumbled to catch the flask, Lumion coldly reminded, 2 minutes left." Lugano took a deep breath, unscrewed the cap, and saw the potion inside that looked like beer. He began to recall how he had cared for and treated Ludwig, using this memory to slightly relax his tense spirit. After a few seconds and 2 deep breaths, Lugano raised the grayish-white flask and gulped down the potion. Lumion, who made a ball of bright white flame as a light source, silently watched, observing the various changes in Lugano's body. He had not forgotten that his servant was quite unusual. He could stay conscious during the dream festival. Lugano's face quickly twisted in agony, as if experiencing the pain of Ludwig biting off his arm again. Lumion saw his feet slowly sinking into the soil, the hairs on his exposed skin visibly thickening and lengthening, and his brown hair doing the same, his brown eyes losing focus. After a while, the transformation stopped, and Lugano's expression gradually eased. It went smoothly. "He fits the planter pathway well. I'm not sure if this is due to his own anomalies," Lumion muttered silently, watching as Lugano's eyes slowly regained clarity and reason. He asked in a relaxed posture, "What abilities have you gained?" Although it was frowned upon in the mystical world to inquire about the details of someone's beyonder abilities, who could be blamed because the person across from him was his servant? Lugano saw no problem with this, checking his condition while savoring the acquired mystical knowledge. "My healing capabilities have expanded. I can now cure diseases in plants and fields. I can also catalyze seeds, making them grow or reproduce faster. This divides into 2 scenarios. The first is placing both hands on the earth, which allows seeds and plants within a 30-meter radius to grow or reproduce much faster than normal, though not instantaneously complete their life cycle from gestation to returning to the land in a few seconds or minutes. The second is directly holding some seeds or plants and fully catalyzing the life contained within them. The latter scenario allows me, in a very short time, to create a large amount of vines, which can be used to entangle and control enemies." Hearing this, Lumion thoughtfully asked, "So you can only fully catalyze the life contained within plants, and it can't be used on humans?" "No." Lugano shook his head. Lumion continued, "If you encounter a creature that is essentially a plant but has intelligence, could you, by direct contact, cause all of its life to burst forth in seconds or tens of seconds, completing its entire life cycle? First, I'd need to be able to touch it." Lugano indicated that this was dangerous and not something he, not specialized in combat, could manage. He added, "Plus, I'm not sure it would have the effect you're imagining." Lumion nodded almost imperceptibly, signaling Lugano to continue. Lugano gathered his thoughts and said, "If I could obtain seeds of different mutant plants, my catalytic abilities could play a significant role in combat. I can also command plants and insects within a 30-meter radius to provide me with appropriate support, as long as it does not exceed their species limitations. However, intelligent ones won't work. I've also gained a few ritual spells, mainly for summoning rain or clearing the skies. This really leans towards the concept of harvest. If I could obtain seeds from magical plants or be in an environment dominated by magical plants and special insects, the Harvest Priest's combative abilities using mystical means wouldn't be too bad. They might even be impressively effective. The Beyonder ability to directly catalyze plants to unleash their full life force has vast imaginative possibilities. Unfortunately, a Harvest Priest's direct combat ability is limited. If Lugano were a sealed artifact and I were to use it, things would be completely different." Amid these thoughts, Lumion looked at Lugano and asked, "Have there been any enhancements to your body?" "There are some, but not many," Lugano replied honestly. Lumion nodded and pulled out a letter from his pocket sent along with Hisoka's sealed artifact from Madame Magician, reading it with the aid of the bright white light orb floating above his head. Temporarily named, Devil's Whisper. Positive effects. 1. Devil's Arm. To minimize the negative effects and make it easy to use, the Beyonder ability of this bone ring is reduced. Originally, Devil Transformation targets the entire body. It now only affects the arm wearing Devil's Whisper. It causes the arm to swell, darken, and sprout sinister patterns, as if covered with a thick layer of armor. The flesh becomes highly elastic and resistant, minimizing damage. The arm in question becomes immune to most poisons, resistant to curses and fire to a certain degree, and significantly stronger. 2. Malice Perception. For the same reason, malice perception granted by this ring only helps you sense whether people around you bear ill will towards you, not to detect looming dangers. Make do with it. 3. Desire Incarnation. This is a power I specifically requested the artisan to emphasize, sacrificing the chance to obtain other powerful effects. Moreover, to ensure its full manifestation, I agreed to slightly increase the ring's negative effects. It can transform your body into a shadowy black liquid composed of various emotions and desires, helping you avoid damage, conceal your movements, and affect your enemies. This sounds quite useful, but is it worth my special request to the artisan? You'll understand why once you use it. Upon reading this, Lumion muttered to himself, "So, by suppressing the reduced negative impacts of the first two positive effects, some of the impact has returned in the Desire Incarnation ability? What makes it so special for Madame Magician to do this?" Lumion didn't rush to experiment and continued reading. 4. Wraith Shriek. By rubbing the demon relief on the ring's face and emitting a loud sound, you can create an effect similar to Wraith Shriek that can rupture the eardrums of living beings and harm their spirits. The closer they are to you, the better the effect. Negative effects. After wearing it, your malice will become more pronounced. If you can't control yourself and indulge in malice, you'll gradually slip into the abyss and eventually be controlled by the malice of this ring, meaning, if you indulge in malice while wearing it, you will become its puppet, and it will be the driver, you the driven. While it's not that a single indulgence in malice will result in being controlled, it's hard for humans who have tasted the sweet lure of malice not to continue. According to my estimates, the conspicuous malice combined with the existing negative effects of the contract ability will negate all your endurance from ascetic and your own willpower, making you unable to withstand further emotional and desire stimuli. Moreover, whether worn or not, just carrying it will cause your body to suffer burns from sulfur flames, both internally and externally. Placing it in the traveler's bag can effectively mitigate this effect. As a pyromaniac who has reached sequence 5, you can withstand these burns for a longer period, but be mindful of the sulfur's toxic effects and treat it promptly. Furthermore, including yourself, people within 100 meters radius will be subtly influenced by the Devil's Whisper, more prone to ill thoughts and impulsive actions. This can also be mitigated by placing it in the traveler's bag. The rest is okay, But after wearing Devil's Whisper, my emotions and desires will become my greatest weaknesses. Lumion assessed this sealed artifact from Hisoka. The sealing is relatively simple, requiring only spatial isolation. Combined with Lumion's strong endurance, he could totally use it as a mystical item. Lumion then pulled out the pitch-black bone ring, wrapped in a dark transparent barrier, from another pocket. He pressed his hand against the sphere and slowly reached inside. His right hand felt like it was moving through a dense swamp, struggling to touch the ring. At the same time, the dark sphere silently crumbled, unfolded on its own, and merged with the surrounding void. Lumion then slipped Devil's Whisper onto his left index finger. His body suddenly liquefied and became ethereal. He turned into a pool of thick black liquid. Lugano, who only glanced at him, shivered uncontrollably, chilled to the bone as if he had seen the most sinister and hidden desires and emotions deep within the human heart. The newly advanced harvest priest impulsively asked Lumion, who had just returned to human form from a black liquid state, "When can we return to the surface?" Lumion gave him an icy glance, his blue eyes seemingly harboring a darkness that no light could penetrate. Lugano shuddered violently, a familiar fear creeping back as he stuttered, just asking." Lumion cracked a slightly mad smile and slowly removed the Devil's Whisper, placing it back into the traveler's bag. He now understood why Madame Magician had specifically requested this ability. His desires and emotions were not entirely his own. A smaller part of his emotions and desires stemmed from his fate linked to Termaboros, from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, and from the bloodline of Omabella. Normally, these would only affect him, but using Desire Incarnation, these emotions and desires could be materialized and thus exert some influence on the outside world and his enemies. If I were to envelop a Sequence 4 saint in the Desire Incarnation form, that demigod would likely suffer from the corresponding emotional and desire corruption. But this method of attack means I'm foregoing evasion to face the backlash head-on. Lumion mused briefly, fairly satisfied with this sealed artifact. Facing a demigod, evasion was sometimes futile, better to fight it out. And both the Sword of Courage and Devil's Whisper gave him that chance. When night fully descended, Lumion arrived at the headquarters of the Psychic magazine, located at 19 Rue Shear in Avenue du Boulevard, and met Mr. K in the basement. Mr. K, wearing a wide hood, warmly said, "Let us pray to the Lord first." Lumion nodded slightly and closed his eyes, his thoughts tightly wrapped, not drifting outward. After a while, he and Mr. K opened their eyes simultaneously. Mr. K, with a hoarse but fervent voice, said, "Congratulations, you are now a candidate oracle. This is the greatest reward. Being closer to the Lord is the greatest reward for us. Afterwards, wherever you go, you can contact the local oracles or members of the Aurora Order, followers of the Lord, to request their help. If there are no saints or oracles locally, you have the authority to call upon all resources there, including personnel, money, intelligence, and materials. Is this the Aurora Order's reward? Elevating my authority and status?" Lumion made the sign of the cross over his chest and said in a hoarse voice, "Praise you for creating all. Praise you for bearing the world's sins." Mr. K nodded in satisfaction. "There are no other rewards for now. Let's continue to investigate the matter of the vortex." "Okay." Lumion quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If Mr. K had offered material rewards, he would have hesitated to accept them. It's not that he was worried about the items themselves being marked by that entity. After all, he was already under surveillance, so a little more wouldn't make a difference. His reluctance was more psychological. Lumion pondered for a moment and then informed Mr. K, "I might be heading to the southern continent again soon to wrap up some previous matters. Not sure how long I'll need." "All right." Mr. K nodded gently. "Which area specifically?" "Not sure yet," Lumion answered truthfully. He really didn't know. Mr. K didn't inquire further. "We have saints and oracles on the southern continent, and many followers of the Lord operating secretly there. Once you determine the specific location, I can help you contact the person responsible for that area." "Thank you, Mr. K," Lumion said. expressing his gratitude. Mr. K corrected him. No need for thanks. We are all oracles now. Not being equals is disrespectful to the Lord. Lumion was momentarily speechless. He casually asked, Mr. K, that cathedral you took me to last time, does it have any significant meaning within our Aurora order? Mr. K replied fervently, that was the first cathedral established by our Aurora order. Is it related to Banefell? Lumion asked a few more indirect questions from different angles, then took his leave. Returning to Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, he informed Franca and Jenna about the Knight of Swords request, and then activated the black mark on his right shoulder, beginning the teleportation. He moved between layers of pure color blocks and indescribable bizarre creatures, not knowing how long it took, but he finally arrived at the location indicated in the Knight of Swords' letter. The first thing that caught Lumion's eyes were several pale-faced men and women, like bodyguards, surrounding the Knight of Swords with somewhat disheveled brown hair, a suppressed look in his eyes, dressed in a white shirt and black vest. Beside the Knight of Swords lay a boundless lake, its quiet crimson waters shimmering under the moonlight of the night, occasionally stirred by a breeze. Lumion couldn't help but lift his head to gaze upward, feeling the night sky, hung with a crimson moon, seemed closer and much clearer than usual. Even the stars, obscured by the moonlight, were faintly visible, dense as if forming a brilliant, vast river. A chilly wind blew past, and Lumion, dressed in a thick jacket, turned his attention back to the Knight of Swords and asked, Aren't you cold? Although it was summer in the southern continent, their high altitude and thin air made it feel significantly colder, especially at night, with temperatures likely below 15 degrees Celsius. Originally gazing at the highland lake, the Knight of Swords turned to Lumion and said, For me, temperature has lost its meaning, and besides, the cold suits me better. Is that so? Then, extreme temperatures over 100 degrees Celsius, or close to absolute zero, don't affect you. Lumion replied, his tone relaxed. The Knight of Swords fell silent, his gaze dark, seemingly suppressing something, before Lumion steered the conversation back on track. What exactly is the matter? Without asking the pale-faced, simply dressed men and women around him to leave, the Knight of Swords spoke in a low voice. This is the Raclef area of the former Highlands Kingdom. I would like you to help find someone here. The Highlands Kingdom, known for its mummies across the northern and southern continents? Lumion did not hide his confusion. What can you not find that I can? Having worked together before, Lumion knew that the Knight of Swords, a holder of a minor arcana card and a sequence 5 wraith of the prisoner pathway mainly controlled by the Rose School of Thought with its splinter group, the Temperance faction, joining the Church of the Fool must have his reasons. Combining this information, Lumion guessed that the Knight of Swords was a member of the Temperance faction, representing his faction within the Tarot Club, also serving Mr. Fool. Moreover, having seen a Temperance faction angel suspected of being a messenger of Mr. Fool, Lumion knew this organization was not weak, but rather strong, especially in divination, endowed with potent spiritual intuition. Considering these, if the Knight of Swords truly needed to find a person, it would be simpler to request assistance directly from the Temperance faction. Is he thinking that it's a waste of my promise if it's not used? Or, like me, do you prefer to rely on your own abilities and the goodwill you've accumulated to complete tasks, as a way to hone yourself? It's more likely you're relying on my mystical ability to attract evil God bestowed to locate the target. While Lumion made these guesses, the Knight of Swords, his voice suppressing his emotions and desires, said, Someone's spiritual intuition tells her that you can solve our current problem and provide the most effective help. A wraith becomes a charlatan after becoming skilled at divination? Lumion thought sarcastically but didn't inquire further. What do you need me to do? The Knight of Swords took a few steps forward. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Merrick, the Knight of Swords of the Tarot Club's Minor Arcana, and also a member of the Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool. You're aware of the origin of the Temperance faction, aren't you? Lumion nodded and pointed at himself. Lumion Lee. The Knight of Swords continued. We are looking for an important member of the Primordial Moon faction within the Indulgence faction. Lumien's first reaction was to look around for any companions the Knight of Swords, Merrick, might have. But he found no one. As for the pale-faced men and women, he didn't use his Eye of Calamity, simply observing their weaknesses and confirming they were all zombies. Lumien retracted his gaze and frowned. The Primordial Moon faction? Wasn't the Rose School of Thought only known for the split between the Indulgence and Temperance factions? Where did the Primordial Moon faction come from? From the series of events involving Hisoka and the Dream Festival. Perhaps there was also a devil faction within the Rose School of Thought. Is this something learned from the Tamara family? Infinitely divisible. The Knight of Swords earnestly explained, the Primordial Moon faction joined the Indulgence faction later, originally a branch of the Life School of Thought. They grasped the Apothecary, which is also the Moon pathway. Later, guided by the Primordial Moon, they defected from the Life School of Thought and joined the Rose School of Thought. Life School of Thought. Lumien's head throbbed. Why does this keep getting more complicated? And which secret organization is this now? Seemingly sensing his thoughts, the Knight of Swords, Merrick, spoke succinctly. The Life School of Thought primarily follows the Fate pathway and is now an ally of the Tarot Club. This matter has nothing to do with our current search. Lumien nodded, signaling the Knight of Swords to stick to the main issue. Aurora once said, "Do not add unnecessarily entities. If irrelevant, best leave it be to save energy." Glancing at the pristine, boundless lake, the Knight of Swords, Merrick, said, "The member of the Primordial Moon faction were looking for possesses a very important item that is our target." "How are you so sure they are in, the Raklef area?" Lumien engaged more seriously now. The Knight of Swords paused for a few seconds before responding. "Two incidents here and some residual traces point to him, but we haven't found him yet. Meanwhile, another event occurred that proves he's still here, possibly right in Raklef City." "Is he from the Apothecary pathway?" Lumien asked cautiously. The Knight of Swords gave a slight nod. "Yes." "Which evil god is their Primordial Moon?" Lumien didn't rush to ask about the incidents and the traces left behind. The Knight of Swords' expression turned grave for a moment. "It's likely an incarnation of the Great Mother, sometimes also known as the Mother Tree of Desire." "The Great Mother?" Lumien's eyelids twitched. Has the Primordial Moon's important follower received a boon from the Primordial Moon? Or should I say, the Great Mother? Possibly. The Knight of Swords wasn't too certain. A follower of the Great Mother receiving her blessing would mean they could sense my child of God lineage within a certain distance. The Knight of Swords hadn't thought of asking for my help before. I had only recently received the lineage of Omabella, and his companion then had a strong spiritual intuition. Are they trying to lure out the target using my child of God lineage? Lumien's understanding of the situation became instantly clear. That person's spiritual intuition is spot on. The Knight of Swords regained his composure. That person is named Oxito, a Sequence 4 Shaman King of the Apothecary pathway, a demigod. Don't worry. We will discreetly provide you with protection. While speaking, the Minor Arcana card holder bent down to pick up an oil painting from the ground, depicting a handsome young man in his 20s. His skin pale as if he hadn't been exposed to sunlight for a long time, with deep features and slightly curly black hair cascading to his shoulders. "This is a portrait of Oxito," the Knight of Swords briefly introduced. "If there's a boon, the target's current appearance and gender might be uncertain." Lumien pondered aloud. "Tell me about the incidents that occurred in the Raklef area and the significant traces left behind." The Knight of Swords pulled out a stack of papers from under his vest and handed them to Lumien, saying, "We first heard from some merchants about several occurrences of a full moon in Raklef City at times it shouldn't appear. At the edge of Lake Dalsh, we discovered a buried ritual site where dozens of humans had become nourishment for the earth. Their abdomens had been torn open, and it seemed something had crawled out, but no related traces were found at the scene." Hearing this, Lumien suddenly recalled several scenes he had seen in Madame Poalis's castle. He grimaced as he asked, "Were these humans both men and women?" "Yes." The Knight of Swords seemed to anticipate his question and added proactively, "The males' abdomens were also torn open." He then pointed to the stack of papers in Lumien's hands. More detailed information is in the documents. Lumion hummed in acknowledgement, pondering for a moment. I might need my companions to assist me. Can you protect them too? No problem, as long as you all stay within 5 kilometers of each other. The Knight of Swords assured. Lumion smiled. Then I'll go back first to study the materials and make some preparations. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai. After listening to the Knight of Swords' request, Franca scratched her head, puzzled. Forget the risk of searching for a demigod for a moment. I think you alone should be able to handle it. There's limited help we can provide, as we don't have the lineage of Omabella. Anthony, who had been called over, thought for a moment and said, I could help cover up traces of the investigation, making those questioned forget they were ever asked. Jenna glanced at Lumion and said, I think your real purpose isn't to get our help. Hearing this, Franca realized. You want to use this opportunity to train the team? You want to prepare this early? Not too shabby. Lumion chuckled. The earlier you prepare for these things, the better, in case I'm forced to advance earlier than planned. Franca thoughtfully said, Then I'll pass Jenna's messenger summoning method to 007. When there are mirror people clues, we'll go back to Trier to follow up. And don't forget the most important team member. How could I forget? Lumion laughed. Ludwig, who was enjoying a late-night snack, saw his godfather enter the room and sit down across the dining table, flashing a smile at him. Suddenly, the bread in his hands didn't taste as good anymore. In the southern continent, Raklev region, the day revealed Lake Dalsh in all its clarity, the serene waters reflecting the azure sky and distant snow-capped mountains in a scene almost dreamlike in its beauty. Lumion, devoid of any mood to appreciate the scenery, was strolling around a pit at the forest's edge with Ludwig, who was smartly dressed in a tweed blazer, and Lugano, who wore a light cotton coat. The pit contained highly decayed bodies, half melted into the surrounding soil as if merging with it, decomposing in a unique way that returned nutrients to the earth. Seeing this, Lumion understood why Oxito, a shaman king, didn't destroy the bodies after his rituals, leaving behind evidence and traces. Burying the bodies and allowing them to return to the land was likely part of the ritual. Last night, after reviewing the documents provided by the Knight of Swords, Lumion had a clearer idea of how to find Oxito, a fervent disciple of the primordial moon. Clearly, conventional methods like magic mirror divination wouldn't work. Otherwise, the Knight of Swords' companion, a member of the Temperance faction with sharp spiritual intuition, would have already located Oxito. Lumion had 3 plans. First, since Oxito was a member of the Rose School of Thought and often mingled with the Indulgence faction, he started by sending Franca and Jenna, both demonesses, to casually stroll through Raklev City in full regalia, hoping to encounter Oxito. This shaman king, who never resisted his desires, might approach them, all under the watchful protection of the Temperance faction. Additionally, Anthony would use psychological invisibility or disguise himself as a commoner to follow them and observe the reactions of those around the demonesses to discern any malice before Oxito made a move. Whether or not Oxito had received the Great Mother's boons and transformed into a woman was a detail that didn't affect the demoness's ability to seduce him. Lumion deduced from Madame Pualise's and Franca's experiences that Oxito would still be attracted to women, and might as well have an interest in men. Second, using his own lineage from Omabella, and the unique ability of the Great Mothers blessed to sense others within a certain distance, he planned to roam the Raklev area in hopes of drawing out Oxito. Similarly, Lugano, who also bore an anomaly possibly linked to the Great Mother, would serve as excellent bait. Third, he considered revisiting the sites Oxito had been before to see what could be eaten. Pinching his nose, Lumion carefully inspected the traces around and inside the pit along with the numerous bodies for a while, then turned his head to ask Ludwig, "Is it dirty?" "Very dirty," Ludwig nodded emphatically. "Dirty from the Great Mother?" Lumion pressed further. Ludwig hummed affirmatively, his expression filled with conflict. Unsurprisingly, he heard his godfather ask, "Is it edible?" At this question, Lugano couldn't help but gag, while the usually stoic Knight of Swords, Merrick, slightly raised his eyebrows. Ludwig replied reluctantly, "Yes. Can you sense the child born from these corpses after eating?" Lumian further inquired. Based on his experience, these bodies had likely been impregnated during the ritual, carrying rapidly growing clawed bird-like creatures in their wombs, which then tore through their parents' abdomens, absorbing the remnants and emerging on their own. From a mysticism standpoint, whether voluntarily or forcibly, the clawed bird-like creatures and the corpses shared a deep blood connection, making it easy to trace one from the other, or even cast curses across distances. However, according to the Knight of Swords documents, divinations utilizing this blood connection had been fruitless, as if the creatures that had emerged from these corpses had vanished from this world. This could be due to a high-ranking individual casting a counter-divination or a change in the creature state. Lumian's only hope was that Ludwig might glean different information by consuming the flesh. Ludwig, with a sullen face, said, "You can extract a bit of the bloodline from the corpses through a certain cooking method. While this won't allow me to sense the child's position and condition from a great distance, I should be able to detect its presence within a 30-meter radius." Okay. Lumian felt the results were better than expected. Then, he watched as Ludwig squatted down and used a child's silver knife and fork to separate a piece of half-melted, half-rotten flesh from one of the corpses. The flowing yellow pus and the grotesque state of the flesh made Lugano turn away, looking out towards Lake Dalsh and Raclef City on the other side of the water. Ludwig then had Lumian retrieve a cast-iron skillet, a stand, wheat flour, liqueur, various spices, and a chunk of solidified lard from the traveler's bag. Lumian took on the role of the chef's assistant, mainly responsible for starting the fire. Ludwig first melted the lard, then added a bit of liqueur and some spices, frying them until the mixture was richly aromatic. Next, he wrapped the rotten flesh in wheat flour and tossed it into the skillet, frying it in the deeply colored, fragrant lard. The odors of fragrance and foul mingled together, gradually spreading. Finally, Ludwig finished cooking and forked up the fried, golden-brown flour-coated meatball, stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed, tears seemingly welling up in his eyes, looking pitiful as if wronged. "You didn't complain when you ate Loki raw," Lumian joked. Ludwig muttered as he spoke. "Rotten doesn't taste good, and there's no spirituality in it." After swallowing the fried meatball that looked rather appealing, Ludwig continued thoughtfully as he savored it. "The deceased's birthday is on the second day of every year. Is there something special about that?" Lumian asked. Stuffing candy into his mouth, Ludwig responded offhandedly. "In myths, on the first day, the oldest one created the world. On the second, the Great Mother was born." "I've never heard of such a myth," Lugano murmured to himself, puzzled, with his back to Ludwig. Lumian, deep in thought, shifted his gaze to another body. "Their birthdays couldn't all be on the second day of each year, could they? I remember that the new year for many tribes on the southern continent isn't the same as on the northern continent. It's not necessarily January 1st. So, which day is the second day, and which calendar are we using?" Ludwig, with candy in his mouth, said, "Any would do, as long as it's the second day of the new year according to the calendar one believes in." Purely symbolic, then, Lumian turned towards the Knight of Swords. "Have you confirmed the identities and birthdays of these bodies?" Raclef in the Star Highlands was a relatively prosperous area with a significant population, similar to the city of White Rapis, where Lumian had been before. It was one of the ancient Highlands Kingdom's support points ruling over the entire Star Highlands. This area was known for its rich mines, but interestingly, all mining sites were far from Lake Dalsh, preserving the sanctity of this highland lake in the hearts of its people. In the past, the Star Highlands were primarily a battleground between the Intis Republic and the Faesac Empire. After the war a few years ago, the Faesac Empire's influence waned, and the Lone Kingdom began to extend its reach. Even the Evernight Goddess Church of Lone Kingdom seemed to be spreading its teachings in this area, a fact Lumian had heard about while in Rapis. And throughout the Star Highlands, the city atop the mines, Raclef, had the largest Loanese population. Knight of Swords Merrick nodded slowly and said, "We've confirmed 90% of the bodies. Their birthdays, according to the Northern Continent's calendar, are mostly on January 2nd. For the rest, using local calendars, their birthdays also fall on the second day of the new year. For those whose identities remain uncertain, they seem to be foreigners, who may have come here either voluntarily or involuntarily. Give us a bit more time, and we'll surely determine who they are. With a sufficiently large sample, the findings mostly align with Ludwig's explanation that the ritual required a strong symbol of the Great Mother. Lumion didn't stop the more temperance faction members from wasting energy verifying the remaining deceased's identities. What if there was something else peculiar? Looking across the lake at Rakleff City, Lumion said, "Let's head back to the city now and walk around. Let's see which of the three are more effective: Omabella's bloodline, the anomaly of the Earth pathway, or the blood connection with the bird-clawed babies." Walking towards the city, made of numerous gray and white stone houses, along the shimmering lake as blue as the sky, Lumion suddenly had a thought. He asked the quiet Knight of Swords walking beside him, "In the Rose School of Thought, was Oxito in charge of the Rakleff area?" "Not previously, and now it's uncertain," replied the Knight of Swords succinctly. Lumion nodded, musing to himself. If he isn't in charge of Rakleff and merely initiated a ritual here on a whim, he should have left after it ended. Why is he still here? Does he have a deeper purpose in the Rakleff area? Or perhaps, the Rose School of Thought is planning something for this place? The Knight of Swords paused for a few seconds before responding. "We suspect there might be a deeper purpose." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Before the Highlands Kingdom was established, many areas of the Star Highlands worshipped death, and Rakleff was one of the places most influenced by this belief. Even today, some local customs still carry remnants of this death worship." As they spoke, the 3 adults and 1 child arrived outside Rakleff City. Rakleff, compared to the refined city of White Rapis, the architecture here was much more rugged. Although there were people in dark red robes and bright dresses, most wore more durable canvas work clothes. Before even reaching the city gates, Lumion could already sense the hustle and bustle.